Yo, what is going on, guys? Welcome to the Netflix 2.0 build. Today we're going to be building the incredible Netflix clone in just 4 hours. Get ready. Let's dive straight into today's features. So in today's build, we're going to build a beautiful UI and UX just like Netflix. It's going to pull all this information in from a TMDB database. You're going to be able to log in and log out using Google Authentication. And then to top things off, we're actually going to go ahead and connect the Stripe payment processor to our app. We're also going to allow users to have a monthly recurring subscription. This is going to be powered by the platform Stripe. We're also going to use the Firestore database provided by Firebase, and in particular we're actually going to be using the Stripe extension to automatically keep track of users' subscriptions and their records in the database. So what tech is involved in today's build? You're going to be polishing and mastering your React.js skills. You're going to get tons and tons of CSS experience in today's video, especially with the BEM naming convention, as we build a beautiful UI and UX experience. You're going to learn about state management using the production-ready Redux toolkit. We're going to authenticate payments with the Stripe payment processing platform. We're going to be handling authentication through the Firebase Authentication API. And finally, to pull in all of our beautiful movie information and data, we're going to be using the TMDB API and database to go ahead and populate our screen with the stuff that we need. Once you've built out this beautiful Netflix app, you're going to learn how to deploy it using Firebase Hosting. This is a perfect solution for any React.js app that has Firebase as a backend. Without further ado, make sure to like the video, subscribe if you want to see more videos just like this, and enjoy the build. Let's jump straight into it. Let's go, guys. I am so goddamn pumped. Are you guys ready for this? Let's have a look at it, guys. We got a sign-in screen. Everything works perfectly, just like Netflix. Completely responsive. Everything's great over on this side. Let's go ahead and sign in. We've got the full Netflix app. I'll show you that in just a sec. Let's go ahead. We've got the full Netflix app. Crazy stuff. And never seen before, we have Netflix payments. So I'm going to go ahead and click subscribe. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Full Stripe payment processing. This is using the latest, the greatest, the best Stripe integration with Firebase. It's a brand new extension. And guys, I'm going to teach you how to use it all inside of this build. Gonna be absolutely crazy. This is what we're going to be building, right? We're building Netflix with React, but we're not just doing the standard stuff, guys. We're going to literally we're covering Stripe, right? Now, Stripe and Firebase, if you didn't know, they just released. So this is like brand new stuff, guys. They just released a crazy good extension now that allows you to connect these two really easily, right? So it's not even a lot of work to do, but it allows you to process payments and manage all of the subscription data in Stripe. So we're already going to do some crazy damage over there. You know that, guys, right? If you haven't already seen Redux, right? So we're covering Redux. If you're interested in learning about Redux, then you're in the right place, okay? And then we have React, okay? We have React. And let's build the Netflix app. Let's do this, guys, okay? Right, we're using Redux. So the first thing we're going to do, right, CD into a place that we want to put our stuff. So I'm going to put mine inside of my build folder. And then I'm going to go ahead and say npx create React app. Okay, so create React app. This is a tool given to us to allow us to set up an app, right? So we need to give it a name. Here we're going to say Netflix build, and let's just say YouTube, right? It's because I'm doing it for the YouTube, right? So create React app. It's a very powerful command line tool, right? And it allows us to go ahead and set up a React app very simply just from the command line, okay? So we're gonna run this, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say -- template, right? -- template, and then after that, we're gonna type in Redux, okay? So this command is extremely important. Now what this is gonna do is it's gonna set up an app called Netflix Build YouTube with a template, and it's going to be the Redux template, okay? So we need to do this, okay? So go ahead, hit enter, and this will start setting up your app. In the meantime, what I want you to do, open up Chrome. So I'm going to go ahead, open up Chrome, and I'm going to go ahead and drop in to Firebase. So let's go to Firebase. And then once you're over on Firebase, you want to make sure you're in your correct account. So I'm going to go into my team account. Does this work on Windows? Yes, it is going to be on Windows. Do not worry. All right, let's go. Go ahead and go to console at the top right. And then what I want you to do is go ahead and add a project, okay? So here you're gonna type in Netflix clone YouTube, okay? Netflix clone YouTube. Now what we wanna do is we're gonna go over to continue, okay? Perfect, we're gonna go over to continue. And then for the analytics, we're gonna hit no, okay? So in this case, I mean, it's up to you guys. I'm not really too fussed with the analytics for this one, but if you want them, go ahead and do that, okay? So you wanna go ahead and create it. Now, while this is loading, we're going to go ahead and go to our desktop. Right, we're going to go back over here and see it's still setting up the template. Okay, so this can take some time sometimes, so just give it, be a bit patient. And it doesn't matter, by the way, if you're using yarn or npm, it's going to work. Okay, but make sure whatever you're using, you stick with it. So now I'm going to go ahead and say cd into the app that we just built. Okay, so cd build YouTube. Nice. Going to go inside. Now what you're going to do is type in, so I'm using Code Insiders, but if you want to use all you need to do is download VS Code. So you remember, as I said, guys, VS Code, right? And once you're inside of VS Code, you go ahead and set up a code extension. I'll show you how to do it. But what you can do is then you can go ahead and say code dot. Yours is just going to be code dot, mine is code insiders dot. So we're going to open this up. Right. Now, if you don't have that code insiders or if you don't have code dot, then all you need to do is Command Shift P and then type in install, and then for you it would say install code insiders command in path. Okay, so you need to do that, and then that will give you the ability to open things up just like I have right here. Okay, once we're at this point, what we're going to do is go ahead and check out the file structure. So I'm going to make this a little bit bigger for you guys so you guys can see what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to close this out. This should be pretty good for you guys to see right now. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and head back over to our Firebase project. We're going to click continue, and then we're going to go ahead and move this over. So make our workspace quite neat. Nice. Then over here at the top, we're going to click this cog icon. Click on project settings at the top. Okay, perfect. Go down here, go ahead, and this is where we go ahead and get the credentials for our application. Okay, we're going to click it. Then it says register your app. So over here, all we need to do is type in Netflix, and I'm going to type in Netflix clone YouTube. Set up Firebase Hosting, yes, because we want to deploy this app afterwards. Then we want to click on register the app. Perfect. So now what we're going to do is click next. We don't need to care about this. For this one, you do need to run this, but you're probably going to have to write sudo in front of this. You'd write sudo npm install -g Firebase tools. Okay, and that's going to allow you to install the Firebase tools into the CLI. Okay, click continue, and then we'll do these steps afterwards. You're going to click on continue to console and go ahead and click config. Perfect, right? So now what we're going to do is copy this config. Copy it, go back to our code. I'm going to go next to app.js, and I'm going to click the little plus icon, and I'm going to type in firebase.js. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and paste in that config, and we're going to use that later on. Right, so we're going to use that later on. The next thing we're going to do, right, is at that point we can pause there for the Firebase stuff. We're going to come back here, and there's a few things we want to do. We want to delete app.test.js, delete logo.svg, and we want to delete setup.test.js. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to delete those files. Now, hopefully my computer doesn't freeze. It always has a way of freezing when this happens. So for me, I get this little spinner. So we're going to give it just a sec while it goes ahead and cleans itself up. Okay, so it's probably going to freeze up here. But in the meantime, what we're going to do, go ahead and go over to Cloud Firestore on the left-hand side. Click it. And we're going to be using the database at some point. So I'll go ahead and show you what's happening. Actually, let's go ahead and click on authentication. Authentication. And we're going to enable our authentication while we wait for VS Code to get started. We're going to click on get started over here. And then over at this point, what you want to do is click on the email and password setting, and then click on enable, right? And then save. So now we've enabled email and password authentication inside of our project, right? So this, again, I'm stuck on the loading screen of death, right? But in the meantime, what we can do is let's go ahead and have a look at what we're going to be using for today's build, okay? So we need to go to TMDB, okay? Now this is what we're going to be using to go ahead and get the film information for our Netflix build. Okay, all right. So what I might have to force that to restart itself, to be fair, right? So I'm going to go ahead and force that to restart. My VS Code is just freaking out today. I guess it can't handle it. So I'm going to go ahead and force quit VS Code, right? So I'm going to go ahead and open up the builds so that way we can go ahead and get past this. So let's go ahead and firstly, we're going to do code insiders dot. So code insiders dot. So we're going to open up this folder. And then this time, you know what? I'm just going to leave the app.test.js file. But for you guys, I guess I want you to delete those files. You don't necessarily need them. I'm just going to delete them because I'm not going to delete them today. But, you know, my computer is being a bit annoying about that, right? So what you want to do at this point is go ahead and delete this line. You don't want the counter inside of app.js. You don't want the logo in here, and everything from header downwards, we're going to go ahead and delete. Okay, so we're going to delete all of this, and I'm going to say H1, and then I'm going to go ahead and say, let's build Netflix, right? So let's go ahead and build Netflix. So at this point, I'm going to change this to a lowercase a because we are going to be using the BEM naming convention. Okay, so perfect. And then inside of features, right over here, what you want to do now is actually go ahead and we're going to delete this folder, right? But again, I'm kind of worried that this is going to freak out. But I'm going to click on counter, and we don't actually want counter. We don't actually care about counter module, but I care about the counter slice. Okay, so I'm going to grab the counter slice and drag it to features. That way it goes outside of that folder. Okay, and type in yarn start. Okay, yarn start. Now what we do here, enter, and this will go ahead and run our application. Okay, now we're gonna for a sec, and then this will come up and it should say let's build Netflix if we did everything right. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start this app up. Now I have Netflix running on a local port, I think, or unless I've got rid of that one. Let me go ahead and actually pull this up. Right, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of that, and then it says compiled successfully. So now we go over to our local host 3000. Over here, what we're going to do, everything is working perfectly. Now what we're going to do is we're going to first start off at app.js. Okay, so over at app.js over here, we're going to go ahead, drop this down, and we're going to create the home screen first. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and create the home screen. Right now we have the home screen over here. So the first thing that we're going to do is create this component. Okay, so I'm going to go to this plus button at the top and type in the HomeScreen.js. Okay, perfect. Now we have this up and running. Now for app.js, we're going to go ahead and get rid of the let's build Netflix because we don't want that anymore. We don't really care about that. And then what we're going to go ahead and do RFCE to create your home screen component, and we're going to go ahead and click on the class name. Okay, so the class name is going to say home screen, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to create an appropriate HomeScreen.css file. Okay, so HomeScreen.css file. Okay, just like this. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and import this inside this file. So we're going to say import, and here we'll go ahead and say ./HomeScreen.css save. Okay, this will pull in the CSS from the appropriate file. So now we're basically where we want to be. Let's think about Netflix, right? At the top, we have a nav bar, right? We have a nav bar at the top. And then let's think about it. We have the banner that we need to create. And then we just have a bunch of different rows. Okay, so we have a bunch of different rows that get rendered on the screen. Okay, so this is how it essentially is going to work. Let's build out the nav bar. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and create a component. So we're going to create a component called nav.js. Okay, this is going to represent the nav bar at the top of the screen. Okay, so we're going to do RFCE, and this will pull up the nav bar. And then here we're going to go ahead and say class name equals nav. Perfect. All right, everything should be perfect on that front. And then what we're going to do is go ahead and open up a CSS, right? So CSS, so a nav.css file. Perfect. Right, and then here I'm going to say import, and then I'm going to say nav.css, nav.css. Perfect. Right, so now we have our nav CSS styling and everything's perfect. Right, so over here we're going to have the nav bar, and this is going to be responsible for the top area of the portion. Okay, so now at the home screen, we're going to go ahead and first I want to render this on the screen. So let's go over here and let's import this into our file, save, and then we go ahead and refresh. Right, so we should have a blank screen right now, which is perfect because we have only a nav bar inside. But we need, okay, so let's go to nav like so. Now we're going to go ahead and import the nav. Perfect. Let's just say this is the nav. Okay, so this is the nav, and then that's where we're gonna start from. Okay, I mean, it doesn't look that great right now, but we'll go ahead and make it look perfect. And the first thing that we're going to do is go ahead and set this out. So I want to do a few things here. I want to go ahead and firstly have a picture in the nav bar. So we're going to have an image tag, right? And then we're also going to have the avatar itself, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and have the image. Let me go ahead and pull this up a bit more easier so I can see it. Yeah, so we've got the image over here. So I'm just going to go ahead and I've got a Netflix image here. But for some reason, I don't think that Netflix image is actually valid anymore, but we'll see if it's there. So let's go ahead and refresh. If this is the Netflix image, okay, so it's not actually there. So we need a Netflix image, okay? So we're going to go to Netflix and we're going to type logo. And we're just going to go ahead and grab a Netflix logo. Hopefully a transparent one would do the trick perfectly, or a black one. We can go ahead and do this, possibly. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy the image address. And first, you just want to make sure that it's an actual PNG. There we go, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to use this one as my reference for the Netflix logo, right? Save it. And let's just go ahead and give this a try firstly, okay? So I'm going to go back here. Perfect, okay? So we have Netflix up. Hey, it's all working. Right, so everything is good, right? So we have Netflix up and running. So now what we're going to do is have a second image, and this is going to represent the avatar, okay? So at the top of the screen, we're going to get, I've got a picture of an avatar over here, and then we've got this one over here. So guys, you can go ahead and literally use any Netflix picture, and it'll work the same. So I've got an avatar link over here for a picture. You guys can go ahead and pause the video, and you can pretty much copy that out if you want to. But here we're going to give it a class name of nav_logo, okay? And then a second class name over here of nav_avatar, right? Avatar, like so. Save it, and perfect. Everything looks really good so far, okay? So we're going to go back over here, and now we should be able to style these appropriately when we need to, okay? So the first thing that I want to also do is I want to have a surrounding div around this area, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say div dot, and I'm going to say nav_contents. And this is the BEM naming convention, okay? So we're going to go ahead, grab the image tags like so, pop it into nav contents and save, okay? So now we go ahead and save, and then we go ahead and hit refresh. Perfect, and it's working. All right, so make sure you just, at regular intervals, you go ahead and you have this working and as you need it, right? So we're going to go ahead and open up nav.css. I'm just going to pop this to the side over here, right? So let's style this out a little bit, and let's get this looking a lot more like the Netflix app, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this on the right-hand side. And the first thing that I want to do is actually fix this sort of styles, right? So this is huge right now. We don't want it that big, okay? We don't want it that big. So on the left-hand side, I'm going to go ahead and firstly make nav content. So this container right here, I'm going to give that a flex, okay? So it's going to be a flex, and I'm going to justify the content to be spaced between. Now you can see it's done this kind of janky, weird behavior, right? So it's not perfect at this point. It's nowhere near perfect, but we're going to get it there, right? We're going to go ahead and get it there, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to get the logo, right? The logo is way too big right now, so I'm going to style the logo. And for the logo, I'm actually going to do a little trick here. I'm going to say the position is actually going to be fixed, okay? So the position is going to be fixed, right? And it's going to be to the right 20 pixels. Now, what I'm going to do is make this a little bit easier for you guys to see something. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this to the left-hand side, and I'll pop my nav underneath, and I'll go ahead and get the code and pop this on the right-hand side on our page, okay? So give me 1 sec. Let me go ahead and chuck this in here, and now you guys can see as we're coding how everything look and feels, okay? So let me go ahead and pull this up. Nice. So now you can see the logo is a bit strange right now, right? It doesn't look right, okay? So we've got some weird stuff happening right now, and this is definitely not what we want as our result, okay? So the way we do it is we go ahead and we say our nav logo should be fixed, and it's going to be a left of 0, left of 0. This one is what we want, and that's going to flip it over there. And you can see right now it's hidden because the avatar picture is behind the logo, okay? So the first thing that I want to do to fix that is target the avatar. So target this avatar over here, so nav_avatar, and then I'm going to go ahead and say, right, so we've got a position fixed, and then we've got right, and I don't want it to touch the side. So if I do 0, it's going to touch the side, but 20 pixels will make it slightly a little bit out, right? It'll just make it slightly a little bit out from the side, okay? Now, what we're going to do here is actually give it a width and height of 30 pixels, okay? So width and height of 30 pixels, okay? So width and height of 30 pixels, and I'm going to hit save. Now you can see, whoa, that's actually too small. That's tiny right now. So that's not exactly the one I wanted. So I'm going to go ahead and, oh, sorry, it's correct. It's correct. It is actually correct. It's because I'm zoomed out right now. So we need to make sure we're back in at 100%. There we go. Perfect. So you can see it's actually right up there. Right, that's actually what we wanted. And the Netflix right now is just too big. Okay, so for here, this one, we're going to say it has a width of 80 pixels. Okay. Now you can see that's perfect. It's gone to the top right hand corner. Okay, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can see this. Right, so now when we have this at the top of the screen, what we're going to do is we're going to do object fit contain, padding left of 20 pixels, and I'm going to make it a cursor pointer, because right now if I hover over this, guys, it doesn't show the cursor as a pointer. Okay, so if I go ahead and do that now, you can see now it no longer touches the side, but I also get this nice little cursor pointer as I go over it, which indicates that it's something that's going to be clickable. Okay, so what we're going to do on the right hand side is very similar. We're going to give that a cursor pointer as well. Okay, so at the top I'm going to say cursor pointer like so, and it's a position fixed, and we've already done this correctly, and everything looks pretty good at that point. Okay, so now if I go ahead and hover over this one, I get the little finger to represent the pointer cursor. Okay, that's exactly what we wanted to be in the place that we want to get. Okay, perfect. This is nice, right? So you can change this up as much as you want. Honestly, if you want to go ahead, there's many ways to write this stuff, but you guys can feel free to do it as you please, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give the background a black color. Okay, I'm going to give the background a black color. And what I actually want to do is, if you see over here right now, this one's kind of messed up. But what we actually want is we actually want a transparent Netflix logo for a reason. I'll show you. So I'm going to actually grab a different Netflix logo, and it's going to be a transparent one. And the reason why, I'll show you in just a sec. So I'm going to write Netflix logo transparent. And here you can see if you click it and it has the little boxes behind it, that's golden, right? So I'm going to click copy image address. I'm just going to check that that's actually a PNG. Perfect, it is. And then I'm going to go back to our code. There you go. So this is the new Netflix logo, right? So I'm going to go ahead and drop this one over here. And there you go. And now we should, if we refresh, have a different Netflix logo. Perfect, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to have at the top, right, where we have the header sort of at the top of the page, what we're going to do is we're actually going to add an additional class called Nav Black. Okay, and I'll show you why we have this one, right? So for Nav Black, I'm actually going to go ahead and style and do Nav Black and give it a background color. And this is the Netflix Black. Okay, so if we go ahead and do that, and I go ahead and save this one and refresh, let's go ahead and see. And we should see at this point, so right now it's not actually come through, so we need to double check what has changed here. So we've got Nav Black at the top, and then we've got our style inside. Okay, so at the top of the nav, let's go ahead and firstly style out the nav, and then we can go ahead and do it. Because there's a reason why this isn't happening, because we have fixed elements. We need to say nav, there we go. And we're going to say here, position is fixed for the nav, okay? It's going to be fixed at the top. So we're going to say fixed at the top, and we're going to say top of 0. Okay, perfect. And then here we're going to say it's got padding of 20 pixels, right? I'm going to give it a width of 100%. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and say width of 100%. And you can see if I save it, you see what's happened here, guys, right? So everything looks almost right, almost right. And then we're going to say height of 30 pixels. So we're going to restrict the height here. And then we're going to go ahead and say this has a Z index of 100. And I'll show you why that is actually important afterwards. We can use 1 for now, that's fine. Okay, now we are going to have some animations on this where it shows, where it reveals, and then it disappears. Okay, the way that we do this is we go ahead and we're going to use these lines of code right here. We're going to have animations, right? It's going to say transition timing function ease in, and transition for all of the elements 0.5 seconds. Okay, that's how we get that nice effect. If you go ahead and smash the thumbs up button, it's going to help this video get out to so many more people, okay? So let's go ahead and go back, and you guys can see at full size, it looks pretty damn good, okay? Now the Netflix logo, we just need a slight adjustment on that. So for the Netflix logo, I'm going to go ahead and actually change the position here to say, let's just go ahead and maybe reduce the padding to 10 pixels. Let's go ahead and see. No, we still want 20 pixels, but you can see there's an animation to that right now. Okay, so it actually looks pretty good. But for now, we'll keep it as this and we'll go ahead and fix it afterwards. Okay, so this looks pretty good. But what I actually want is when it scrolls down on the page, I want that to show and disappear. So I'm going to show you guys how that is. I'm going to say position top of 0, and I'll show you what happens here. So if we do top of 0, we can go down maybe 20 pixels. Let's have a look. Nope, so it's too much. 10 pixels might be the sweet spot here. Perfect, right? 10 pixels. And there we go. Netflix is at the top, okay? So that looks really, really nice. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and have the show and hide functionality, okay? So the way we do that is inside the home screen. What I'm going to do just for testing purposes is have a H1 that just says, let's just say test right here, right? And the reason why I'm doing right here is I'm just going to spam this out, right, and save it. Now check this out, right? If we go ahead and refresh, so now the reason why I've done this is because I want to have this, I want to have a scrollable container, right? And the reason why I've done this is because I want it so that now if I go past a certain point in the page, it's going to go ahead and have, it's going to go ahead and disappear, right? I want to sort of make that top disappear after you scroll down, okay? So after we go ahead and scroll down, then it's going to go ahead and say that. But what we're going to do now at the top is where we have the nav black, right? So where we have nav black over here at the top of our nav.js, let's click it. So where we have nav.js, we're going to go to the top and we're actually going to use something called we're going to use a use effect, but it's actually going to use something called an event listener, right? And what we're going to listen to is when we scroll on the screen, okay? So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to have a piece of state. So I'm going to go to the top of our nav, and I'm going to just close the nav bar for a sec, and I'm going to say const. So let's go ahead and say const. Oops, let's go ahead and say const. And then here I'm going to say show, and then here I'm going to say handle show, okay? So handle show, like so. And then we'll say equals use state, right? Now here it's going to be a default value of false. Okay, so then we're going to go ahead and create a function called transition navbar. Okay, it's going to be the transition for the navbar, right? And now here, what we're going to say is we're going to say if the window, right? If the window scroll Y, so the vertical scroll height is greater than 100. So you imagine if you've scrolled more than 100, right? So if you've scrolled more than 100 on your screen, then we're going to go ahead and say handle show. And we're going to say true. Okay, so we're going to say then you should show the nav bar, right? You're going to show the black bit of the nav bar, right? Else, we're going to say handle show false, right? And this is going to be representative for the black bit over here. And what is use state? Can you please explain once? Use state is essentially the easy way of defining our variables inside of React. Okay, so if you're ever using a variable inside of React, you're most likely going to be initializing it with the use state hook, right? This is how React knows when to re-render accordingly, okay? So that's what we use it for, the use state hook, okay? Now that we have that in place, we have the transition navbar function. We're going to go ahead and create a use effect. Now, a use effect is a very handy React hook, and it takes a function, right? So this is our function inside. Now, it also takes a second argument. And if we give it the empty dependency brackets, right? If you want to know more about this, we do cover it inside the course. But for now, what I'm just going to say is this means that the code will only run when the component mounts, okay? So here what I'm going to say is window dot add event listener. Okay, so I'm going to go down to add event listener, and I'm going to type in scroll. Right, now what this means is, okay, every time we scroll, we're going to listen to that event, right? I'm actually going to trigger off the function that we just wrote called transition navbar. Okay, so as we scroll, it's going to go ahead and add in the following. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to make this slightly bigger and this slightly smaller. So here we go. As we scroll, it's going to go ahead and trigger the transition navbar. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. And then also what we're going to say is we're going to have a cleanup function which says return. So inside of a use effect, you can clean up some stuff. So in this case, when the component mounts, we want to go ahead and actually have we want to attach this transition navbar as a listener to when the user scrolls on the page, but we need to clean it up as well. So here we say window.remove event listener, and then we say scroll, and then we do comma, and you just pass in the same function. Okay, so it's going to remove that function being attached to the listener, right? Then we hit save, and it works pretty good. Okay, so that looks pretty okay at this point, but we're not using the variable, so we're going to go ahead and also import the appropriate things. So we now, you don't always need the cleanup, but it's a good practice to do it, especially when you're attaching listeners. If you do want to see examples of that, I actually go in quite good detail inside the Zero to Full Stack Hero course. Okay, so then what we're going to do is that we're also going to go to the use effect, and I'm going to go ahead and import the use effect hook. Okay, so again, I don't know why my code, everything's just going against me today. Right, use effect, there we go. And I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Perfect. Okay, so use state is not defined, it is defined, so we can go ahead and refresh, right? So we need to use this show variable, okay? Show variable over here. So we're going to go here, and now what we're going to say is, okay, only add the nav black styles, which actually gave this sort of black background when we have that. All right, so now we're going to need string interpolation. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and give backticks instead. Okay, so this is going to be backticks like so. And then what we're going to do is change this to go ahead and say exclamation. So we're going to have our little interpolation. And here I'm going to say only render the nav black class if the show variable is true. Okay, so this is saying only add the nav black class if the show variable is true. So let me go ahead and hit save. Okay, now check this out, right? Look at this. Nice. Look at that, guys. So as we scroll down, it's there, and as we scroll up, look at that. It only comes down after a certain point. Now, why is that going to look so good? Because imagine, guys, when we have the banner and everything up there, it's going to look crisp, right? It's going to look really crisp that when you scroll down, it will go ahead and it will change to not have the overall black bar in front of it. Okay, so it's a really nice little trick that you can apply, and the cleanup function means that it doesn't, it doesn't get very annoying, right? So now what we're going to do is go back to the home screen, and I'm going to go ahead and delete these little test markers, right? So we've already finished that stuff, so we can go ahead and get rid of that for now. We're going to hit save. Okay, perfect. Hit refresh, and there we go, right? The reason why I had it before is because if I didn't have that sort of overflow with the text, you wouldn't be able to test that out, right? So I want to be able to test it and see it. The next thing we're going to do is build the banner, okay? So let's go ahead and have some fun with the banner, right? So we're going to go ahead and create the banner component. So banner like so. And I need to go ahead and get rid of this comment. So let's go ahead and get rid of this, save. And I'm going to go ahead and create banner.js, banner.js, right? And then we're going to do RFCE, and then we're going to go ahead and save, right? So let's go ahead and save. Let's go ahead and go to create a banner.css file. So banner.css, and there we go, nice, right? And let's go ahead and import banner.css, and then do that, right? Save, perfect. Now what we're going to do is go over to our home screen and make sure that the import is correct. Otherwise, that messes up. So let's go ahead and hit save, and then refresh. There we go, perfect. So you should get to this screen if everything is good, right? So remember, just take your time, break this down, and everything is going to be okay, right? So for the banner, what we're going to do is we actually need a backdrop image, right? We need some kind of image to go ahead and show sort of like on the front screen, right? So for now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and get a dummy image until we go ahead and hook up the backend. So I'm going to say, let's just type in Netflix, let's just see Netflix banner image. Let's go ahead and try and find something. Let's maybe use, let's go ahead and actually say, let's just use this one for now, right? Let's use this, I guess. Right, so I'm going to do copy image address, and this might be a little bit blurry, but it's fine, right? So we're going to go ahead and pass this over here. Perfect. Okay, now what we're going to do is jump into our banner, right? We're going to go ahead inside of here, and I'm going to go ahead and add an image, okay? But we're not going to just do a typical image, right? The first thing is I'm actually going to make use of the header sort of class. So I'm going to make sure this is actually a header. So I'm going to show you something new today with that, right? We're giving it a class name banner. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do an inline style, okay? And there's a reason why I'm doing an inline style, and I'll show you afterwards, but this takes an object, okay? This takes an object to go ahead and do that, right? And then what we're going to say is background, right? And I'm going to say image, right? Background image. And this will take, we need to do some concatenation. And here I need to say URL, right? Now I see a lot of people asking about the snippets. If you want those beautiful snippets, you need to go to the extensions and type in ES7 React Redux. So it's these snippets over here if you want to do RFCE and all of those neat little tricks, okay? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add URL, okay? And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and pop in the URL that we have over here. And then and the reason why I've done interpolation is because I will be replacing that soon with the correct image, okay? Now I'm going to pass in the background size cover over here, perfect, hit save. And let's just see how this looks a little bit at the beginning, right? So if I go ahead and refresh, nothing is actually coming up at this point. Now let's just double check the home screen. We are rendering, perfect, okay? So everything is kind of coming in. And then we've got this over here. So the URL, it seems okay at this point. Let's make this actually sort of proper quotes instead. And then I'm also going to go ahead and say that the background position should be center, okay? Let's go ahead and do that and hit refresh, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and jump into our banner.css. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give this a height, right? So I'm going to say banner. So banner. And here I'm going to say height of 448 pixels. And there you can see, guys, we have the banner, right? Now, this isn't actually the easiest banner to see, but it's going to be the banner, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to say this has a position of relative because we are going to have some nice little elements inside of this. And then I'm going to say object fit contain, so that way it doesn't stretch regardless of what we have inside. And I'm also going to give the text inside a color of white. Okay, so every time we do object fit contain, it means that if we have a bigger image in here and it changes its size, then we'll go ahead and it will keep the aspect ratio. But you guys can see that, look how nice that is, right? So it goes ahead and the center that you can see over here is making sure that it stays central, right? So this is how we get that nice little effect, okay? So that looks pretty good at this point in time, right? So we're going to keep it there for now, right? And then what I'm going to say is we're going to go down and we're going to go inside of the header, right? So inside of the header now, what we're actually going to have is a div called banner contents, okay? So we're going to go ahead and add a div, right? And this div is going to have banner contents, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and say banner contents. Now inside of here, I'm going to have a h1, and this is going to represent the banner title. So I'm going to do emit, I'm going to say h1 banner underscore title, right? And I'm going to go here and oh, my emit is being a bit weird. There we go, banner title. And this is going to represent the movie name. Okay, so this will be the movie name. And if we go ahead and hit refresh, we're not actually going to see this right now because it probably, oh yeah, okay, it has. Yeah, it's jumped on top of it at the top there. You see that? Right, so it's at the top over there. Right, so we have movie name at the top. And we're going to go ahead and fix all the styling in just a sec. Right, then what we're going to do is we're going to have some of the buttons. Okay, so for the buttons, I'm going to have the following. I'm going to have a div. And inside the div, I'm going to have banner underscore buttons, right? So it's 2 underscores because of banner buttons, right? So I'm going to add a button over here. And one button is going to say play, right? And we're going to have another button which is going to say add to my list, right? So it's just going to be my list, because on Netflix that's how it looks. Okay, we have like 2 buttons and they look pretty similar to that. Let's go ahead and refresh. You can see play and my list at the top over there, right? So again, this isn't looking that like great at the moment, but this will be pretty good. Okay, so now what we're going to do, right, I'm going to give both of these a class name. I'm going to give both of them a class name, right? And I'm going to give the class name banner button. So it's singular, not plural. Okay, let's go ahead and save. And then we can go ahead and style this afterwards. Now we've got banner buttons, we've got this looking pretty good. And the final thing that we would have is underneath the div here, and we're going to have a h1, and it's going to be with the class name of banner description. Okay, so it's going to be banner description. And here I'm going to say this is a test description, and this will be where the film description goes. Okay, so test description, hit save. So you can see this is what we look like right now. With me, it doesn't look the best right now, right? It doesn't look the best, but we are going to get it there, right? So what we're going to do underneath this div, we're going to have a little trick up our sleeve. We're going to have a div, and then we're going to say this div is going to have a banner, right? But it's actually going to have a modifier. So in BEM, you do -- for a modifier. We're going to say fade button. All right, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go ahead and you can copy along, right? So you're going to make this a self-closing tag. And this is going to give that nice fade at the end of this, right? Now we're going to make this styled out, right? Because right now it does not look the absolute best, right? Now we do have this imaginary gap at the top right here. So in the beginning, when we set everything up, what we actually want to do is go into app.js, app.css, sorry, and we want to delete everything inside of app.css, right? The second thing that we want to do is go into index.css, and then we want to go to the top of index.css, add an asterisk, and type in margin of 0. Okay, and that gets rid of that top little gap. So I can't actually seem to time out. So there we go. Right. So now we're going to go ahead and remove that. Yeah, perfect. Nice. So we're going to go ahead and style that section. So the first thing I want to do is banner contents, right? Banner content. So the top thing that we're going to do is I'm going to pull banner CSS under here because I think it's nice when you guys can see the CSS on the left and then the code on the right. For the banner contents, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and target the banner contents, right? Then I'm going to say, let's give it a margin left, and then we're going to say 30 pixels, okay? Save, and then let's go ahead and save. So now it's popped over to the left, and I'm going to give it a padding top of 140 pixels, okay? So you can see it's popped into the middle. Now, it's kind of hard to tell with this background. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get so let's just say a black banner. Let's just say black banner. And we're just going to use this banner for now. And I'm going to go ahead and literally get a black banner so that you guys can see what's going on. I'm going to copy the image, make sure it's a PNG. Okay, perfect. So it's a PNG. And what we're going to use here is I'm going to swap this image out with a black banner for now. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. And then if we go ahead and save, there we go. Okay, so that's a lot more easier for you guys to visually see as to what's going on. Okay, so loads of on the fly fixing here, but we're gonna make it work. Okay, so the height here, what I'm gonna do is go ahead and padding banner contents, go ahead and paste the height, right? So let's go ahead and hit save on that. And this is looking pretty good, okay, so far. This is not looking bad, right? This is not looking bad. Right, now what we're going to do is we're going to target the banner title, and we're going to do the following with the banner title. We're going to go ahead and pass in a font size of 3 rem, font weight of 800, and a padding bottom of 0.3 rem, okay? We're going to be deploying this app, by the way, with Firebase. And then for the description, I'm going to do a bunch of styling under there as well. So right now, the description over here is a bit too big, to be honest, right? It's a bit too like hefty. So I'm going to go ahead and say banner description, width of 45 rem, line height of 1.3, because remember, it's going to be like several lines in some cases, padding top of 1 rem, font size 0.8, max width of 360 pixels, and a height of 80 pixels. Okay, so this will make it a lot smaller, and it just looks a lot cleaner, right? So that's what we're going to do here. Now for the button, we're going to do a few things over here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say, firstly, let's go ahead and fix this fade bottom, right? So what I did over here, remember I added an empty div. And now this is a little CSS trick that you can incorporate into your projects, right? So whenever you have a div and you want to kind of add a little bit of a fade to the bottom of it, you basically can put an empty div, like so, and you can target the empty div, right, by getting its CSS selector, like so. And then what we do is we simply go ahead and give it firstly a height, right? So in this case, I've given it the perfect height of 7.4 rem, right? I calculated this before, and that's the height of the imaginary div, right? And then we're going to give the background image a linear gradient, okay? So you guys can copy this out, and it's simply a linear gradient, right? So we're going to give it a background image. This is a linear gradient. It's 180 degrees. It's transparent. It starts with a transparent background, hence why it's going to be a fade, right? And at the top, it's got like a 0.61 transparency. So it's not fully there, but it's going to be eventually, that's the midpoint. So it's going to be somewhat of a middle ground, and then you've got black on the other side, right? So let's go ahead and save. And you guys can see now, it's kind of subtle, but you can see it added like a slight color there, right? Add a slight fade there. And we're going to use that in just a sec, right? It's going to be very important for what we decide to use next, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and style those buttons, because right now those buttons look a bit ugly, right? So we're going to go ahead and say banner button, right? So under here, we're going to say banner button. So let's go ahead and pop it in, banner button. And then we're going to do the following. So we're going to say, firstly, it's a cursor pointer color white, outline none, and we're going to give it a border of none. Right? I want these buttons to be clean. Right, so if we do that, I mean, right now we can't actually see the button, right? It looks kind of messy. We haven't deployed the app just yet, guys, just if you're wondering, right? The next thing I'm gonna do is give it a font weight of 700, border radius of 0.2, view width, so it's gonna use the view width, padding left, padding right, and a margin right. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop those in over here and save. And you guys can see as we do that, it starts to look a bit better, right? And then what I'm gonna do is give a padding top, a background color, and a padding bottom, right? So there's a few different things that we're gonna add here, right? And you can see immediately that final change with the background color gave it this really nice Netflix-like finish. Okay, so again, if you're new to development and you're not sure where to go with this stuff, all you need to do is follow along and everything will slowly get ingrained with pattern recognition, right? The final thing is that when I hover over this, I want it to have a nice hover effect, okay? So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and target banner, button, and hover, right? So I'm going to do the hover selector, which is a colon, which means when I hover over that element, I want to change the color of the text to black. I want the background color to be a slight white, and I want to transition that, okay? So the way I do that is I go ahead and I paste it in. I say color, background color, and I've got a nice background color there. And you guys can see that transition gives it that subtle color change, right? If I don't have the transition, look what happens, guys. If I get rid of that, can you see how immediate that is, right? It's a bit too like in your face, snappy. It's not the nicest thing to look at, right? So what I'm going to do here is go ahead, save, and then go ahead and refresh and see, look, you guys can see, now we get a nice subtle gradient, right? That's really, really clean, okay? So if you guys think this is cool right now and you haven't already, please, I would really appreciate if you just smash that thumbs up button. It will help the video go out to as many people. But yeah, with that said, now what we're going to do is I'm going to add in this nice truncate method, okay? So whenever we have, for example, the test description, okay? Imagine the test description was so long, right? Imagine it was so long. So if I go ahead and paste this, like it's super long right now, right? If I save it, look what's going to happen, right? It's just going to look a bit weird, right? We're going to create a function which is going to truncate, right? Truncate. So this means that basically when the text is too long, it will basically get rid of the remainder of the text and just put ... at the end of it, okay? So now what we're going to do, here we're going to say function, and I'm going to say truncate. And then here it's going to be a function. And again, you can use arrow functions or regular functions, and then we can go ahead and do it. Somebody said, why are you not using props? You only use it when you need to use it, guys. Don't use it just because it's there, right? This will take a string, right? The truncate will take a string, and it will take a n, right? And the n is going to represent the number of characters before you want to cut them off, and you want to put the ... okay? So here, what do we want to do? Right? This is actually a pretty quirky little function, right? And all we're going to do here is say, this is the ellipsis function. So you can use the ellipsis function. So this is basically a ellipsis function. I'm just showing you how you can do it. We say return string, right? And the string might not be present, so we go ahead and put an optional, and we say length. And the reason why it might not be there is because in very soon when we make an API call, there might be a point when the string is undefined. So we're going to protect ourselves before it gets to that point, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say string.length, and I'm going to say greater than the number, right? If it's greater than, for example, if I pass in 150 here, if it gets greater than 150, then I want to do this special function called substring, right? And again, you don't need to necessarily fully understand what this is happening, but you guys can go ahead and check this out, right? I'm going to say string.substring, right? So substring 0, and we're going to say n minus 1, and I'll show you what this does in just a sec, right? And we basically say plus, and then we do ... And basically what it will do is it will cut the string after it reaches that character count, and it will just add ... Otherwise, if it's not greater than 150, so if this condition isn't satisfied, then what we can do is just simply return the string, okay? So that will work really nice. And what we can now say is we can go ahead and actually make this entire thing inside of our JSX, and I can go ahead and say truncate, right? So truncate, and I can pass this in as a string, okay? And then I can go ahead and close my parentheses. And here, what I can do is firstly, let's go ahead and do backticks, so that way it supports the line closing. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and say 150 is my character limit. Now watch what happens, guys. If I go ahead and save, check this out, right? So if we go ahead and refresh, you guys can see after 150 characters, it truncated, right? And you can increase that number over here, and it will go ahead and allow for more text if the number is greater, and allow for less text if the number is less, right? So this is looking good. The next thing that we want to do now is we're actually going to go ahead, and I think it's time to go ahead and fetch some movie data, right? So we're going to go ahead and fetch the movie data, and we're going to first start off by pulling in the banner, right? We're going to pull in the banner and everything's going to look pretty good, right? So the magic starts to happen at this point in time, right? So the first thing we're going to do is get TMDB. So you guys want to go over to tmdb.com to get started, right? So literally type in TMDB inside of Google and you will see this, the movie database. You want to click on it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go to the top right. So you just need to make an account. It's all free, okay? So you're going to go ahead, create, and where it says profile and settings, right? So I'm going to click it, and I'm going to click on edit profile. Or actually, I think it's in settings, but let's go ahead and click settings for now, right? So you just need to go ahead, create an account, and then you go down here to API. Now, I'm not too fussed about hiding my API key today. I was going to hide it, but I think for this, I'm not going to change it, right? So we're going to go ahead and click this API, and then you've got a key over here, right? So this is the key that you want to go ahead and copy, right? I'm not super crazy about this, so it's fine, right? So the way you're going to do is you want to make sure you copy that key, and then they've got example requests, right? So you're going to copy this key, and then what we're going to do is we're actually going to create a file called Axios, right? So I'm going to go ahead and create a file called Axios. I'm going to close this out, open up my code editor, and I'm going to go ahead and create a file called Axios.js, right? And then inside of Axios, I'm going to say import Axios from Axios, which means I now need to install Axios, right? Axios is essentially it's a very good library for when you're making requests, right? You don't actually need it, but it's really, really nice. It's a promise-based library for when you're making requests to a server across the internet, right? So in this case, we have our application. So imagine over here, this is from yesterday. We have our application. So this is our front end over here. So imagine we had our front end, and this is the Netflix app. So imagine our Netflix app is over here, right? So this is Netflix. And then we've got TMDB at the back end. So imagine we've got the back end. So back end sort of over here. And this is going to be a server. So imagine that this is a server right now. Love my drawings, guys. Come on, I'm an artist. This is amazing, right? So we have the front end, and then we have this over here. Now here, I'm going to have TMDB, right? And now, how do we go and get some data from TMDB, right? We go ahead and we make a request, right? So this is basically the way we do this is TMDB provides something called an API, right? So we're going to make a request over here, right? Now, there are different types of requests. There are GET requests, there are POST requests, and all sorts of things like that. Right? But what the API essentially allows us to do, it allows us to have some kind of communication. What we're going to do is go ahead and basically say to the TMDB, give me some movies, right? Give me the movies, and TMDB is going to say, yeah, sure, here you go. Like, here's what you need, right? So that looks pretty good, right? And then, I mean, the drawing looks amazing. Come on, give me some credit, guys. It looks pretty all right? And then what we're going to do is, but remember, in order to use this API, right, we actually need to use a secret key, right? So this is the key that we got inside of our account settings, right? So this will be like some kind of gibberish, right? So it's usually like some kind of gibberish, right? And we use that key to authenticate ourselves in those requests. And that way it knows that, okay, that request actually came from Sunny. It didn't come from, let's say, it didn't come from Ben, or it didn't come from anyone else, right? We're going to go ahead and pull up the terminal. I'm going to open up a second terminal over here. And then I'm going to go and say yarn. And then I'm going to say add. And if you've got npm, you just do npm install, but I'm using yarn. I'm going to say yarn add, and I'm going to say Axios, right? And if you are using npm, you just say npm install Axios. This will go ahead and install Axios into the project, right? So we've installed it right here, so that's perfect. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and actually initialize Axios, right? So Axios has this really nice thing. So what we can do is we can say const instance, right? and we can say axios.create. And what this does is, whenever we make a request, right, we can actually already append the beginning URL. So imagine rather than saying www.google.com every single time, and then I have / and the search term, I can actually just add the google.com part into the instance of our Axios request. And then every time I basically make a request, it always goes from Google, right? So that's going to really sort of be cool when we're doing this, right? So I'm going to go ahead and pop it in here. And then I'm going to go ahead and say base URL. Okay, so base URL. And it's all capitals here, so make sure you get that right. Now, the base URL that we're going to use here is actually the TMDB URL, okay? So it's going to be this one right here. So you do need to copy this in the correct fashion. So that's the API that we're going to basically be connecting to. Now, once we go ahead and set that up, we're going to say export default instance. Okay, so export default instance, right? And this will allow us to use this outside. We're going to export this and allow this outside. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our requests.js. So I'm going to create a file now called requests, right? And you're probably wondering, oh my God, so many files, but this is going to allow us to fetch the information. So simple, right? So now we're going to go ahead and create a requests.js file, okay? I'm going to do a plural.js file, okay? And then what we're going to have over here is I'm going to have the API key. So firstly, I've got my API key, right? But typically what you would actually do is store this in a process.environment.api key. So we're not going to go into these sort of hidden environment keys for now. But what you're going to do is basically pop your API key that you get from TMDB. So remember this key over here. You're going to copy it and pop it into a variable over here for now, all right? And again, it's completely fine just for the sake of a demo to have it like this, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and make a request variable, okay? So there we go. And then here, basically, we're going to add all the requests. Now, I've already actually gone and created these requests, and all you need to go ahead and do is basically copy this out as well, right? So these are all the different endpoints that TMD give us, that give us back the different genres of what we expect, right? So over here, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so you guys can see this and drop this out, right? So what we're going to do here is I'm going to have the following here. So I'm going to say, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste in here, right? So as you guys can see, let me go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. So these are the different requests that can be made. And all it's doing is concatenating, right? It's concatenating the API key inside of the URL, right? And remember, because we already set up Axios to start with this request, essentially what it's doing is every time we make that request, it will basically go ahead and do something like this. It will say this / trending. So we'll go ahead and then add this into it, pop our API key into it. So for this sake, I'm just going to say ABC, and then it will go ahead and add that in, right? So that will be our final request that goes over to TMDB. So if I was to click this right now and open this in a browser, you can see it says you have granted an invalid API. Oh yeah, because I've given ABC. But if I gave it this one, for example, and then I go ahead and click this link, you guys will be able to see that's invalid, but this is actually a correct key. So let me go ahead and pop this in here. And it's most likely the request that how I've written it that's most likely broken. So let's go ahead and do this, save, right? So it's probably somewhere where I pasted it, but this is definitely a correct key. Don't worry, guys, it works. Okay, so all you're gonna have to do at that point is go ahead, pop your API key, and then you guys can paste this in. So you can go ahead and use that inside the chat. In fact, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and pass the const requests over here. So I'm gonna save it, okay? The next thing we're going to do is export this request. So we're going to say export default requests, and this will allow us to essentially go ahead and pull these requests in afterwards. So we're going to hit save on that, and it works pretty nice, okay? Once you've got this up and running, what we're going to now do is let's go to our banner, right? Let's go back to our banner, and let's go ahead and pull some nice information into it, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is prepare a piece of state in our code. And the reason being is because I want to basically fetch a movie from that TMDB database, and I want to basically store it and then use it over here. Const movie. So we're going to initialize a movie a movie variable here, and it's going to use the useState hook, right? We're going to initialize that value with an empty array to begin with. Okay. So that looks pretty good. So with that said, now what we can do is we're going to use a use effect to go ahead and fetch the movie information. right? So we're going to say use effect, perfect, and then I'm going to go ahead, and this takes a function like we explained before. And remember, I only want to have an empty dependency array here, so that way it only fires off this code when the banner component mounts, right? It only fires it off once. So the use effect here, and this is going to fetch the data. So this is going to be an async function, okay? So we're going to make an async call here, and then here we're going to say this is going to be a function called fetch data, right? And this is going to go ahead and be responsible for fetching the movie that is going to show on the banner image over here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say const request equals await, and then I'm going to use Axios, right? But be careful here, guys, because whenever you import Axios now, make sure you're not importing it from the global Axios, but instead our local Axios file, okay? So make sure it's the local Axios file. And then here what you're going to do is say await axios.get, and then you basically want to go ahead, import the requests that we had previously written, right, over here. So import the requests that were previously written over here. You say request dot, and here I'm going to say, you see how all of my requests came up, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get the Netflix originals. Let's go ahead and do that one to begin with, right? And then what I'm going to say is set the movie, right? So this will go ahead, make the request, and a request will come back here, right? So I'm going to set the movie to the following. So here we've got set movie, and then what I'm going to say is request.data.results, okay? So request.data.results, and then what I'm going to do is I want to pick a random number, okay? So what I'm actually going to say here is I'm going to copy this line of code, and what this line of code does is it basically says, okay, we want to basically generate a random number, right, which is going to be from 0 all the way to the length of the results that come back. Okay, so we're going to generate a random number all the way from, so imagine there was like 100 videos that came back. A number between 0 to 100 is going to get dropped, right? It's going to get put in there, and then request.data.results is going to go ahead and set the movie to that movie, okay? So we can go ahead and check that this actually works. The way we can do it is we can say console.log movie, right? Go ahead, pull out the terminal, and at this point, what we can do is actually import our use effect. And then what we're going to do is we're going to fetch the data after, right? So we've made this internal function, and here we're going to say fetch data, like so, okay? And after, because it's a request, it's always a good practice, even if you're not doing anything, to say return the request, all right? It's always a good way of doing it because it completely closes the promise chain. And now if I go ahead and refresh, you guys can see over here, look at that. It gave me the film. Right, so if you can see this one is a Monarcha with a overview description. If I go ahead and refresh, it gave me a different film, which was Jurassic World. Right, so I'm a big fan of Jurassic Park. So yeah, it works. Jurassic World. Right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and use this information inside of the backdrop, okay? So let's go down to the actual movie, so where we're going to display the movie. So where we've got the background image down here, what we're going to go ahead and say is where we have the URL, I'm going to get rid of this for now, right? And what we actually have is TMDB actually use they have this default sort of starter for whenever we want to get a picture off of their site, okay? So here, I'm going to use this to begin with. So this is essentially something that you can just literally type in, which you need to type in, right? And it's going to be the beginning point for the request to get the correct image that we were after, right? So what we're going to do after that is I'm going to do some string interpolation. And inside of here, I'm going to say movie, right? So movie. And this is going to be an optional because remember the movie in the beginning isn't going to be defined. And then we're going to say it's actually going to be the backdrop path. Okay, so it's backdrop path. And the reason being, guys, is it's actually going to relate to this one. So you see the backdrop path is literally a string. Okay, so if I make that a bit bigger, it's literally just a string, right? It's a / string. So we have to append it to the end of this. Okay, so if I go ahead and do backdrop path, save. And now what you'll see is nice. Look at that, right? So that's awesome. Look at that. If we refresh, boom, we get a new image every time. That's pretty cool, right? Let me know if you guys found that cool and smash the thumbs up button if you did. And let's keep going strong, guys. Right, so that's absolutely incredible, looking really, really sweet. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and use the remainder of this information to populate the rest of the screen. right? So for the title, there are different possibilities because the movies come back in different, sometimes they have fields which resemble the title, and sometimes they have different fields which are kind of similar, but they're not there yet, right? So for movie name, what we're going to do here is actually get rid of movie name. I'm going to do my JSX, and here I'm going to say it could either be the movie, remember, optional because it could be undefined, movie title. It could either be the movie name, right? Or it could be the movie, optional again, original name, right? So there's a few different variants that it could be, but we're saying, okay, use any of these, but in this precedent, right? So it's going to use title first. If title doesn't exist, name first. And then if that doesn't exist, it's going to use original name, right? You guys can see if I save this point, if I save this bit that we just added here, if we save it now, you should see the movie name as well. So look, Stranger Things, there we go. If we do that again, Alice in Borderland, again, Stranger Things, Dark Desire, there we go, Elite, the mess you leave behind, right? It works perfectly, right? So now for this description, right? I don't want this long piece of text, right? I don't want that anymore. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, movie, optional, and it's going to be the overview. That's what it comes back as. And the movie overview now, we should see that populate with the test description. So now you guys can see, look at that. Absolutely lovely. Look at that. Work perfect. It changes as we go ahead and refresh. All right, and this is coming from the movie database, and look, looks really good. Looks really, really good. So what we're going to do now is build out the bottom bit. And remember that nice little trend, that nice little effect at the bottom. Look at that, guys. Look, it's right there at the bottom, right? And that's how you get that really nice fade that we talked about earlier, right? So if I go ahead and comment out the fade, you guys will be able to notice that on refresh, it now just looks completely clean, right? So look at that. Right, it looks completely clean, which is not actually that nice, but if we add in that fade trick that I showed you, now when we refresh, we get this nice little subtle gradient, right, which is awesome. It looks really, really good. Okay, so the next thing that I want to do is I actually want the back, right? I want the back of the sort of the screen to be a nicer color, right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to go into my app.css, okay? We're going to type in app, right? And then what I'm going to say is I'm simply going to set the background color to black for the app, okay? So I'm going to go here, change the background color to black for this app, right? We go ahead and refresh. And then what I also need to do is I think I've done it inside of index.css. No, I haven't done it there. I think, where have I done this one? I've done this inside of, let's have a double check quickly, guys. Home screen. Okay, yeah. So right now it actually is at the back, but what we can say is if I was to do, for example, height of 100 view height, I'll show you what happens, right? So you see the back is actually black right now, right? But right now we can leave it, like I don't want to actually limit the height of this thing because I want to be able to scroll afterwards. So I'm not going to do this for now, but just to prove to you guys that it does change the back, then that's how we do it, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. There we go, okay? So now I'm going to go ahead and build the little panels that we see at the bottom, okay? So let's go ahead and build the rows. So let's go back to our HomeScreen.js, okay? So now let's go back to our home screen. And here, we're going to build the rows, okay? So rows are the fun part, right? So I'm not sure what the limit on the API is at the moment, guys. Okay, but for the row, imagine what we're going to have is we're just going to have several different rows that get rendered out on the screen, right? And now each row is going to take a few different props. Now props allow us to customize one component from another, right? That's what it allows us to do. So here, imagine a row is going to have a title. So each row is going to have a title, and this one is going to be Netflix Originals, right? It's going to have a fetch URL. Let's call it that, fetch URL. And this one is going to have, we need to import our requests, and I'll show you what we're going to do here. It's actually a neat little trick. We're going to import the requests, and then here, the one that this one is going to use is requests dot, right? And it says fetch Netflix Originals, right? So fetch Netflix Originals. So let me go ahead and actually just copy the correct endpoint. There we go. So request.fetch Netflix Originals, right? So that's really clean, awesome. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have a final prop, which says if it's a large row or not, right? So you notice on Netflix, you have loads of small rows, and then you have massive row, right? So here what we're going to say, this one is going to be is a large row. right? But the other ones aren't going to have this, right? But the large row is going to be a slightly bigger one, okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this for all the different genres. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this in now. So I've already got a snippet here, and I'll go ahead and pause the screen. There you go. So you guys can go ahead and definitely pause at this point, sort of copy this out if you need to. But basically what we're doing is we're having different rows here, and each one has a different corresponding title, and it's going to go ahead and actually get the corresponding, let me go ahead and there we go, requests. And we need to make sure we're in the correct folder, and it says row is not defined. We'll fix that in just a sec. But now what we're going to do is make sure that everything is looking nice and sweet, right? So this is good. So each one is going to be fetching the corresponding genre of films, okay? All right, so we're going to go ahead and build the row component, right? So here I'm going to go ahead and create a row.js, okay? And then here we're going to say RFCE. So here we're going to say class name equals, and then I'm going to say row, okay? And then we're going to say import, and this is going to be row.css. Perfect, right? And then we're going to go ahead and make a row.css file because we're going to make these look beautiful after. All right, nice, perfect. And then we've got the row here. Okay, so with the row looking fresh, we're going to go ahead and refresh this and let's see for a sec. Still says row is not fine because we need to go ahead and import. Let's go ahead and import at the top. There we go. Save. And then we've got this. All right, so we have a row there, right? So now with the row, what we're going to do is we're basically, the row is probably going to be it's pretty much the final piece of this puzzle, guys, okay? And then we're going to actually get a nice little animation called flip move into this build as well, right? So how do we get this working and how do we get this thing looking perfect and as we want it, right? So the way we do this is we just need to go ahead and first thing we're going to do is go down to our row and we're going to give it a title, okay? So we're going to give it a H2 and this one is going to have the title at the top. So imagine here, I'll just say, this is a title, okay? And then we're going to save and refresh and let's see if it comes through. So you see it says this is a title, okay? So there it is, right? But what we're going to do is remember we passed in those props, right? We passed in these props, title, fetch URL, and is large row. So what we need to go ahead and do now is go ahead and say for the H2, we need to say instead we're going to pass in the title prop. And the way we get the title prop is we go where this is where the props come in, and we're going to go ahead and destructure this, right? And then we're going to go ahead and say title, okay? Perfect, right? So now you guys can see like it's black text behind it, but that's exactly pretty much where we have everything over here. So you see this, guys? We've got Netflix originals trending now, top rated and all sorts, right? They come through as a prop, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually map through. Firstly, we need to fetch the movies, right? We need to fetch the movies for each of these films. And how do we do that, right? The first thing we're going to do is go up to the top and we need to create a piece of state to keep track of the movies, right? So I'm going to actually destructure the props over here and I'm going to say fetch URL because that's the one that we had earlier. And I'm also going to say is large row. Okay, so we actually get that in. Now, Samuel, I think I can make you a moderator, but for some reason right now I can't because I don't have YouTube open, but tomorrow I will, right? Is large row, and then here I'll say false, okay? So by default, it's false unless we get that prop passed into it, okay? So that's what I'm saying here, right? So at this point, we're going to create a variable which is going to carry the movies. It's going to contain all the movies, and here we say set movies, right? Then we say equals use state, and then here I'm going to pass in a empty array. Is I'm going to go ahead and say use effect, right? So use effect, right? Perfect. Oh, what was that? All right, use effect. And then here I'm going to go ahead and have an inline function. Perfect. And inside of here, we're going to go ahead and make sure that this, usually we only go ahead and have, so the dependency here is called the fetch URL, okay? And then over here, and I'm going to basically make an async function, right? So async function called fetch data, right? It's going to be a function, and this is going to go ahead and do the following. It's going to say it's going to do a conf request, so we're familiar with this by now. And then we're going to say await Axios. Now remember, when we're using Axios, we don't use the global Axios, we use our local Axios. So it'll be import Axios from our local Axios, okay? So we're going to do await axios.get, right? And then here, remember we passed in the different URLs as a prop, right? So we're going to say get the fetch URL, right? And then what we're going to say, simply put, after this, we're going to go ahead and do set the movies to request.data.results, okay? Request.data.results. And then remember, with any promise or any sort of async, we should always return something, okay? So that's perfect. And then we're going to go ahead and execute our function, okay? Save, looks good, right? So we're going to go ahead and import the use effect. There we go, perfect. Everything's working. And yeah, let's go ahead and refresh. And now what you can see is this will go ahead and give us the movies as a result, right? So if I go ahead and console log the movies at this point, what we should be able to see, if I go ahead and open the inspector, you guys can see, look, we've got an array of 20 things. Okay, so there's 20 different things here. Let me go ahead and make that a bit bigger. And you guys can see inside here, you've got those movies that we saw before. So same thing, but it's going to be different ones. And you can see there's all sorts of ones for the different genres, right? So now we've got the movies that pop in. So now we need to use that information from the movies to populate how and we want the look and feel to be, okay? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and render the posters, okay? So we're going to render out each of the posters. Now, here we have the H2, and then what I'm going to be doing is simply going ahead and saying movies.map, okay? Movies.map, and I'm going to say for every single movie, right? So we're going to iterate through the movies, and I'm just going to go ahead and return something, right? So I'm going to go ahead and return an image, right? Now the image is going to be the different films that you're going to see, right? And what we're going to have here, let me go ahead and make this even again so you guys can see. So let's go ahead and we're going to get rid of the console log right now. Right, so for the image source, now what we're going to do, for the image, we're going to go ahead, pass in for the source, we're going to interpolate, right? And now there is a base URL, and there is actually a base URL for the image. Remember before we previously used one, right? So now we're going to go ahead and say const base underscore URL equals, and I'm going to go ahead and drop in the URL. So you guys, again, you would have recognized this from before, where we used it inside of the banner, but here we're going to be using it as such like this. Right, so if we have the, right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the image source, right? Now here we're going to go ahead and say base URL, right? So I'm going to pop in the base URL, and then next to the base URL, I'm simply going to go ahead and say, if it was a large row, right? So there's two different things here now, right? So I'm going to go ahead and follow this very carefully. We say if it's a large row, then I'm going to use the movie.poster path, right? And there's a reason being because there's two different images that come back in the request. We're going to use the poster path if it's a big row, and if it's a small one, we're going to do movie. Oops, sorry. I'm going to say movie. This is called a ternary operator. We're going to say movie. Oops. Oh my God. Movie dot backdrop path. Yeah, perfect, nice. And then we're going to go ahead and hit save, right? And the alternative name here, just to make it a little bit SEO friendly, is the movie name, okay? And then we're going to hit save, right? Now let's go ahead and refresh and see what happens on our code. So look at that, guys. You can see loads of films, but I mean, it's not ideal, is it? You have the pictures coming up, but it doesn't look ideally as we want. But the good news is look at the navbar, guys. The navbar is looking perfect, right? Look at that. Amazing stuff, right? Look, it looks really nice at the top, right? Really nice, but it kind of broke our app, right? Everything looks wrong at this point. So now what I'm going to do is where we have, you can see it's got Netflix originals. We're just going to style this up a bit right now so it doesn't mess up and break everything, right? We're going to get this a little bit neater and how it looks. So the way we do this now is we're going to give this image a class name, okay? The way we do that is we say image, class name, and then here we're going to go ahead and do some interpolation, which is why I've got this. I'm going to say row poster, right? So the image is going to be a poster, but I'm also going to give it an additional class if it was for a large row. So I'm going to say is large row, right? Is large row. And then here we're going to say and I'm going to say row underscore poster large, right? So I'm going to apply this class if we pass in that prop, okay? Now, there are a few good practices we should do. Every time we're rendering out a bunch of things, we should always pass in a key. In this case, it's going to be the movie ID, right? So movie ID, so it does come back with an ID, and we're going to use it to make everything sort of clean at this point, right? So we're going to save at this point, and we're going to start styling it because this is getting painful to look at. All right, so there we go, nice. And then I'm going to go ahead and pull out the row.css, and I'm going to pull this underneath over here, okay? So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go over to our row.css, and I'm going to start styling, right? Let's go ahead and make this really nice. First thing is that text is impossible to see. So I'm going to go over to our row and I'm going to change the color to white, okay? There we go. And then you see the text change to white. So now we can see Netflix Originals on the right has gone to white. All right, I'm going to change the margin left to be 20 pixels, okay? And you can see it pops over to the left a little bit, right? Now the next thing that we're going to do is go over to our poster itself, okay? So the poster itself. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to change the width a little bit, right? So there's a few things I actually want to do before this. I'm going to surround this entire thing inside of a div, right? So inside of a div, and this div is going to have the row posters class, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and pop this in, all right? So save, and then now we're inside of row posters, okay? So over here, I'm going to go ahead and target row posters, okay? So row posters like so. And then here I'll say display flex, right? So display flex, and I'm going to say, and then there we go. Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say overflow Y should be hidden, right? So overflow Y should be hidden. And I'm going to say overflow X. So when we scroll in the horizontal direction, I want that to be a scrollable, right? So it's going to be scroll, okay? Right, nice. Right, so here we're going to go ahead and say padding of 20 pixels. And let's go ahead and just fix this poster because it's driving me crazy right now, right? So for the poster, I'm going to go ahead and target the poster. So we're going to say row poster because right now we can't actually see anything that's happening, right? Row poster. And then here what I'll say is let's set a max height, right? A max height of 100 pixels. Okay, so 100 pixels. And then look at that, guys. Boom, immediately jumped in there, right? So it jumped straight back in there. And let me change this back to 100%. And you guys can see, look at that. It's already starting to look pretty good, right? We've got, look how one line of code, right? One line of code changed the entire game, right? Right, so here you can see, look, everything looks pretty damn nice when we see that, right? So a few things we want to do is I don't want that scroll bar. So how do I hide the scroll bar? Well, we have row posters over here. And what I'm going to actually do is add an additional line of code underneath, which is going to target row posters, but with a modifier. So it's going to be targeting WebKit scroll bar. I'm just going to simply do display none. So I need to go ahead and pop in this magic line of code, and it gets rid of the scroll bar, right? So that's how, Shubham, we can remove the scroll bar, because I just saw you asked it in the perfect time and I went ahead and answered it. Okay, so now what you can see is, look, we have this scrollable functionality, everything's really nice, and we have the stuff over here, which is looking really, really good, guys. Right, this is actually looking really, really clean. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and add object fit contain, because I always want to keep the aspect ratio the same. And then I'm also going to go ahead and then I'm going to say margin right. So right now everything is touching each other, right? So I'm going to add a margin right of, let's do 10 pixels. Okay, so 10 pixels. And then you can see it bumps it to slightly to the side. So we get that little spacing, right? So we can still scroll through it, but it gives it that nice bit of spacing, right? So that's what we wanted. So that looks really, really clean at this point, right? So everything's actually looking pretty good at this point, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say a width of 100%, and I'm going to do transition transform, and I'll show you why. Transition transform 450 milliseconds, and I'll show you why we do that in just a second, okay? So we actually have a nice little trick up our sleeve for what we're about to do, right? So the next thing I want to do is for the poster the large posters, right? So now we're going to say row poster hover, okay? So I'm going to go here and say row poster hover. So when we hover over this, I want to do a nice little trick, right? I'm going to say transform scale, and I'm only going to apply an 8% scale. So I'm going to do 1.08, right? And I'm going to say the opacity is 1, right? Now I'll show you why. I think we might actually get rid of that afterwards, but that's fine. The opacity of 1. Right, so for the poster now, if we hover over, you guys can see, look at that. We get a nice little hover effect now, right? So when I hover over the images, boom, right? Looks really good, right? So that's looking clean and it looks really nice. Now, the next thing we want to do is actually add the styles for the row poster large, okay? So I'm going to add the max height for that one to be 250. So now you can see, look at that one. It's a little bit bigger for the row large, right? So for that extra large one. Okay, so there we go. That's a bit nice to see for you guys. So now you guys can see, look at that, right? Clean, 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 right? Now you guys can see that we actually want to apply a slightly different style for the larger one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to transform it and scale it to 1.09. So it's going to be a 9% scale. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'll show you how to hide the scroll bar in just a sec, dude. So let's go ahead and do this, save. And now if we refresh, check it out, guys. Look at that. We get a nice little bit of a bigger scale on this one. So it's slightly bigger, just by 1%, right? Slightly bigger scaling effect, right? So if you want to get the hide scroll bar, you just simply go ahead and add this in, guys. You add the WebKit scroll bar addition to your selector, and you just say display none to the scroll bar, and it'll go ahead and hide the scroll bar for you. Okay, so now if we go ahead and full screen this, look at this, guys. I mean, like, how crazy is that? Right, like we effortlessly just kind of built this out, right, which is absolutely amazing, right? So look how nice and clean this looks at the moment, right? So this is looking really, really good. I think everything's pretty much in place at this point. So you might get a dead link, okay? So we need to fix the dead links, right? So to fix any sort of dead link that might come up, what we're going to do is we're actually going to add a conditional so that it only renders that poster if there are certain things that are met, okay? So before we render it, what I'm actually going to add, I'm going to add in a few little checks. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and pop in the following check. The first check I want to say, if it's a large movie and if the poster path exists, okay? So only render it if this exists, okay? Or if it's not a large row and if the backdrop path is present, okay? So these are the things that I'm using to render the actual image, okay? But if none of those are present, and that's what we're using to render the image, and I don't want to render it if it's not present, okay? So this is how we add a conditional. And then what I do is I grab the image and I simply push it inside of here. Okay, so you guys can obviously take a second to look at that and see what's happening. But what that will prevent is any form of dead link coming in. So now we should not see any dead links inside of our web page. Okay, so you can see there's no dead link inside of the web page anymore, right? There's no more of those, you know, where it's a broken image tag, right? And this was applied for both. Oh, wow. Okay, that's interesting. What happened there? Okay, so for the Netflix, for the large, we broke something. Let's have a look at why that happened. Let's have a look. So we've got this, and I'm going to go ahead and just quickly change something. We've got the base URL, backdrop movie path, and let's just double check what I changed there to make that happen. All right, so we've got this, and backdrop path and poster path is large row. Okay, so let me just go ahead and remove this for 1 second. I just want to see if it was that little change that I just broke there. Okay, yes, it was that change I broke there. So what we actually need to do is wrap everything in parentheses before we do it. Okay, so where we have this in place, I'm just going to go ahead and pop in a bit of code where I have this entire block. So I'm going to go ahead and replace my image with the following. We don't use the ref yet. We don't actually handle the click yet. And we don't need anything else. Save, and let's just double check that we're all good. Perfect. Okay, so you guys can go ahead and use that as reference to compare against, right? So you can make sure that you're at this point and that everything is working as it should. Okay, so at this point, guys, this is pulling from TMDB, right? So we're actually pulling from TMDB live movie information, right? So live movie information, we've got this beautiful hovering effect. All of our videos are here to stay and play, and everything is looking really clean, right? And today, what I think we should do on that note, because we've already got a nice little challenge here, right? We've got the nice little nav bar at the top, right? We've got the nav bar at the top and it disappears. Like, look how clean that is, right? As it goes down, it just nicely, just gradually disappears in. So let's go ahead and show you that again. Look at that, it nicely drops in, right? So all of these things look really beautiful and really nice and play nice, okay? So let's go ahead and deploy this app, right? So because you guys are going to need to deploy it and then share your link. So how the hell do we deploy this app, Sunny? I don't know how to do it. I'm going to show you how to do it. Don't worry, guys. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and go into our terminal. So right now I'm going to do Command J, pull up my terminal, and I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to basically say over here, so let's make this very big for you guys so you guys can see it all actually, right? So I'm going to make this a full screen for now. So we're going to go ahead and do the deployment stage right now in case anyone's wondering, okay? So here, I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to say Firebase login. That's the first step that you need to do, Firebase login. Now, I am already logged in. If it says to you that Firebase is not a recognized command, then remember the step in the beginning where you had to install the Firebase CLI tools. You're going to have to do that, okay? So you're going to have to do that. But now what you have to do is Firebase login, and it will pop up, a little pop-up if you're not logged in. But for now, all you need to do is do this. And then what you're going to do is Firebase init, okay? So Firebase init. Once you do Firebase init, you'll get this beautiful little looking terminal UI. I don't know how long it took somebody to build that, but it's pretty cool. And then you're going to go down to hosting, okay? Click on the hosting folder, so spacebar on the hosting, and then you want to go ahead and hit enter, right? Then here you've got a few different options. We're going to click on use an existing project. Okay, we're going to hit enter on that, and then I've got a few different ones, right? I've got Netflix clone YouTube, and the one that I'm doing today was Netflix clone YouTube. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit enter on the Netflix clone YouTube. Then we've got, what do you want to use as your public directory, right? So I want to go ahead and say the public directory here is build. Okay, so very important that you write build here. Okay, so make sure that you do not mess that one up. Write build in that section. And then here, configure it as a single page app. Yes, it's a Y for yes, right? We're going to go ahead and enter. Set up automatic builds and deploys with GitHub. No, we don't want to do that yet, okay? And then we go ahead and initialize the app. Now, the next step is basically we need to go ahead, take our app that we just built, bundle it up, and then deploy it on the web. So we already did Firebase init, which basically goes ahead and sets up the connection to Firebase, right? So now Firebase knows about us and what we're about to do. And basically what we need to do is we've got this beautiful React app that we just created, right? Which is this Netflix app over here. We need to bundle it up right now and then just literally send it to Firebase and say, here, put it inside on the web, right? So what we need to do now is say npm, right? Run build, okay? npm run build. Right? And this will go ahead and it will build our app. And now when we do npm run build, what it does is it creates an optimized production build. Now, what is an optimized production build? It essentially goes ahead and strips out all the things that we don't need inside the final product, right? Inside the final website. So it makes it very quick, very sort of quick and helpful, okay? Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna go ahead and say, once you've done this, remember, once you've actually gone ahead and done npm run build, if you change any file or folder, you have to do npm run build again, okay? npm run build again is crucial after that, otherwise it doesn't get the latest sort of update, right? So what this would have done is it would have actually gone ahead and created this build folder for you, right? So you can see there's a bunch of stuff in here, right? A bunch of cool stuff that goes into the build folder. You don't actually touch this folder by yourself, okay? You don't actually mess around with that, right? Command B to hide. The next step we're going to do is Firebase deploy. Right? Now remember, you have to do npm run build and make sure it goes into the build folder because the build folder is what we specified in the Firebase init. Okay, Firebase deploy. Let's do this. Right? Let's go ahead and deploy it. If you haven't already, smash the thumbs up button. Let's go forward and let's deploy this thing. Let's go ahead and say Firebase deploy. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. So I went ahead and deployed the app, guys. So let's go ahead and check if this app works, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click on the Netflix URL, so the hosting URL, click on open, and let's see, guys, look at that. We are now live, right? So it's going to go ahead and load it up for the first time. So let's go ahead and refresh, and let's see, look at that. It's loading the images, everything's pulled in, perfect. It's working, right?
So this is what I want your app to look like, right? So that way we're at the same point. We have the app folder, we have the store inside of the app folder, we have the features, we got rid of the counter folder, we just have countersize.js, and then here is the rest of the files, okay? So everything is where it needs to be at this point in time. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to Firebase. Now remember, we went ahead and over to Firebase.js and we copied our config file. Now if you don't know where your config file is, I'll show you right now. Make sure you're signed into your correct Firebase account. Then you wanna go to your console, go into your build. So Netflix clone YouTube, in my case, go to the little cog icon at the top, click on project settings and hit that button. And then down here, click on config and here's your config, okay? If you don't see the screen, you're gonna have to add the web app. There'll be like a web app option and that's where it's gonna be, okay? You wanna grab your configuration file. Now, once you've got that, we need to install Firebase, okay? So here, what we're gonna do is go ahead and type in yarn add Firebase, okay? Yarn add Firebase. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger for you guys, so that way you guys can see it a little easier, okay? And we're gonna go ahead and add Firebase to our project. Now, if you are using NPM, it's fine. You can do NPM install and it will work for you, okay? Guys, smash that thumbs up button if you're enjoying this so far. I think it's absolutely been so much fun. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna cancel or close this running build over here, okay? So I'm gonna close this one, or we can keep this one open. I'll run it on a different port. So I'm gonna say yarn start. I'm gonna spin up my app, okay? So this should spin it up and it will say that I'm running something else. So I'm gonna say yes. And it's going to run it on 3001. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I need to do a slight refactor, right? So inside of our code, inside of app over here, we have a one screen. But what I eventually want is to basically have separate screens. Okay. So if I click on get signed, let's just say I sign in and I go to the profile screen. This is a different screen, right? And then if I go to the Netflix screen, it's just at the homepage. But then if I go back to the profile, notice how the root is changing. So it says /profile at the top. Okay, I can't really show it that much, but it says profile at the top, right? So in order to have different pages on a website, we need something called a React Router. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and install a React Router and show you just how to do that. Okay, so now we're gonna go to React Router like this. Okay, so you wanna go ahead and click view the docs here. And I'll show you. You want to click on web. And the reason why I show you guys the actual sort of starting from the basis and I don't just kind of copy and paste the command is because I want to show you, like, if you ever forget it, it's fine to come back and check it, right? I want to clear that up, right? You don't need to remember that. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do, I'm not going to do npm install. I'm going to do yarn add because I'm using yarn right now. But if whatever one you're using, it's completely fine. I'm going to choose yarn. Okay. So here I'm going to go ahead, pop out another terminal. Okay, let me go ahead and make myself smaller. And I'm going to go ahead and say paste. So this is going to say yarn add React Router DOM. Okay, so yarn add React Router DOM. And I need to obviously add a space. There we go. Perfect. And this will add in React Router DOM into my application. Okay, so perfect. Now what I'm going to do is we have an example of the routing. So what I love to do is honestly just to make your life so easy. I grab this snippet. Okay, grab this snippet. Oh, if you can grab it. And then I'm going to go here. Paste it, right? And we don't need the link, right? We don't need that link at all. We're not going to be using that right now. And so over here, React Router DOM. Okay, so this one right here. So you guys can go ahead and look at the example code and you can see they give a pretty good outline, right? So what I like to do is I grab the entire block, right? And I'm actually going to go ahead and paste it right under my home screen. Okay, so I'm going to grab all of this. Now I don't care about any of this nav section. So I'm going to get rid of it, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this comment. We don't need it, right? We're cleaning up slowly. I don't actually care about this div either. Boom, it's gone, right? Disappeared, right? We don't really care about it. And then what I'm going to do right here is you've got a router. Now think of it this way, right? A router is just going to look at the page route that you're on and determine based on whatever's inside of this switch. So imagine like a little switch is just determining where to send the what components to render, right? So imagine we were at the root /about. It's going to render whatever's inside here. So the about component, which we don't have, so I don't really care about this right now. If we have the /users, it's going to render the users component. We don't have that right now, so I don't really care about that, right? But then here we have the root for the home screen, right? This is for the home page, just a general /. Okay, and here what I want to do is I don't want to render this home component because we don't have that. I'm going to go ahead and copy my home screen component and pop it in here, right, and save. Now let's just see if we didn't break anything. Okay, let's go ahead and check if we didn't break anything. So let's go to our app, this one over here, 3001, and let's refresh. Right, so good. Everything looks pretty good. Okay, so what I'm going to show you just to test this, right? If we go ahead and copy a root, right? Let's go ahead and copy a root, and here I'm going to say root, like path. I'm going to say test. Okay, and just to prove that it's a test and it's working, I'm going to say h1. Wow, what's up? Hashtag Papa Fam. Save. Okay, and if we go back to our app and we go ahead and say /test. So it's black text right now, so you can't see it, but it says, wow, what's up, Papa Fam? Okay, so everything is actually working pretty good at this point, right? So we can see that the routing is set up correctly. So you want to use that as a little test. I like to use that as a test. And I also want to make sure that the path is exactly this if I want to render the home screen. So if it renders /test, it shouldn't render anything. You see that? It's only if it's exactly the home screen that I want to render that, right? So that's what we're going to make sure of, right? So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and go back to our code. So we've got the home screen here. So let's go ahead and introduce a folder structure here. So whenever we have a screen, right? So the profile screen, the home screen, whatever we decide to do, I'm going to create a folder called screens. Okay, so screens. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my home screens, both of them, and I'm going to drag it into my screens. And I'm going to say, yes, move them. And now I'm inside of screens, right? Now that's going to obviously break my code somewhere. Okay, so if we see it, it says, whoa, something just freaked out and broke, okay? So the reason why that has broken is because we're using the home screen inside of app.js. So I'm going to close a bunch of these. So let's go to our app.js. And then where we import from the home screen, now we have to say import from screens /home screen, okay? So perfect, let's go ahead and do that and everything is nice. Now, if we go ahead and refresh it, it says cannot resolve the banner, right, from inside the home screen. This is because now inside of here, we're embedded inside of a folder. So the banner is now outside the folder. So I'm going to go ahead and do 2 dots to escape the folder. Guys, smash that thumbs up button, get this video out to as many people as possible. Let's go ahead and hit save. Okay. So going to go and see, and it says the nav bar is also, okay, so all of our components here, including the nav and the row. So I'm going to add dots over here, save. Okay, perfect. Go ahead and then the final one is the requests as well. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so everything's looking great at this point. And let's carry on. So we've got the components over here, right? So this is quite nice. Look, inside of our app, we have a high level view, and this is how you want your your apps to look like, right? At this point, what I want to do is, let's think about this. I want to build, let's say, the login screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the login screen for now. And what I'm going to do is, at first, I'm going to just say, okay, so I'm going to imagine if we didn't have a user that was signed in, I'm going to direct the person to a login screen, okay? So I'm going to show you quickly an example of that. So imagine we had a user here. So obviously we don't write variables like this in React, but imagine if I had a user which was no. Okay, this was just an example. Then if inside of my application, I want to go ahead and say, if I don't have a user, right? So if there's no user, right? I want to go ahead and render the login screen. Okay, so I want to go ahead and render the login screen. Otherwise, I want to render the rest of the app. Okay, save, and then it's going to freak out about the login. So it says login is not defined, which makes sense. Okay, so at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a login screen. Okay, so here I'm going to say login screen.js. Okay, so there we go. And we'll say RFCE. Boom. Right. We're going to do our typical BEM naming convention stuff. And let's get into our flow state together, guys. Login screen. And here I'm going to go ahead and import some login screen CSS. There we go. Perfect. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create that login screen .css file. Let's go. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. And then get rid of this, save, boom. Once we have the login screen up and running, we're gonna go ahead and style this out. Now, a few things that we're gonna have to do, right? The login screen that our end goal is to get a login screen that looks something like this. Okay, this is the login screen that we wanna get to, okay? Right now, it looks something like this, which is obviously wrong, it's broken, okay? So app.js, let's go ahead and import our login screen that we just created, and you can see it pulls in at the top. Save, wait a sec, and then we can see, okay, it's literally gonna say, because there is no user, right? There is no user right now, right? But imagine we had a user, and that user just had a name of Sunny, I don't know, this is like a dummy test, right? Then it will render the application, okay? But if there is no user, it will render the login screen. So that is just to show you guys how we're gonna control the flow inside of our app, okay? So the login screen, you see this? It's just empty, right? Okay. So what we're gonna do at this point is I'm gonna use this as a sort of, as a pushing mechanism to push the login screen while we develop it, okay? So the login screen, let's go ahead and build this out. Over here, what we're gonna say is we're firstly gonna have a background to the login screen, okay? This is gonna have the the Netflix sort of logo. It's going to have the button, which allows us to sign in and all of that stuff. So it's going to be the top at the top, right? So let's go ahead and check this out. So I'm going to create a div, which has a login screen background, class name, login screen background. Apparently, guys, I actually found out that on Spotify now, you can listen to your music from Epidemic Sound. So let's check this out. So inside of image source, I've got a lovely little picture over here. So I'm going to go ahead and use that right here. And I'm going to drop that in the chat right now for you all, so that it makes your life a little bit easier. There we go. Save. And we should be able to see a huge Netflix login. Okay. So we've got a massive Netflix login over here. And I'm going to give this a class name of login screen logo. Okay, we get login screen logo, and I'm going to pull up my login screen.css next to it. Okay, so we've got our code up right here. Okay, and what we're going to do now is I'm going to slowly style it out. So actually, what I love to do is pull this underneath so you guys can see, and then let's go ahead and bring this window over here, and you guys, you know how we do it. There you go. Okay, so right now the Netflix logo is huge. It doesn't look that great, right? And we want to go ahead and make this like sort of, you know, very pretty and things like that, right? So let's go ahead and fix it up. So first beck and call to make this look nice is to go ahead and introduce the login screen styling. So the overall container. So I'm going to say login screen. And then here we're going to say position relative, because I'm going to have a few things inside of here which are going to sit absolute. And then I'm going to say the height of this screen should be 100%, right? The background, right? So we are going to have a background here. Oops. My autocomplete kind of messed me up there. But to be honest, before you can see any of this, let's go ahead and actually add in that the style out that logo, because right now the logo is kind of getting in the way of everything, right? So I'm going to go and target the logo, and I'm going to go and say that the position is fixed, and it's going to have a left fixed position. So left of 0, a width of 150%. And then you can see it drops to the left-hand side, okay? Now here we're going to say object fit contain to make sure that if we do decide to change it in the future, it's going to keep its aspect ratio. And I'm going to pad it slightly from the left, right? Because I don't want it to absolutely touch the left. I mean, you could do left of 20 pixels here as well, but I do want to have some padding instead. Okay. So there's loads of ways to do the same thing sometimes when you're coding. Okay. So now what we're going to do is for this logo. Okay. So for this logo, we're going to go ahead and set up the next thing. So at the top of the screen, we have the logo, and we're going to have a sign in button. Okay. So here I'm going to say button, and here I'm going to say sign in. And this button that I'm building right now is actually going to be this button over here. Where did it go? There we go. I'm going to pull this one over here. There we go. So I'm going to create this sign in button over here, right? So how do we do that? Let's go ahead and go to sign in. So we've got a little button, and it's hidden at the moment because our styling's kind of weird. So let's go ahead and add a class name. And then here, what I'm going to say is LoginScreen _ button. Okay, LoginScreen button. And then we're going to go ahead and style that in just a sec. And then I'm going to give this a class name. Oops, why did that mess up? Nice. Right, and then we're going to go ahead and say onClick. Right, and I'm going to give it an onClick in just a second, but for now we'll leave it. But you can see there's my button. Okay. Looks pretty beautiful right now, okay? No, it doesn't really. Looks horrible, right? But we're going to make it look beautiful in just a sec. So over here, I'm going to style this button right now. Okay, so I'm going to target the button. And then for that button styling, we're going to simply go ahead and add the following. I'm going to say position fixed right of 20 pixels and top of 20 pixels. So save it. You can see it goes over to the right-hand side of the corner. Right, so that looks pretty clean. I'm going to give it a padding to make that button a bit bigger. So it's going to be 1020 shorthand, which means that it's going to get 20 on the sides, 10 on the top and bottom. Okay, so our font size is going to be 1 rem. Right, so let's go ahead and do 1 rem, and I'm going to do the color of the button to be the text of the button to be white. Now I've got the Netflix color over here, so you guys can just copy the hash for that. Right, so boom, we get that. And now there's a few things to make it look flawless, right? We're going to give a font weight, a border none, and a cursor or pointer, because right now, if I do this, see that it doesn't really have a nice, like, sort of that little finger that pops up on the screen. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop that up. Look at that. Look how simple it is, right? When you make those subtle changes on front end, it makes every bit a little bit different. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go and implement the next section, which is actually going to be a gradient. Okay, so we're going to go actually implement a gradient, which I'll show you in just a sec. But for now, at the login screen at the top, right? So at the top of this, on the login screen here, so we have a div called LoginScreen background. We'll actually organize that in a sec. But for this one, sorry, the top login screen here, we're going to go ahead and say background, right? And I'm going to give this a URL, right? And inside there, I've got a string, right? So here, I'm going to go ahead and say, there you go. Boom. And I need to make sure, obviously, it's not double quotes. There we go. And then what we're going to do is after that text has been dropped, right? So outside the brackets, what you want to do is type in center, right? So center, and then you say no repeat. Okay, center, no repeat. And then what we're going to do is say background size is cover. Okay, so we're going to do this. Background size is cover, right? Let's go ahead and hit refresh. Right, so we're almost, I mean, we'll get there. We'll get there right now. There is nothing inside the body, hence why this is happening. So we're going to go ahead and fix that in just a sec. Right, perfect. Okay, so now what we're going to do is for the body. Okay, so for the actual body, which is underneath the gradient. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. I'm going to show you guys a little trick as well, actually. Bear with me one sec. Right. So for the gradient, right, I'm actually going to show you a little trick as to how we can have a gradient over the entire background and how it will actually start to appear on the screen, right? So over here inside the login background container, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to make this a bit smaller because it's actually kind of hard to see, right? So underneath that button that we had, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in a div which has a LoginScreen gradient class, okay? And this has a purpose. It has a purpose, okay? So I'm going to go here and start target it. So LoginScreen gradient. And then what we're going to do, just pull this up a little bit. Then what we're going to do is actually say, okay, this has a width of 100%. It has a height of 100 view height. Go ahead and save. And you can see we automatically get something in there, right? So this is because obviously before there was nothing actually in the body, hence why the image wasn't showing. Okay, so that's going to help you guys out. But then what we want to do is actually say that the background, okay, so the background is going to be a black, but it's going to be a black with a 0.4%. So this means it'll be 40% opaque, okay, so it'll be 40%. And you can see it gives it like that kind of overlay now, right? Gives it a nice little overlay. But then what we're going to do is add another linear gradient, right, from the top. So it's going to go from the top. And then this is the code that you need to go ahead and pop in to get it working, okay? So it basically starts from 0.8 and then it goes to 60 and then it goes back to 100. And if I do that, you guys can see, look what that did. It gave it such a nice little effect. All right, so if I go ahead and just comment this out for a sec, look at that, right? So there you go. So that little effect. And you can see immediately now, look how the sort of buttons kind of come out at us, right? It's like a 3D effect, right? So underneath this div, what we're going to do is we've got the div for the gradient and we've got this div. And then what we're going to do is go ahead and create another div. So we're going to say login screen __ body. Perfect. And then inside of this one, we're actually going to have a lot more of the body content. So that's going to be essentially this stuff right here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and build this stuff right here. So how do we do that, right? I'm going to go ahead and firstly put a fragment because I'm going to have a few things inside of it. I'm going to have a few sort of like children components next to each other inside of this. And I'm going to start with a H1. And the H1 is going to have that, you know, that trendy little Netflix title, which is unlimited films and all that crap, right? So there we go. Perfect. Let's go ahead and save it. And you're probably wondering like, Sonny, where the heck is it? I don't see it. Oh no, look where it is. It's like right down here, right? So obviously that's not ideal. Okay, that's not ideal. But as we sort of add them in, I'm going to start styling them out. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is actually target that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is for the login body, let's go ahead and do something for that. Here I'm going to say target the login screen body, and then I want to go ahead and say Z index of 1, right? Because I want it to kind of be at the top. And I'm going to say a color of white, right? And then a padding of 20 pixels. So that's the first little trick that I'm going to do. Okay, so you see now it's kind of got a bit bigger at the bottom, but obviously it's still not perfect, right? It's still not perfect. But we want to go ahead and target the next thing. So I'm going to say, okay, target the body and target the H1, which is inside the body. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And then go and say font size 3.125 rem and a margin bottom of 20 pixels. Okay, so you guys can see right now we're starting to get a little bit nicer, but everything isn't just where we need it right now, right? So things are still looking a bit strange, and we're still on our way to getting this right. Okay, so what we want to do is we've got the login body over here, and for the login body we had a few things in place, but to get this on top of our image, you guys probably might have guessed it, but we're gonna have to do a position, right? So it's a position absolute, right? And the minute I do that, you're gonna see that thing sort of go in some weird place. There we go. Like, it's just kind of disappeared, right? It's probably disappeared down to the bottom. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say top is gonna be 30%. So it's always gonna be sort of relative to the top. So 30%. See that? So now it kind of appears absolute positioned at the top. Okay. We have this this H1 at the top, right? So to get this centered, I'm gonna do margin left and right auto. And then I'm going to go ahead and say left 0 text. Well, actually, no, here I'm just going to do text line. There we go. Let's go ahead and do a text line, and this will fix it up for us. There we go. Nice. Okay. And now because we added that padding in, you see it goes ahead and changes with the 20 pixels. That's why it's never touching the sides. Okay. We've got a nice little 20 pixel bit of leeway there. And look at that. It looks really clean, right? So that looks pretty good at the moment. And then what we're going to do underneath the H1 tag is we're going to go ahead and drop into, let's go and see. We're going to drop into a H2, right? And the H2 is going to say watch anywhere, cancel at any time. So there we go. Pop that in, and you can see it's nowhere to be seen, right? Oh no, it is there. Sorry, just took a while. Watch anywhere, cancel at any time. And I'm going to target that one, style it, make it look clean, right? So I'm going to target the H2 inside. So let's go ahead and put it next to the H1. So I'm going to target inside the body with the H2, say font size is 2 rem, font weight of 400, and margin bottom of 30 pixels. There we go. You guys can see we're slowly getting there. All right, we're slowly getting there. Okay. Then what we're going to do is have a H3, which has the bit underneath it. So it says that initial sort of ready to watch, enter your email address or restart to your membership, right? So we're going to pop that in here. Ready to watch, enter your email, create or restart your membership. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to target the H3 element, right? Boom, target the H3 element, right? Let's go ahead and see. Now it's starting to look pretty good. Starting to look pretty good, right? And again, nice responsive behavior. Looks really clean, okay? The next step is to have that nice little input right over here, the email address, get started, all of that good stuff. So what we're going to have is underneath the H3, I'm going to have a div with the LoginScreen input, right? So LoginScreen input and like that. All right, so for the LoginScreen input, what we're going to do over here, we're going to go ahead and have a form, and I'm not going to have an action. Inside the form, I'm going to have an input field. Oops, I'm going to have an input field, and this input field is going to be a self-closing tag. There we go. And then what we're going to say is type of email, right? So type of email, then we're going to say a placeholder equals email address. And let's go ahead and pop this on the screen, so we should be able to see this in just a sec. Where'd it go? There we go. So you see it, there's a little email address. Okay. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is go ahead and we're going to say, we're actually going to map this to a piece of state. But right now, this one is more presentational. Okay. More presentational. You can, as a part of the challenge, actually go ahead and extend this. But underneath the input, I'm going to go ahead and have a button. Okay. So I'm going to have a button, and this is going to have a class name. So let's go ahead and say, firstly, it's going to say get started. So the button that we're creating right now is this one over here. Okay. So the button over there is going to say get started, and we should see it snap in just a sec. And then I'm going to give this a class name. Ooh, not screaming it, but class name. The Papa Fam will get to 1 million, and one day we'll look back at this and be like, holy crap, guys. Do you remember when we launched Zero to Full Stack Hero? We just did that. We did everything, guys, together from the beginning. You guys are the ones who are going to stick it through, see it to the end. That's how we do it at the Papa Fam. So let's go ahead and style the LoginScreen input form. Okay. So for the LoginScreen input form, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. Okay, perfect. Let's go down to the bottom to make it a little bit fresh in our CSS file. And then here, I'm going to go ahead and say LoginScreen input. Now inside here, I'm going to say, okay, give it a padding of 10 pixels. Boom, right? So it's already kind of got a little bit of more padding. Actually, but I'm not going to target the input. I'm going to target the form and then the input inside of it. Now, what does that mean? It means we go to the LoginScreen input, to the form, to the child input, right? So that's what it's doing there. We're going to say a padding of 10 pixels. I'm going to do outline width of 0. And what this does is right now, before I save, if you see this, it gives it like a little blue outline. I don't want the blue outline. I don't like the blue outline. Nobody likes the blue outline. So if we click it and save it, there we go. We get rid of the blue outline and it's all happy days, right? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and add in a height. The height is gonna be 30 pixels. 30 pixels, and then we're gonna have a width of, let's say 30%. I want this to be reactive, okay? So, pun intended. But see, if I go ahead and make it smaller, you see how it's reactive, right? I did it again on purpose. All right, so now we go ahead and say border none. So I don't like that little imaginary border it has, right? And then we're gonna say max width. And yes, it did actually do something there. I'm not just saying that, right? I'll say max width. And then here I'll say 600 pixels, boom. There we go. And now what will happen is, the reason why I'm putting a max width is I don't want that thing to become like so big if we have like a 4K screen, right? There we go. So let's carry on, guys. So we've got the form input, there we go. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna target the stuff inside, okay? So the first thing I wanna target is that get started button. Okay, so that get started button has its own class name. So I'm gonna go ahead and get it. And then here I'm gonna say it's padding of 16 pixels by 20 pixels, okay? And I'm gonna give it a font size of 1 rem. We add that in, you can see immediately, it pretty much is near, but you can see it has like a slight border around it, right? The way we get rid of that is we go ahead and we drop a color of white and a background color, a Netflix color. Let's go ahead and do that. And you guys can see, there we go, right? Now, the reason why it seems a little bit out right now is because it actually has a border, right? Can you see that? It has like a little gray border, right? The minute I apply this, right? So if I go ahead and say border none, save, look at that, perfect fit. That was clean, right? Perfect fit, right? Right, so here I'm going to say font weight of 600. There we go. So let's go ahead and say cursor pointer like this, boom, and then there you go. So now look, I get the nice little cursor for the button and it looks really nice, okay? Now, obviously this is kind of too close. This is kind of too close to the top right now, okay? So how do I give it that kind of space, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to target the login input. LoginScreen input, which is the overall container surrounding everything, okay? So this div is the one that is actually surrounding, you see it's surrounding everything. So I'm gonna go ahead and target it and say margin of 20 pixels. Boom, it gets a little bit further out, right? So this is really nice. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have it so when we click sign in or get started, it basically flips a piece of state, right? It flips a piece of state. So, and then what that will do is it will basically, instead of rendering this, it will render like a sign up kind of little view. Okay, so the way we're going to do this is at the top of the file. So I'm going to close my CSS for a sec. At the top of the file, I'm going to have the following. Here we're going to have a sign in piece of state, right? And then we're going to say set sign in. And then we're going to say equals use state. And then here I'm going to import it at the same time. And then the initial state here is actually going to be, let's just start off with false. Okay, so it's going to be false. That's to begin with. Perfect. So what we're going to do now is when I click the login screen button, so this one up here, right? Right, so here we've got the button and I'm going to say on click. And then here I'm going to say, okay, when we click it, I'm going to set sign in. And then I'm going to say true. Here we have the login button at the top and I will go ahead and flip the state to true. Now I also want to have it when I click the get started button, okay? So down here, when I have get started, let's go ahead and say on click. All right, so when we do this one, we're going to say set sign in as true as well. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to conditionally render this block over here based on if it's true, right? So in the beginning, I want to show it, but when it's false, and then when I click any of those two buttons, I want it to basically go ahead and hide this and show the sign up panel. So let's go ahead and look at this. If I click get started, it will show the sign up panel. Okay, so initially when sign in, let's go ahead and do this. Right, so we want to do it so that when we click it, the sign up pops up, right? So I'm going to show you a really nice way of doing this. Okay, so over here, I'm going to say sign in, right? So if the sign in button has been clicked, right? Then we're going to render a sign in screen component, right? But we're going to render it in place. So a sign in screen component. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and render this stuff. So I'm going to go ahead, grab that, pop it in here. Right now, it's going to freak out. It's going to say, no, there's no sign in screen. Right, so obviously at that point, we go ahead, go to our screens, and we create a sign-in screen, okay? I'm gonna call it the sign up screen, right? So sign up screen, synupscreen.js, RFCE, handy little snippets. And then here, we're gonna go ahead and say class name, Kodak, by the way, I love your content. Each project you create is a piece of gold. Thank you so much, dude. Sign up screen. And then here I'm going to go ahead and import the appropriate CSS because we will be styling this. SignupScreen.css. Save. Dev Patel says, will there be a payment system encryption and payments? It's going to be processing every bit of payment through Stripe. And that's happening in tomorrow's build. So stay tuned tomorrow and we're going to be building that. So we have the appropriate CSS file. We get rid of that. Now, sign up screen. All right, so for the sign up screen, we're going to go ahead and check this now, okay? All right, so over here inside of the login screen, we have the sign up screen, okay? Sign up screen that's rendered if the sign in button is clicked. So the state was true. Let's go ahead and pop that in. So now what we should see is if I click this, you see it goes ahead and hides it because the conditional went true. So this initially is false at the top, right? And then when we click those two buttons, it sets the sign into true. And same with that button down here. And then you can see, so we'll go ahead and render this instead. But right now we have nothing here, okay? So now we're gonna go ahead and build the sign up screen. And you can see what I'm doing here. I just kind of did a hot swap, right? I did a hot swap based on that. So what we're gonna do now is for the sign up screen, right? A few things I wanna do over here. We've got the sign up screen outside. And here we have sign in. Cool. So now what we're gonna do is where we have the input and then we have input over here. And then I'm gonna have the placeholder or password. So there we go, perfect. All right, so now we've got the two fields, right? We've got our two fields prepped. We're gonna have a button underneath that. So submit, yes. We click to get started. The reason why I've done type submit is because it's inside a form, which means that when I do this and I type in here and I hit enter on the keyboard, it will go ahead and trigger whatever is on the on click over here. Okay, so that's why we do that. Now, underneath this, I'm gonna have a H4, right? And inside this H4, I'm actually gonna do the following. So I'm gonna say, we'll do this one in a sec, the H4. Let's start signing up the sign up screen. So I'm gonna pull up my SignupScreen.css, pull it underneath, all right? Right, let's go check this out. Sam, honestly, it's fine. Honestly, it's fine, dude. I've got restreams. I mean, I'm streaming to multiple platforms at once, so it's all good. If you want to watch it on Twitch, it's all good. All right, so let's go ahead and open up sign up screen. Ooh, what happened there? Okay, open up sign up screen. There we go. Now, inside the sign up screen, I'm going to do the following. So sign up screen, and then I'm going to say max width, right? So max width. Ooh, one sec, max width. There we go. And there we go. Nice. Yeah, max width. And I'm going to go ahead and pop in a 300 pixel max width. Okay. Now I kind of want this to be central. Okay. Right now it's not central. It's in the middle. It's kind of where over there. Right. So now we've got the max width set. And now I'm going to go ahead and check the padding of 70 pixels. There we go. And then you can see it kind of pads it out. And I'm going to give margin left, margin right of all. That's a little trick in CSS if you want to center things. You can use display flex as well, but I'm going to use margin left, margin right. And then here I'm going to say background of a transparent background. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop this in. This is a 85% background. Okay, it's a very subtle background. I'll go ahead and click this, and you guys can see the end goal is to get looking like this. Okay, nice. So what we're going to do now is for the form, I'm going to go ahead and say the sign up screen, the form inside of it is actually going to be for, let's go ahead and say sign up screen, target the form inside and say display grid, flex direction column. Okay, so that way we'll use up all of the space that it can. Let me go ahead and check what's going on here as well. So right now you guys can see this isn't actually centering. It's not centering right now. Why is that happening? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. We've got the button, the input form, and so forth. We have the width set. We have everything looking pretty good at this point. So, oh, I know why. Okay, so inside the login screen, you guys can see the login screen body. Okay, so we need to go ahead and target the login screen body. So over here, let's go back to our login screen body, and that's because everything is inside of it, right? So I need to go ahead and find it. And what I'm actually going to do for the login body is right now I've got it only here. But I've got the following in place, right? But I need to actually make sure and say it says left and right of 0. So let me go ahead and do that. So left 0. Wait one sec. Let me just try something right of 0. There we go. If I go ahead and give it an absolute left and right of 0, it will go ahead and then stretch across. There we go. And that's what I was missing out. Okay. So we can go ahead and do that. Now, there's a few ways you can do it again. If you've got other suggestions, feel free to implement them. If you notice, guys, I build things in all sorts of shapes, sizes, ways all the time. So feel free to go ahead and give this your try. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and open up SignupScreen and carry on from the SignupScreen. Okay, so now inside of here for the form, all right? So SignupScreen form. Now we're gonna target the form input, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead here and say this. Yep, you can do that little trick that Pranav said. Perfect. So now what I'm going to say is padding of 10 pixels. Padding of 10 pixels. There we go. And then I'm going to go ahead and say outline width of 0, height of 30 pixels, and a width of 30%. Let's go ahead and pop that in. Save. All right. All right. Perfect. That looks good. Then we're going to say border none and a max width of 600 pixels. Pop that in and then save. Okay. And then what I'm going to do, oh no, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. Oh my God, I was like, wait a sec, I can't see any changes happening. This is wrong. This is wrong. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. What we're actually going to be doing is I got that wrong there that time. I was thinking, why am I not seeing any changes? Yeah, we've targeted the wrong thing. So here for the sign up screen, outline width of 0, height of 40 pixels, and a margin bottom of 14. Go ahead and do this. And then go ahead and pop it in. There we go. Okay, that's starting to look a little bit better. And you can see the styles are getting applied. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is say border radius 5 pixels, border none, and a padding of 5 and 15. Let's go ahead and apply. And you guys can see we get a nice little rounded corner. We get a nice little rounded corner. All right, so I'm going to target the button inside the form. And then you can see once we have that, I'm going to do a padding of 1620 pixels. There we go. And then you guys can see we pads it out. Font size of 1 rem, color of white for the text, border radius 5 pixels, and then the Netflix for the background color. Let's go ahead, pop that in, hit save, and you see it looks good. Now remember, we do have that annoying border problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and apply a font weight of 600 to modify the text, border of none, cursor pointer, and a slightly higher margin top. So it pushes from the top. If we go ahead and do that, and I go ahead and save, you'll see, oops, you'll go ahead and save. Oh, what have I done? There we go, save. And then you can see, you get that nice little finish, right? So it looks pretty clean after that. You see very subtle changes, right? Very, very subtle changes. So I'm going to target next the H1. The H1, I don't like it where it is right now. So I'm going to go ahead, target inside of the form. And I'm going to say, go ahead, grab the H1. Asad said, you're doing a great job. I have learned a lot. Thank you so much. And Sohail, thank you so much. He says, looking good. I think that's what he meant by good. Right. So let's go ahead and check right now for the H4, right? So I said before that we have a H4 underneath here. So inside that form, outside the button, I'm actually going to have a H4, okay? Now this is where we're going to have new to Netflix, sign up now, okay? So let's go ahead and do it. So here we're going to have a span, right? So you see we've got two different styles being applied here, right? And then we even have a link, which is actually some text. Right. So what we're going to do at this point is we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to say span. I'm going to say new to Netflix firstly. So I'll show you guys. I'll say new to Netflix ? And then we'll say sign up now. Right. And what I'm going to do is break this up with span tags. Right, so I'm going to break it up with span tags. So that way I can apply different bits of styling as I do it. Okay. So you can see here. There you go. It kind of looks okay at that point. Let's go ahead and style the H4. And then we'll go ahead and update this, right? So style the H4 text align left margin top of 30 pixels. So it's already in place, but you can see I want to get the colors looking like this, right? So what we're going to do now is span inside of the H4. And this is what you typically use span for, okay? So you're going to span a class name. So I'm going to basically span a class name around the new to Netflix. Okay, so let's go ahead and span a class name. And this one I'm going to say is the class name for SignupScreen. And I'm going to say gray. Okay, so it's going to be the sign up screen gray. I'm going to go save and I'm going to target that piece of text now. And I'm going to say, okay, the color should be gray. So color of gray. And that's how you do that, right? That's how you like span a style around just a one piece of text, okay? So I'm going to actually add a space there. And you guys can see all the space apart. Nice. This is looking good, guys. So we have the sign up screen, right? This is looking good. It's looking good, right? Let me go ahead and pop that there, right? So what I'm going to do now is actually have it so that we have the sign up now, okay? So for the sign up now, I'm going to span a link piece of text, right? And there's a reason why I'm going to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and say span. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop this inside of there. And then what I'm going to do is give this a class name. And you could have used Emmet there to make it a little bit quicker. You then go ahead and say SignupScreen link. Okay. The authentication with Firebase is so simple, the Dev96. You're about to get your mind blown, dude. Honestly, when you see how simple it is crazy powerful, okay? So the reason why I added this bit of style here is because what we're gonna actually do is I'm gonna go and pop in the following, okay? So I'm gonna go underneath down here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and say the following. So I'm gonna do this, right? So I'm gonna do SignupScreen link. And the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually make it only apply the style on hover, okay? So it's a little modifier here. It says only apply on hover. And I'm going to say, okay, firstly, I want to do a cursor of a pointer. And I actually want to decorate the text with an underline. That's what then it will look like it's a link. Okay. So I'm going to do that. So now if we go ahead and check it out, look at that. So it immediately looks like a clickable link now. Okay. So now what we're going to do is actually going to go ahead and create two functions. I'm going to create one, which is going to be for the registration, right? So now we're going to get into the authentication portion. Okay. So this is going to be a lot of fun right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say, const register, right? Const register, and again, your arrow function. And what I want to do here is I don't want to do the typical refresh. So anytime a button is inside of a form, it will typically refresh. And to prevent that, we say e.prevent the default behavior. Okay. So that's how we go ahead and do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually need to do some stuff with Firebase in just a sec. So I'm going to make a function for my sign in. So I'm going to say const sign in, and this will also take E as an argument. And this will go ahead. And the reason why it takes E as an argument is because if it gets triggered off a click or something like that, it comes with this event. So we're going to say prevent the default behavior, which is going to be a refresh. So if you see, if I click the button, it usually refreshes, right? But now, once I apply it to here, so for example, on the button type submit here, I'm going to say on click sign in. And if you guys notice now, when I click this, it won't do a refresh. Look at that, no refresh. But if I click this one, it won't do a refresh as well, yeah, because that's sort of our fake link, right? So I'm going to make that piece of text trigger the register function. So the sign in button will trigger the sign in function, and this text down here will trigger the register function. Okay, so just very simple like that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and set up the rest of our Firebase configuration. Okay, so we're going to go over to Firebase.js because we need the authentication portion of this build to get up and running. First thing we're going to do is run to the top and say import Firebase from Firebase. Now, if you missed the beginning, I actually went ahead and I already went ahead and installed Firebase into the project by doing yarn add Firebase. Okay, so I actually did that in the beginning of this project. If you haven't done it, simply run yarn add Firebase to go ahead and get up to speed. Okay. Once we've done that, right, we're going to go over to our Firebase. So let's go over to our Firebase. And then what we're going to do is go ahead and say authentication on the right hand side. Click it. Right. So let me go ahead and show you the full screen of like this. Okay. So you'll be in either that view or that view, and click authentication and then click sign in method. Go to your email and password, make sure it's enabled. So at this point, we pulled it in, we've got our credentials, everything is good. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is actually go ahead and set things up. So I'm going to go ahead and firstly initialize the app with these credentials. So imagine this is like a key to logging into our Firebase stuff. Okay. So here I'm going to say const Firebase app equals Firebase dot initialize app. Okay. This takes a config. So it takes the configuration as an object, and then that will go ahead and initialize the application. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say const db equals Firebase app. So the app that we just initialized. So this one right here. And I'm going to say dot Firestore. So Firestore is actually the database that we're going to be using. It's a real-time database. If you've never used Firestore, it's going to allow us to keep track of what the user's subscription is. Okay. So that's it. That's tomorrow. We're going to be using the database. But for today, what we're going to be using is the authentication. Okay. So for the authentication, well, tongue twister, we're going to say Firebase.auth. Okay. So Firebase doesn't actually need the Firebase app. We can just do Firebase.auth for this one. Okay, now over here, I want to go ahead and export everything that I'm going to use. So I'm going to go ahead and export the authentication over here, right? And then what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to export the database as a default export, because the DB, I'm just showing you that you can mix and match explicit exports and default exports, right? And remember, default, you can only have one default export, but you can have many explicit exports, okay? So go ahead and save, right? Perfect. Right. So now we've got the authentication set up. So now what we're going to do is go over to our sign up screen. Now over here, you're about to get your mind blown, dude. I'm going to show you how simple it is to set up an account with this up and running, okay? So the first thing that we want to do is capture the information from here, right? I want to capture that information. So how do I do it? So I actually shown this inside the course, but I'm going to show you guys how to do it. So typically what we do is we have a piece of state that tracks what is inside the email and password, and we update it as the user types. But now what you can do, and it's actually a little bit more performant, is you can have a reference to that field. So here I'm going to have an email reference, which uses the useRef hook. And this will allow us to basically imagine a big finger is pointing at a HTML element. So that's what we're going to do right here. Okay. This big finger is going to point at a HTML element, and I'm going to need to import this from React. So let's go ahead and pop it from React. And then it's going to be initialized with a value of no to begin with. I'm going to copy and paste that, and I'm going to change the email ref to password. Okay. Go ahead and save. Nice. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and, there we go. I'll ask you again. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our register function. Okay, now inside the register function, whenever we click the register button, right, what I actually want to do is create an account with the user's email and password, right? So what I can do is I can say auth, and I'm going to pull the authentication from our Firebase, local Firebase file, the one that we just set up inside of Firebase. So this one, hence the brackets, because it's an explicit export. Okay, so perfect. So we've got the authentication object, right? So now what I'm going to do, right? So we're going to say auth.create user with email and password. Okay, so over here, what we're going to do now is pass in an email and password. So you can see over here, if we move quite out the way, right? There we go. Oh, okay. It's annoying, but yeah, it's fine. So you can see it takes an email and password. Okay, so you guys can see it's just, this is blocking it right now. But what we can do is the email and password over here, right? So Pranav, I'm not going to explain use state versus useRef today. So it's actually inside the React Basics inside the course. But here for the username, I'm going to go ahead and attach. First, I need to attach these references to the input fields. So for the email one, I'm going to say the reference to the email one is going to be the email reference. And the reference to the password field is going to be the password reference. Okay, perfect. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to say for the username, so for the email, I'm going to say go to the email reference, remember, because it's like a big finger that is pointing at that email field. So it's pointing at this one right here, okay? So I'm going to do email ref, and then it's whatever it's pointing at. So the current thing it's pointing at, right, has a property called current. And then we're going to say get the value. So whatever the user's typed into that field. So that's going to be the email, so the user. And you can see here it says password is the second argument, okay? So here I'm going to say the password ref dot current dot value, okay? Perfect, save. And you can see that will actually go ahead and create the user with the email and password. So then once it's created, okay, what I'm actually going to do is I can handle things. So it will actually give me back the user's information. But at this point, I'm not going to use the user's information. So it will actually log them in and then give me some credentials for that user, which is incredible. But if there's at any point there's an error, so I'm going to catch the error. Okay, I'm going to catch that error. And I'm going to go ahead and basically alert that on the screen. So I'm going to say error.message, alert it on the screen. Okay, and that's how we do it, right? So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to say auth user. So imagine, just to prove to you, I'm going to get the user once they logged in and say console log the auth user. Okay, perfect. Now what I'm going to do is F12, pop this open, and let's go ahead and see what gets rendered on the screen. So if I go ahead and say get started, and I type in, let's just say sunny@gmail.com and password ABC, and I click on what have we done? We've done register. So if I click on sign up now, so basically went ahead and signed up, and then you can see we get a user's object back, and inside of it you get a user. And guys, look, it's got an email, it's got some information about me, it's got the like tokens and all this other cool stuff, a user ID, UID, and all that good stuff. And just to prove that this actually logged us in, check this out. What's up, Alexandra? It's good to see you here. If we click on users, it just created an account. So now we are authenticated, and it has a password, a user ID, and everything. Okay, and it tells us the provider that we've used is over here, the email provider. Okay, so really, really nice. If you were coming from like a Google login or something like that, it would let us know. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead back to the application, and we've got the user's information here, right? So if I go ahead and refresh our app, right, you can see obviously it's not going to show us because this was our function. So how do I know if the user's inside, right? So how do I know if the user's actually signed in? Okay, how do I know if the user's signed in? Let's go over to app.js, okay? And the first thing I want to show you is actually let's implement the sign in as well, so I can check if I actually can sign into that account or not, right? So now what I'm going to do is say auth dot, and this one's even nicer, right? It says sign in with email and password. So let's go ahead and pop that in. And again, this takes the user's email and password. So we're going to use the same values that we used before. Pop that in here. And then all I'm going to do here is actually catch the error, right? So again, just to prove to you that it logs, I'm going to say afterwards. So with a then, we're going to go ahead and console log the user. And I'm going to say catch any errors that may arise and alert the user with the error message. Okay, so that's the typical standard of getting that message back. Okay, so now if I go back and I go ahead and click get started, and I go ahead and say, let's just go ahead and say sunny@gmail.com, ABC, sign in. You see, it didn't throw any errors. And over here, it actually gave me the user back. Perfect. So I actually did sign in, right? Now let me try and do some random user and click sign in. Let's see. Look, oh, nice. There is no user corresponding to this identifier. The user may have been deleted. Okay, and then something else that's pretty cool. If I go ahead and actually get rid of this and I click sign up now, the email address is badly formatted. So you see, we have that. This is where the catching is actually going ahead and catching the errors. So it doesn't actually register or sign up a user if there's any error, because it catches and it goes ahead and does it. Okay, perfect. Nice. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and continue on. So how do I know if the user's logged in? So we want something called persistence, right? Persistence is basically if I sign in, I don't want to keep on signing in, right? So over here on the actual main build, if I go ahead and sign in, if I go ahead and refresh, notice how it knows that I'm signed in. Right? It knows that I'm signed in. If I go ahead and sign out, if I refresh, it doesn't know that I'm signed in. Right? So it's in like I'm not signed in, so it doesn't do anything. So over here, what I can actually do is set something up on inside our app.js. What we're going to do is some clever wizardry. Okay. So in app.js, what we're actually going to do is have something called a use effect, right? And this use effect is going to basically go ahead and listen to the user's logged in state. So the use effect is going to basically have a function inside of it. And by including these brackets over here, it runs on the mount. Okay. So it runs on the component mount. I need to import use effect. So there we go. We import it from React. So looking good, right? So far, I'm going to need my authentication object from Firebase. Perfect. We have the authentication object ready. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say auth dot on auth state changed. Now this is going to say it's basically something called a listener, right? And the reason being is because it listens to any authenticated state change, right? So, and what is really clever about Firebase is whenever you go ahead and even if you're logged in and you refresh, it will store it to your local memory. So in your browser, so it'll basically go ahead and pop it in a cookie and it knows that you're logged in from before. So on auth state change, this gives us something called a user auth callback. Okay. And what we can do here is we can say if the user exists, then they're probably going to be, then they are, logged in. All right. Else they're going to be logged out. Okay. And at this point, what I can do is I can basically react accordingly, right? So here, what I do is I can say console log and I can say user auth. Okay. Then if I go ahead and save, you guys can see. So let's go ahead and refresh. Let me go ahead and pop this up. Let me go ahead and do this right now and refresh, right? So you guys can see over here, look, it knows I'm logged in. So we have the user's object. So this is really good right now, okay? So it knows that we're logged in. And if I go ahead and I already have a logged in state. So it knows sunny@gmail.com. And if I was to create a new account, say abc@gmail.com and do abc and sign up, it would now log in with that different user. Okay, so if I go ahead and you see it says abc@gmail. So if I refresh, it will find the user and it found that abc is now logged in, not the previous account. Okay, so we can also handle sign-outs, as simple as that as well. But now you can see we've already gone ahead and included the sign-in functionality. But something you want to do, whenever you're using a use effect, you should have a cleanup function, okay? So the good thing about on-auth state changed is that it actually allows us to have this powerful functionality called the unsubscribe, okay? It gives us back something which is unsubscribe. Remember, what we're doing here by setting this listener up is we're setting up a listener, which takes up a little bit of memory on our browser. It takes up some computing power, okay? And what we want to say is if the component was ever to unmount, we don't want to duplicate another listener. We just want to detach the old one and attach a new one, okay? So here what I can say is return unsubscribe. And basically what this is the equivalent of saying is when it basically cleans up, run the subscribe function. So this is the equivalent thing of doing this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is instead just say return unsubscribe, save. And that means that our performance is not going to be affected. Okay. Right. So that is Google level security, by the way. So in case you're wondering if is it secure, is it everything? So Firebase is a set of tools. And yeah, if you don't trust Google's security, I mean, we can't really do it better than Google right now, can we? Right. I mean, you can try, you definitely try. I'm not knocking it, but I'd say it's pretty fair to say you can trust Google. So what I want to do at this point is we're going to talk about Redux, okay? So Redux is essentially a global store, right? When we have an application and we have components inside of it, right? Rather than prop drilling and passing values down from one component to another component to another one, we get into a problem of it's called prop drilling, right? We don't want to do that. Instead, wherever we are inside of our app, we might want to get access to a variable, for example, the user, right? And then wherever else we are in the app, we want to basically get that user, right? So we call this a global sort of store, right? And that is where Redux comes in. It's the global store of our application, okay? So when we set this app up, we use the template Redux when we use create React apps. So we're going to dive into that and get everything up and running with that. So first thing you want to do is go over to our app, right, on the right hand side, and you see store.js. And we're going to do a quick refactor here. I'm not going to say the counter reducer. I'm going to change this to be the user reducer. And you can see we just changed a file name called user slice. So inside of features, I'm going to change counter slice, the file, to user slice.js. Save. Okay. Now follow this bit very carefully. Okay. So follow this bit pretty carefully. So here I'm going to change counter slice to user. I'm going to change the name of the piece of state user, right? Now you're probably wondering, what is user slice, right? So remember I talked about that global store, okay? Rather than having like this huge global store where we just don't know where anything sits, we can have these like slices of the store. So imagine an onion, and every single slice contains different parts of different sections of information. So imagine we had a user section over here, right? And all the user's information goes over here. And then imagine we had like a basket section over here and all the basket information goes over there. Now we've got two very easy to understand and sort of like look at pieces of state as opposed to just chucking everything in this one global store. Okay. So hopping back over, we're going to initialize the user piece of that user section of the store. And the initial state for that is going to initially be, so we can actually set this up to be whatever we want. We're going to have the user here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say user like this, and the user is going to be no. Okay, user going to be no. And over here in the reducers, I want to basically go ahead and we can get rid of all of these items inside the reducer. The first one I want is the login. The login takes the state, it takes an action, and it does the following. Okay, so it takes the state and it modifies the user. And it says, okay, set the user to whatever we pass as a payload. Now, if you're not sure about what I'm saying here, just follow along and I promise you this will all make sense over time with pattern recognition. Okay, I do break it down in a lot of videos, but in today's one, I'm going to basically just go ahead and explain to you at a very higher level what we're doing here. So here we've got the state, and then we've got state.user equals no. Okay, like so. And the final one, actually, we're going to leave this. We're going to start with login, log out. Okay. So these are going to be these are called actions. Okay. So what we can do is we can actually go ahead and basically dispatch an action, and then it will do the appropriate behavior and manipulate. So the way we interact with that global store is we have to dispatch actions into it. Okay. And the two actions that we created now are login and log out. right? And they both have a way of affecting the user section of the store, okay? So that's why they're inside the user reduce or the user slice, okay? So here for the login, we're gonna go ahead and change these. So we need to export this from, you see it's called counter slice actions, but we're gonna change counter slice to be user slice. And over here, I'm gonna get rid of this and say login and log out. This way it gives us access to these two actions outside of the class. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this one. We don't need to know about this for now. And then what we have is selectors. Now selectors are essentially how do we access. So remember I explained before, if you push things into that global store, for example, that user store, right? We're pushing information into it by using actions, right? But how do I get a value out of it and then use it inside of my component, okay? So if I want to get a piece of information out of that user store, then all I need to do is basically create something called a selector. And that selector will then go ahead and give me back the value I'm after, okay? So we're going to go ahead and check that out right now. So you can see here where we have select count, right? We're going to change this to be select the user, and this goes into the state. It goes into the user slice of the state, because remember we're inside of the user slice. And then we're going to go ahead and get the user. Okay. So I'm going to show you guys some pretty cool Redux dev tools in just a sec. And the final part of the refactor is we go here to counter and we change it to user slice, and we go ahead and save. Okay. But let's go ahead and carry on. So we've got the login, log out, and we've got access to it now. So we've got our selectors, everything in place. So let's go ahead and save. Boom. Everything is looking very good at this point. Inside the user slice, we've got everything up and running. Inside of app.js, this is where the power comes in, right? When I have that listener that basically checks if there is a user logged in or not using Firebase authentication. So remember, the one I'm talking about is the user auth listener that we have over here. So the on auth state change, the one that we set up just a second ago. When it detects that someone's logged in, remember that user piece of state, right? I'm going to basically go ahead and fire that user object into the state. So now I can access that user from anywhere inside of my app. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Right. So here we have the user auth. So when we're logged in, all I'm going to do, and the way we go ahead and manipulate the state is we dispatch something into it. So we dispatch a login action or a log out action. Okay. The way we dispatch is we use this very handy hook to go ahead and get a dispatch object firstly. So the way we get the dispatcher is we say use dispatch, and I need to import that from React Redux. Okay. Go ahead and hit save. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go down here, and I'm going to say for when we're logged out, right, I'm going to go ahead and say dispatch. And then this is going to be dispatch. And then we're going to say log out. And I need to import the logout action. So remember the logout action, what it's actually doing here is it's resetting the user back to no. Okay. So if we go back here, if we're logged out, it's going to reset the user back to no. Okay. And when we're logged in, it's going to go ahead and do similar, pretty much the opposite, right? It's going to go ahead and push the user into the store. So that user auth object had a bunch of things inside of it. It had a user ID, an email, and a display name. I want to capture those things and use them, right? In fact, we don't actually need the display name for today. We just need the user ID and email. So what I'm going to do is dispatch a login event. Okay. And what we can do with a login event is we need to import it firstly. We can pass in something called a payload. Okay. Now the payload is basically what we're going to set the user to. So I'm going to pass an object here, right? So app.js, let's go here, and we're going to dispatch an object into the store. Okay. So into the Redux store. And here we're going to pass in a UID. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into the user auth, and we're going to say, okay, get the user auth, or the user auth ID, the user ID off of the user auth. Okay. Then we're going to say, get the email. And that is inside of the object. Remember that squiggly weird object that we got back? That's inside the email. That's what it's called inside. And then I'm going to get rid of the console log. Okay, perfect. So now what we can do is we can check if this actually works, or is Sunny just lying, right? Is he not telling the truth? So what I can do is I can go ahead, pull out my website, refresh just to make sure we're on the latest thing. Go ahead, right click and click inspect. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead, pull this over a little bit and go to the top, and I've got the Redux dev tools. So I really highly recommend you install them. Now this is incredibly powerful. Okay. So if you click state, it shows you the state of the application. So remember, we set up a user slice. So this is the user slice of the application. And then over here, we have the user inside of the user slice. Okay. And then remember, we have the user ID and the email of the person who's logged in. Right? They're probably wondering, how the hell did that happen? Right? Because remember, look what on the left hand side, we have the list of actions that were dispatched. So if I go ahead and click the action and click on the action here, we can see this action inside the user slice, the login action. So remember the user slice. So where is it gone? Let's go ahead and show you this one. So inside of the user slice over here, the login action inside the user slice was fired off, which is why we saw it. Where did it go? Yeah, which is why we saw it over here. So the user login action, and that had a payload of user ID and email. And if we go to diff, this is the cool bit. The diff shows you how it modified the store. So it says, okay, the user changed with this following object. So the UID and something else changed, okay? And then here you can see for yourself. And what's really cool about this is you can go back and forth, and as if you can rewind the state. Look how cool that is, right? You can rewind the state. But there you go. That's how it works, okay? So that's just to prove to you that it has been dispatched into the store, right? So now that it's dispatched into the store, how do I get the value out of the store? The way we get the value out of the store, remember I talked about selectors, and I talked about this one in particular over here, the select user, which goes into the state of the store. So basically that global store goes into the user slice and then gets the user from the store, okay? So what I'm gonna do then is go ahead and say inside of app.js, rather than doing this like hard coded value, I'm going to go ahead and change this to say use selector. Remember I told you it was a selector that we built, and I'm going to go ahead and say select user. So remember this was the selector that I wrote inside of the user slice. So select user was the name of the selector, and inside of our app we're saying use selector, select user, and this will give me the user back, right? So if I go ahead and save now, look what happens, guys. So initially it's null, but because we're logged in, look at this. Initially it's null. And then Firebase kicks in and it says, hang on, you are logged in. So let me dispatch a login. And then it updates the Redux state, which is why it pops in. So you see in the beginning, it's no. And then it finds it and it says, oh, no, you're logged in. There we go. Perfect. Works really nice, right? That works perfectly nice. So the next thing I'm going to do is create the login, sort of the profile screen. Now the profile screen, I want to have it. So when I click on this, it will go ahead and take me to a different screen. Now, how do we do that? Okay, let's go ahead, go to our app. So firstly, that was actually a crazy breakdown of Redux. So if you guys enjoyed that, smash the thumbs up, let me know in the comments. Right, so we're gonna add a new route, okay? So I'm gonna add a route over here, and this route is gonna basically have a path of /profile, right? And if you're confused or wondering what I'm building right now, let's go ahead and log into the main app, sign in, and I'll show you. So this screen right here. Okay, so what I want this functionality. So when I click on this button up the top, it will take me to the edit profile screen. This is what we're trying to go to. Okay, so here you go. We're going to build this screen. So inside of the profile section here, I'm going to go ahead and create a profile screen. All right. So obviously what we're going to do is we're going to have to be responsible for creating this. Okay, let's go ahead and open up the screens and let's go ahead and create the new screens. We're going to say ProfileScreen.js. Boom, we have the screen. RFCE to pop out our screen stuff that we want, right? And then we're going to do our BEM naming convention. So class name is ProfileScreen. And I'm going to go ahead and do our typical setup with our CSS. So import, and then I'm going to say ProfileScreen.css. Done. And I'm going to go ahead and create ProfileScreen. So ProfileScreen.css. Boom, nice, perfect. This is looking pretty good, right? So to prove that it's the profile screen, I'm gonna say this is the profile. Save, okay? And what I want to do is inside of my application now, I'm gonna go ahead and go to /profile, and we can see over here if we, where is it gone? Right, so it's in the screen, right? So you can see this is actually just a blank screen right now. Oh yeah, because we haven't actually rendered the correct screen. So we go to app.js and I need to go ahead and import the screen at the top of the file. So profile screen, save. And now what we should see is you can see this is the profile at /profile. Okay. So now let's go ahead and refresh. Perfect. Okay. So it's working pretty good at this point. So the route is set up and configured as we wanted it. Right. So what I'm going to do now is actually have it so that when we click on this avatar at the top, it takes us to that screen. Now, how do we do that? Let's go into the home screen. Let's go into the Nav Component. Okay, so the Nav Component has an avatar at the top. This one over here to be precise, right? When we click it, I want to navigate to that screen. Now, how do we programmatically navigate with the React Router? I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. Okay, so What we're going to do over here is we're going to have something called history. Now with React Router, every time you sort of change page, you're essentially pushing a new page in the history, which is why when you click the back button, it goes back a page, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to get the history, and we've got a nice little handy hook here called use history, which gives us the history. We can import that from React Router DOM. And I'm going to go ahead and use the history. And what we can do is we can programmatically push the next page into the history stack. So here I can say when we click the avatar, so on click, I'm going to go ahead and do an arrow function. And I'm going to say history.push. And I'm going to do /profile. There we go. Save. Now check this out, guys. If I go ahead and click this, it takes me to the profile. Nice. That's cool, right? And if I go back, because it pushed onto the history stack, it knew where to go back to when we popped off when we went back. Right, so it pushes the page. If we go back, it goes back to the page. Right, if we go forward, it knew where we were. We go back, it knows where we were. So let's carry on. So we've got the profile screen. So now we're going to deck out the profile screen. So we have a way of getting here right now. So let's make this look pretty. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is open up the profile screen. I'm going to make this sort of a bit smaller so we can go ahead and configure it. And then instead of this is the profile, we're going to make this a bit more meaningful. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is actually render a nav component. So I'm going to reuse the navigation bar. Okay. So this is a perfect example of component-based design. I'm going to go ahead and reuse the navigation bar, and you guys can see now, look on the profile screen, I'm just reusing the navigation bar, right? So perfect. And what I actually want to do is when I click the Netflix button, I want to go over to the home screen. So how do we do that? I go over to my nav bar. When I do this, I say on click. Oops, let me go ahead and copy this one. So on click, history.push the original page. So let's go back here. And now check this out. I can navigate. So if you click this button, look at that. We can navigate between pages now. Nice. Right? So what I'm going to do now is create this lovely page. So we've got the profile screen, and over here, I'm going to say profile screen body. Okay. So let's go ahead and drop this in profile screen body. And then the first thing I'm going to do is have a H1, which says my profile. Okay. So it's just going to say edit profile. That's the kind of profile screen. That's what it says. So here we're going to go ahead and create, so we've got edit profile, and it's white right now, which is why we can't see anything. So if I save it, we should be able to see something. Let's see. There you go. So you see us at the top, right? There we go. All right. So now what I'm going to do is go ahead and open a profile screen. So we've got the body here, and then I'm going to go ahead and have a profile screen info. There we go. So profile screen __ info. There we go. Drop it in there. And I'm going to have an image tag. And that image tag is going to have an image. And that image that I actually have is the avatar, right? So it's the avatar of that little face, the Netflix face. So I'm going to go ahead and pop that in, and I'll go ahead and refresh, and you guys can see. And the end goal, guys, is that we get to this screen. So this is the goal. This is where we're at. I think we're pretty close. Okay. So now inside of the info screen, so we have the info, we have the image, and what I'm going to have is the details. Now the details is going to be this portion over here. This is what I'm going to refer to as the details, this entire block. Okay. So here I'm going to say outside of the div, right? So we have the image, and then next to the image, sorry, I'm going to say div, and I'm going to say profile screen, and I'm going to say details. Okay. So profile screen details. And then inside of this, I'm going to have the H2, which is going to be the user's email. Now, how do I get the email? Right. Remember, we actually push the user's information into Redux, right? So we can go ahead and fetch it. So I'm going to say const user equals use selector. Go ahead and import that. There we go. And I'm going to say select user. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and grab the user from the store. Boom. We have the user. And what I can do right now is actually go ahead and just simply say user.email. Remember, we pushed that into the store in the beginning. So if the user's logged in, we will have their email. So now you guys can see abc@gmail.com is logged in. Perfect. It's working really nice. So the next thing we're going to have is the profile screen plans. Okay. So the profile screen plans is essentially going to be all of this stuff. Okay. It's going to be all this stuff. And what I'm actually going to do here is just for now, I'm going to pop in a profile screen plans div. Okay. So I'm going to pop in a profile screen plans, but I'm going to keep it empty for now. Okay. Keep it empty for now. And what we're going to do is I'm actually going to have a sign out button underneath that. Okay. So inside of the plans, right at the bottom of it, see inside the plan section at the bottom, I have this sign out button. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and create a button, and I'm going to say sign out. Okay, so for the sign out, I'm going to give it a class. So I'm going to give it a class name. There we go. Let's go ahead and give it a class name, and let's just say ProfileScreen sign out, right? ProfileScreen sign out. There we go. And then what this is going to do is it's basically going to represent the sign out button. So I'm going to show you how to log out. So remember, we use Firebase authentication to log in, but to log out, it's just as simple, right? How do we do that? I'll show you right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to say on click, right? And I'm going to do, and this is how simple it is. You're going to, whoever hasn't used Firebase authentication is about to be absolutely blown away, right? So we're going to use an arrow function. I'm going to pull my authentication object in from our local Firebase file. I'm going to say auth.signout. Boom. That's literally it. I swear to God, that's it. Sign out. Call the function, save it. And look at what's going to happen now. As soon as I click that button, it's going to go ahead, sign out, right? Which is then going to trigger off our listener that we have over here. Triggers off the listener because the authentication state changed. Now there is no user auth, which means it goes ahead and logs out, which dispatches the logout action, which means that if there was a user in the Redux store, there no longer is, which means user is now no. If the user's no, it's going to throw us back to the login screen as opposed to showing us the application, right? So that's just insane. Check this out. Let's go ahead and sign out. If I click sign out right now, okay, slight little issue, right? Let's go ahead and refresh. Let's see what happens. So it did sign me out, but it didn't redirect me. Okay, so it didn't actually redirect me. Why did it not redirect me? We'll figure that one out. So if we click sign in, let's go ahead and say abc@gmail.com. And I know why. I think I know why. Let me go ahead and check in my app.js. There we go. I know why. Right, so here if we say abc, sign in. And you can see it signed me in, so I'm back on the page. And then what actually happened was the use effect is dependent on the dispatch method. So it needs to run this and double check this code every time we have a dispatch event that's fired off, okay? So what I'm gonna do is actually go ahead and say, oh, and actually it's here, that's why, log out. All right, there you go, dispatch the login action. So now if I click sign out, boom, there we go, kicked. It basically went ahead and reset the user inside the Redux state. Plus you should actually include the dispatch here as a dependency because it is dependent on this function over here, okay? All right, so now we're gonna go ahead, log in. gmail.com. So guys, look at that. We have a full authentication flow right now. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, log in. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and carry on with this. So heading back over to the profile screen. So what we're going to do now is style this out. This does not look at all anywhere where I want to get to. It doesn't look like that, right? I want to get it looking like that. So I'm going to open up my profile screen, CSS. And if you're wondering how I do that, Command P. Command P is to pull up a quick sort of, jump to a file. So gonna go ahead and style this out. So how do we do that? How do we make it look really pretty? Okay, so let's go ahead and start off by targeting the profile screen, which is the outer container. So I'm gonna pop this under here, profile screen over here. So let's go ahead and say profile screen. There we go. And here I'm gonna say a height of 100 view height because we will want to use up the entire height of the screen. I'm gonna say the text color should be white. So that way we can see it on the black background. Immediately, it looks a little bit better. Okay, we're getting there. It looks a little bit better. And it's not as bad, right? Let me go ahead and pop the profile screen on the right. There we go. So next thing we do is target the body over here, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and say, boom, product profile screen body. And here I'm gonna say display flex. So I'm gonna flex on this. I'm gonna say flex direction column. Boom, save it, okay? And then I'm gonna go ahead and just double check this is all mapped out correctly. There we go, save. And let's go ahead and refresh. Okay, so the next step is to go ahead and say width of 50%, margin left or margin right or, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. And then you see it pops it into the middle. I'm gonna give a padding top of 8% and a max width of 800 pixels. Now there was a reason why I went with this decision. I'll show you in just a sec. Now you guys can see, the reason why I went with 8 pixels is because you see as I sort of make the screen bigger, it kind of nicely fits a phone higher and it goes ahead and centers the screen like this, right? Now obviously this doesn't look too great at the moment, so we're gonna fix that. So what I'm going to do now is for profile info, so profile screen info, which has an image and the details, right? So the image and the details. So this entire container here is the info, okay? So we're going to go ahead and say profile info, and this is just going to be display flex. That way everything goes into a row by default. If I do that, you can see it went ahead and pushed it into a row, but obviously it's not fitting right at this point, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and target the image, okay? So the way I'm going to target the image is say inside the profile info div, target the image and say height of 100 pixels. There you go. Starting to look a lot more better and cleaner. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is target the, let's have a look. Let's target the H1 inside a profile screen body. And what I'm going to do here is say profile screen body. I target the H1, and inside of here, I'm going to give a font size 60 pixels, font weight 400, a slight border bottom to give this little nice effect, and a margin bottom as well. Okay, and there you go. You see that? It gives it that nice little sleek Netflix effect, and you can see we're slowly getting there. Okay. Now for the profile screen info, we're going to make this look a little bit nicer. So I'm going to go ahead and dive into the image we've already done. I'm going to target the profile details, right? So the profile details is the stuff holding this text and things like that here. So boom, color white, margin left 25 pixels, so it's not touching this, and a flex of 1, so it uses up all the available space. Okay, this looks really good. So the next section that I'm going to do is target the H2 inside of the profile screen details. Okay, so I'm going to target the H2, and I'm going to give a background color of gray. So what I actually want to do here is this right here. I want to kind of have it in an editable sort of looking field. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, pop it there. I'm going to say profile screen details, target the H2, background color gray, padding 15, font size 15, and a padding left of 20 pixels. Do it, boom, we get that. Very nice, right? And again, this is all responsive. You guys can see as it grows, looks nice. Look at that, looks really nice. Boom, I really like that, right? That's looking really good. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do, guys, is actually have the inside of the profile plan screen. So I'll target this button in a sec. Actually, let's do the button right now. Let's do that button right now. So I've given it a sign out button. Let's go ahead and target the sign out button. And then here I will go ahead and say a padding of 1020 pixels, font size 1 rem. So let's go ahead and apply that right now. Save. And you can see we already got the size a bit better. Okay, I'm going to say width should be 100% of its container. And I'm also going to give a margin top so it doesn't touch the top component. I'm going to change the color of the text to white and a background color of Netflix. So I'm going to give the Netflix color branding. Boom, we got the Netflix color. And then obviously we're going to change the font color, weight, border, none, and a cursor pointer. Right now, if I go ahead and like kind of hover over it, it gives me no feedback to say it's a button. So if I do cursor pointer and a border none to remove that horrible nasty border, there you go. Look at that. Looks really good. Okay, looks really good, right? So now we've got that up in play. So what we're going to do next is actually have where we have the profile screen plans. I'm going to have a H3 tag, right? And the H3 tag is going to be the user's no, we've already got the user's email, sorry. We're going to have a H3 tag with the plans. Okay, so over here you can see it says plans, and then it has the following information, right? So it has all of this stuff. Now these plans we're going to implement, okay, so it's going to be the final part of the build to implement all of this stuff in Stripe. Okay, and just to show you guys once again what we're going to be doing, if we go ahead and click one of these right now, it will actually go ahead, load up Stripe, make a request, and send us over to a payment page. Right, so here you can see it actually sends us over to a proper functioning payment page, and you can pretty much fill out the details and it all works. It just works. And I'm going to show you some crazy powerful stuff. This is a new Firebase Stripe extension that has literally just got announced a couple of months back, and it's brand new and it's so cool. Honestly, like it's really crazy. This is actually a page that comes from Stripe. It's completely going to be mobile friendly. So you can see it's got Google Pay, all of this functionality included. So if you want it, and look at that, guys, the test mode is there just to prove that it's got the test key. And we're going to build all of that. We're going to finish off with implementing the final bit of UI and just prove that we can do that, right? We can do that and we're almost there. So we're going to have a H3 tag, right? The H3 tag is going to say plans, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and style the H3 tag. So we're going to say profile screen plans on the CSS, and we're going to target the H3. We're going to say border bottom 1 pixel solid, that nice little hexadecimal that everyone was asking for. And then we're going to go padding bottom 10 pixels. Okay, so you can see we've already got that nice little bit there. But obviously I don't want it touching so close to the top, right? So that container is called profile screen plans. I'm going to give it a margin top of 20 pixels. And you can see now we're starting to look very close. Very close to where we're at, right? So this is looking very good. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually head over to our Firebase. Now we already enabled authentication, which is why it was able to go ahead and work in the first place, right? The second thing we're going to do is actually set up our database. We need the database because we're going to be storing the user and their subscription inside the database. So we're going to go to Cloud Firestore right now, okay? Now what we're going to do is, now Cloud Firestore, you guys can see here, right? I want you to click on create database. Now here you want to go ahead and click start in test mode, right? Once you've done that, click next. Now over here, it doesn't really matter what your location is. The servers are extremely quick. You want to click enable, right? So once you click enable, everything is going to go ahead and set itself up. Right, so we're going to give this just a sec and then it should go ahead and work, right? It's just setting up the security rules, and we will also be actually manipulating some of those rules. But yeah, here we go. We have the Cloud Firestore in place, right? The next thing that we need to do is go ahead and go over to the extensions tab. Okay, now you're probably wondering, like, I've never used the extension. So today we're going to be using this together. Okay, so I'm going to pretend as if it's a first time run through, show you exactly how I would do it, my thought process behind it, exactly step by step, because in this build today, it's actually going to be quite a tricky one to get every step right. So I want you to follow, give it your best effort. Okay, so we're going to go down here, run subscription payments with Stripe. We're going to click on install. Okay, now you can see it says controls access to paid content by syncing your subscriptions with Firebase authentication. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close this one out. And then basically what it does, guys, is it creates a bunch of different cloud functions for you, which is actually extremely powerful. Okay, if you've ever used cloud functions before, you'll know that in today's build, it will go ahead and actually do this for us, right? So we're going to go ahead and click next. And then here we need to set up billing. Okay, so you guys see that we do need the Blaze plan in order to use extensions. Now, this does not charge you. Okay, I think it charges you like 1 penny, right, or 1 cent on your account, maybe, like possibly. Okay, but I would recommend that, even like if you feel uncomfortable with that, honestly, just get over it and put the card on the account. It's not going to charge you. But the thing I will say is just try it. Okay, try it before you knock it and kind of be like, oh, I'm not going to do it because I have to put a card on the account, right? Do that, give it a try. And if you absolutely can't, then I'd recommend that you just watch and you enjoy. Okay, but remember, like I said, put a card on the account, set up your billing, and then this will work. So here I'm going to click upgrade project to continue. Okay, so it'll say Blaze plan, pay as you go, and here we're going to click purchase. Right now, you might not have this, you might have to set up your billing. It won't take long. Okay, it won't take long to go ahead and do this, but remember, go ahead and do that, right? So you're going to click on the purchase, and then here you've successfully upgraded your project. Perfect. Okay, and if you really want to, you can set a budget alert, right? So if you're really kind of scared, then go ahead, set up a budget alert, and then it will let you know if you went over £5 or something. Okay, which obviously you won't, but you know, it's going to just be to give you that peace of mind if it's making you a bit kind of nervous. So now what we're going to do is review access granted to this extension. So we're going to click it, and you see it gives certain permissions to the extension. Okay, so extensions are like, think of it as like power-ups for Firebase. Okay, so Firebase is a set of tools provided by Google. We've got the database, we've got authentication, all this other stuff, cloud functions. The extensions are this kind of relatively new feature where you can basically like just upgrade your app. Literally, you just install it by doing what we're doing, and it just levels up your app and gives it really powerful stuff. Okay, so this is really, really cool stuff. So let's go ahead and carry on. I'm going to click next. Perfect. Now here, we're going to go ahead and say configure the extension. So we're going to leave this to be default. And now here, what we're going to see is products and pricing plans collection. So here we can go ahead and leave it as products if we want. Here, customers, this will be where the customers get stored. So you notice how it says collection. It's going to make this collection in the database. So it's obviously a NoSQL style database. Okay. Now here, sync new users to Stripe customers and Cloud Firestore. Here, I'm going to click sync. Okay. So every time as somebody registers, it will go ahead and sync them to our database. I want that. Okay. Now Stripe API key with restricted access, right? So we need to get a Stripe API key. So what you need to do is head over to Stripe. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Stripe in Google, and then you guys will see Stripe, this one right here. You want to click it. Okay. Now, once you're inside Stripe, you want to create an account, right? So you need to create an account with Stripe. Now, if you're wondering what the heck is Stripe, let's go ahead and have a look at what Stripe is. Okay. I'm just going to double check that my account currently isn't logged in. So I'm going to open up Stripe. And then you guys can see, I'll show you an example of what Stripe is. So you can see payments infrastructure for the internet. So loads of companies use Stripe, Deliveroo, a bunch of others, but it's extremely powerful. It allows you to charge cards. It allows you to have Apple Pay on your website. It allows you to have a bunch of other things on your website. Okay. So this is really, really powerful. So you can see it's a backbone for many internet businesses because it powers the payments, which is very tricky if you do it manually. Okay. So this is what we're going to go ahead and set this up with right now. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and create an account. So you want to click on dashboard or sign in or register at the top, create your account, and then we'll move over to the next step. So once you've done that, at the top hand corner, you're going to see like my business or something. You'll click it and a pop-up will come up saying enter a company name. So in this case, I've gone ahead and just done Papa YouTube demo, and I had this before for practice, but we're going to do Papa YouTube demo or whatever you want to call it. It's completely fine. Once we've done that, we can now get started, okay? So in this case, because it's a test app, I really don't mind showing the key, but obviously keep your key secret in the future, okay? So here you can click on get your API key, and then it shows you a bunch of things, okay? So you can see it says secret key and publishable key, right? So at this point, what we want to do is go ahead, and if we go and check out the extension steps, it said we need the live key. Okay, we need the live key. Now, whenever you're using a payment processing platform, you're probably wondering, okay, Sonny, but I don't want to get charged, right? How I want to test the app, but I don't want to actually test a real card, right? The way you do that is you have two sets of keys, right? Whenever you set up your app, you have a test key and then you have a live key, right? So we're only going to be using the test key today, and the test key allows you to process a fake card, and there's a special number we put into the card field, and basically you'll type in 4242 for that, the card number, and basically it will just pretend to charge a card, okay? And it will test the payment. But that's how we essentially prevent that from happening, okay? So here what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say reveal test key, okay? So you guys obviously want to keep this a bit more of a secret. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, just to make this a little easier, I'm going to go ahead and pop this on another desktop like so. So I'm going to go ahead and do this so that way we don't keep having to keep swap. So we need the live key. Okay, so I need the secret key. Okay, so this is Stripe API key with restricted access. So I'm going to go ahead and use, I'm sure it's this key. Let me just double check. API keys. And then I'm going to go ahead and reveal my actual key. Perfect. Yeah, so it's going to be the secret key. Okay, or it might be the restricted key. Let me just double check. No, it's not the restricted key. Okay, it's going to be our secret key. So I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go here and I'm going to paste it in. Okay, you can actually go ahead and create a restricted access key, but in this case I'm going to just use our test key. I'm sure it's the test key. I'm really sure it's the test key. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, you see here it says fill in from post install. So you actually leave this one, you leave that blank. Okay, you don't actually touch that one for now. But I'm going to double check with the key for a sec. Let's go ahead and check. It says go ahead and create keys, restricted API keys, publish key. Okay, so that's fine for now. We can use this key at the moment. Okay. Public key, test key. And let's just go ahead and double check. Over here, yeah, we're going to use this one. It's fine. If it's the wrong key, we can go ahead and change it anyway. Okay, but this one, you see it says fill in from post install. So we leave that as it is, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and click on install extension. All right, perfect. Now you can see it says it should take 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, so while that's loading, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to explain a few things that we have to do. So let's go ahead and click view details on how to use this extension in the meantime. And you guys can see a bunch of stuff comes up. Now you see we have to set a few things in place, okay? So typically this is where you have to pay attention and you don't just run ahead and guess and things like that, because it won't work. And then you're going to send me a question saying, I don't understand why it didn't work. And I'll be like, guys, you have to follow these things because it allows this stuff to work. There's a lot happening under the hood, right? The first thing we need to do is set the cloud Firestore security rules. Okay. So here, what this is doing is it's actually allowing only the authorized users to access their checkout sessions and subscriptions. Okay. So like you guys can have a look into this a bit more, but what it's going to do is inside of Firebase right now, inside of our Firestore collection, that extension is going to actually go ahead and automatically populate customers, their subscriptions, pricing plans inside of Firestore all by itself. That's pretty cool, right? All by itself, right? So what we're going to do here is go ahead and copy this, go to the, go over here. And while this is loading, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up a new tab for the Cloud Firestore. Okay. So while that's obviously, I don't want to move this away. I want to kind of let that do its thing. And then here, I'm going to click on rules. Nice. So here, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and grab all of this and paste the new rules. Okay. And I'm going to click publish. Okay. So something didn't copy over correctly. Let me just double check. I've not done it correctly. Let's go here. I actually need this over here. So let me go ahead and copy it again. And let's go ahead and paste. Oops. Yep, paste. There we go, and publish. Right, so we've got a few errors here. It says params customers collection. Let me just double check, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and double check on my other build that I did, and I'm gonna get my previous rules. What we're gonna do here is you guys can pretty much pause the video and copy this out if you would like. So you're gonna go to the rules, go ahead and copy this in, right? So this is the overall thing that we need inside of our rules, okay? What you can do at this point is pause it, and then you can go ahead and pretty much just copy this out, okay? So what this is gonna do is only gonna allow the authenticated users access to the specific parts of the database, okay? So what we're gonna do now is publish, okay? So we're publishing this, and let's go ahead and check up on our Stripe payment. So it's still setting itself up, okay? So while that's doing itself, what we can do is go ahead and we'll close this tab for now. Let me go ahead and do the following. So let me go to the this one right here, okay? So it says configure Stripe webhooks, okay? So this is a step that's absolutely necessary, okay? So you can see we need to go to the Stripe dashboard. So I've got the Stripe dashboard over on, where's my Stripe dashboard gone? I've got my Stripe dashboard over here. So we can close that one. I've got the Stripe dashboard over here. I'm gonna click on the webhook section over here, click it, right? And what I'm gonna say now, and webhooks are essentially whenever something happens on Stripe, for example, a product is created, updated, deleted, and all these things, we need to go ahead and actually sort of like send an event to our Firebase application, okay? So we need to go ahead and set this up. So what we're gonna do is we're going to go ahead and say use your URL of your extension function as your endpoint URL. So I need to actually go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and try and find the actual post install stuff. So where is my, let's go ahead and once this is set up, it will give us instructions which have our code available on it. Okay. But you guys can see it says install complete. So now I'm going to click on get started. So I would recommend you just wait for that because these instructions are a hell of a lot better than what I was looking at. So these ones will work if you copy that. Okay. So you'll copy the rules. So remember you guys, rather than copying what I was doing and sort of like writing it out manually, you guys can copy the rules over here, go to your Firestore and then just paste them like so. And that'll be perfect. There you go. Then you see it says configure Stripe webhooks. Now here you get a unique URL. So here's my webhook event. Okay, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go over to the Stripe dashboard. Okay, so where's my Stripe dashboard right now? Okay, it's over here, webhooks, and I'm going to click on add endpoint. Okay, now the endpoint URL, I'm going to go ahead and pop in my endpoint URL. So you see that long string that it gave us over there, right? And now I need to activate it for these events. So what I'm going to do to make this a little bit easier is I'm going to go ahead and pop this on the same screen and show you guys, right? So this is what I have over in Stripe right now. So I'm going to add the endpoint. And I'm going to basically go ahead and paste that long piece of text in. And then what we're going to do here is we don't need a description. You can, if you want, I guess, explain it. But here you want to go ahead and say product.created. And you need to actually go ahead and actually manually add these. Okay, so the next one is going to be product deleted and updated. So that we know, there we go. Let's add those three in. So there you see the three are here, right? So that's the top three. And we also need price.created. We need price.updated. We need price.deleted. Okay, so now we have 6. Perfect. And then we have checkout session completed. And what's going to happen is every time these events happen in Stripe, it will tell our application, right? So this is how the communication happens. And here we'll say completed. So every time a checkout session is completed, it'll work. And then here we can go ahead and say customer subscription created, customer subscription deleted. Right, so you guys can see if I go to the top, it's adding them, and then customer subscription updated. So customer subscription updated. Okay, so now I've got those 3, and the last one are tax rate, and they're optional, but we will add them for now just in case you want to do stuff like that. So we're going to say tax_rate created, and I want updated. Okay, so guys, remember, go ahead and follow this. And you guys can go ahead and check this out, right? So here we've got a bunch of stuff that's being ticked off. And now we should have, if you count it, it will match 12 events, okay? Perfect. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to click on add endpoint. Okay, perfect. So we've added this in. And then it says use the Firebase console or Firebase CLI. Reconfigure your extension with the webhook signing secret. So you can see over here, it says signing secret. So it says click to reveal. So I'm going to click to reveal it, and it gives me the special secret key. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and click on you can click on the reconfigure link. So this should take us to the Firebase console. Actually, no, don't click on that one. You want to go to your Firebase link. So let's go to another Firebase tab, go over to extensions. And then you can see where we've got the run subscription payments, click manage, and then click on reconfigure extension. Okay. And if we go down here, you see where it said fill in from post install. Okay. So what we do here is we simply paste this secret key from Stripe. So we paste it in there. Okay. So go ahead and paste that key in. Right. So once you've done that, you can see it will go ahead and update on this screen. Then you want to make sure you click on save. Right. So again, it says it's going to take up to 3 to 5 minutes because it has to propagate that change throughout. Okay. So that's going to be as we expect it, and it's going to look pretty good. Now what we're going to do is go back to our instructions. So let's go ahead and make this full screen. So this was the instructions, the configuring step. And then you guys can see here. So it says now you need to create your product and pricing information. Now this is the cool bit. Okay, this is the really, really cool bit. Now we just need to go ahead and create products inside of Stripe. So inside of Stripe, what you can do, Stripe has a very nice UI if you've never used Stripe before, okay? You go over to products on the left-hand side. You click on add product, okay? So here, what you've got is different products, okay? So let's go ahead and have 3 types of plans. On Netflix, they have the basic plan, they have the standard plan, and then they have the premium plan. Okay, now the basic plan, I think it does only like 720p. The standard plan does 1080p, and then the premium does 4K and HDR content. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that right now. So here I'm going to start with the basic plan. I'm going to say basic plan. Okay, and then here in the description, what I'll say is okay, let's just say 720p. Right, and then you can upload images and all that good stuff, but right now we're going to leave it. Now here for the pricing, we're going to do standard pricing, and I'm going to say, let's just say the basic was like, I think it was a $7.99 or something, right? But you can determine the pricing here if you want, right? Whatever you decide. So let's just say it's $5.99 for basic, $8.99 for standard, and then $13.99 for premium. I'm sure that was roughly it. So we're going to leave it in. We can do it in pounds because I'm in the UK. So we're going to say £6. So recurring subscription monthly. Okay, so perfect. We have a recurring plan. And then I'm going to go ahead and click save and add more. Right, so I'm going to click save and add more. That will go ahead and add the product to our list of products, right? So the next one is going to be standard, right? So basic plan. And this one, did I say plan or did I say, I think I just did standard plan, right? I did say plan, right? It wasn't just basic. I think I did basic plan. I can't remember. Let me know. And then here in the description, we'll say 1080p, okay? And then what I'm going to do, okay, so now what we're going to do is go down to the pricing, and then here we'll say, okay, so we did $5.99, so I'm going to say $8.99 GBP for the standard, which is 1080p, and then perfect monthly, and it's recurring, you see, and we go ahead and say save and add more, perfect, okay, and then what we're going to do is add the premium plan, so we'll say premium plan, okay, the premium plan is going to have 4K plus HDR, okay. Now here, I'm going to go ahead and say standard pricing. No, yep, standard. Go ahead and do GBP. And this one's going to be, I think it was $13.99 a month. Okay, and that gives you 4K and HDR. And then perfect. I'm going to hit save product on this one rather than save and add more. Save product. And this should take me to the product screen, right? So if I go ahead and click on products now, I can see, look, 3 payment plans, right? So this is really nice, right? Because what we're actually going to go ahead and see is like everything in a very nice UI. Right here we have the products set. Okay, this is really nice. So now what we can do is go ahead and look down, and you've got everything sort of set up, right? We've done this bit. The next thing that we can do is you can actually add custom rows to products. Okay, you can actually add custom rows to products, and what this will do is it will allow you to basically have, so let's go down here. What's really cool about this one is it will actually go ahead and upgrade, sort of like, for example, if this is our rules, right? Our Firebase function rules. And I don't usually go over rules a lot. You can see here, right? This is really cool because basically look what's happening. It says allow the reading of the content, which is in basic, like the basic sort of section of our database. And then the premium section of our database is here, but allow the access of basic if the person has basic subscription or they have premium subscription. Okay, you can actually do that, which is really cool. And you can also add rules to like the premium section if they're only, and you see here it only allows the premium subs, not the basic subs. So you can actually at the database level restrict who has access to what. Now that's really powerful, right? That's actually really powerful, because that literally will go ahead and stop, you know, unwanted access requests and things like that. And we also do that to protect against unauthorized users from accessing other people's information. Okay, so this is going to really help you out quite a lot. We're not going to do that top bit at the moment. Configure the customer portal. Okay, so what you can do is here, you can actually go ahead and you need to actually enable all of these things, right? So again, this is to allow the extension to work. So I'm going to pop this over to one side right now, and we're going to go over to our settings. Okay, now inside of settings, we should have a branding section. So down here we have branding. Right now for branding, what you can do is you can actually add icons, logos, all that good stuff. And this will go ahead and set up how that screen looks. So do you remember that screen that we went ahead and processed the payment with? Okay, so I think it's over here, right? So let me go ahead and show you guys. So if I go ahead and click subscribe, and then it's async, so it does take a second. You guys, as a sort of extension, once we're done, you can add a loader if you want that. But you can see this element, this sort of look and feel, if it had a product image, by the way, so if we gave the Netflix standard plan here a product image, it will come up at this point, right? But we can add logos and stuff like that inside the branding section. So here, I'm going to change the brand color to maybe just a sort of red, just to resemble a bit of Netflix. Nice. And then the accent color, let's go ahead and say just a black. Okay, so it's that kind of Netflix kind of colors. Okay, and you can see here, look, it shows you the mobile view, the sort of desktop view. This is how it will appear on the phone. You've got the customer portal and all this sort of beautiful stuff over here, right? So this looks really, really clean. We're going to click on the save changes, but before we finish that off, I'm just going to go ahead and see, you see, configure the customer portal settings. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make this full screen, save the changes here. Right, but then what I'm going to do is go ahead and check out, let's see, customer portal. All right, and then I'm going to go to settings. We've done the branding. Where is the customer portal? Customer portal is over here at billing. Yeah, so we're going to click customer portal. Now here, you see there's a few options that we have to enable. Okay, so the options that we want to enable here are actually going to be these ones. So it's going to be toggle on allow customers to update their payment method. Right, allow customers to update their payment method. We're going to toggle that. Perfect. Allow customers to update their subscriptions and cancel subscriptions. We're gonna toggle the cancel subscriptions. And here, what's really cool is you can cancel at the end of the billing period. So imagine like you pay for a month of Netflix and cancel your subscription. They give you access for the month. So that's how you decide if you want to do that here. And then you've also got the update description bit, right? So this one was important. We want to allow customers to update subscription quantities. Right, so let's go ahead and do allow customers to switch to a different pricing plan. That's the one that we wanted, right? And then here you can say issue an invoice at the end of the billing period or issue the invoice immediately, right? So in this case, you would usually issue an invoice immediately if they switched plan, okay? So that's exactly what they want to kind of do. All right, so at this point, we've enabled all the right things. So your screen should look a bit like this right now, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and let me just remove the cookies, God's sake. And then we're going to go down here and click on, let me just make it full screen so you guys can see. We're going to click on save. Okay. So when updating a description, oh, so we need to actually select the product. Sorry. So here we go ahead and add all the products that it applies for. So we're going to go ahead and add the basic, premium, and standard. Okay. So you have to go ahead and do that. And then you see terms of service. Okay. So here right now, if your website had a terms of service, I'm going to use literally just going to use a blank example.com.terms. Right, so because obviously I don't really, we're not doing the terms and service right now, but here, if you had a privacy and terms, you would put it in here. Okay, then you want to click save. And guys, this is actually sort of, you know, this is gonna allow you to build those apps that are actually e-commerce apps with full payment systems, integration, everything. Now, if that's not powerful, I like, this is powerful stuff. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, go ahead and click save. Now, there we go. Right, changes to the following sentence only apply to test mode. So if you do switch the mode, you need to go ahead and update that as well a second time. Okay, so now here it says using the extension. Okay, so here add the product, set up the required business information and links. The final thing that you would have had to do is at the top over here, if it said like business name or something, you have to click it and give it a business name. Now trust me, you can't skip that step because it will bite you later on. Okay, you need to make sure you go ahead and do that. So using the extension, right? So it shows you a bunch of stuff. You have a demo application over here, but then you guys can see, look, let's go ahead and check this out. So you guys can go ahead and read the docs at this point, but I'm going to show you how to implement it. Okay. So here you can see, look, list available products and prices, DB collection. It shows you a bunch of stuff. And you can see start a subscription with Stripe checkout. So we've got a bunch of instructions here, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and implement all of this stuff. And you can see you can do so much stuff here. You can apply discount, coupon codes, add multiple prices, all sorts of stuff. But we're gonna kind of keep it relatively somewhat simple. So at this point, if I go over to Cloud Firestore, look at this, guys, right? So if I go ahead and refresh, give it just a second, and we should have Netflix clone YouTube. Perfect. Yes. If we give it a second, our products should start coming through over on this side, right? Now I am going to quickly check a quick setting on the extensions right now to see if I've given it the correct key. Nice. So what we should see eventually is some products over here. Okay. And those products will go ahead and push in our products from our Stripe database. Okay. So what we're going to do now is actually go ahead and pull those products from the database. So this should actually have the products here right now. Now let's go ahead and sort of see why that's not happening. So let's go ahead and click extensions, go ahead and run subscription payments. There we go. And remember, it said it will take 3 to 5 minutes. Okay. So it might need to go ahead and synchronize it. But to test this that it works, what I'm going to do is actually go ahead and register a user. Okay. So here is our application, Netflix Burn. It's on localhost 3001. I'm going to go ahead and open this up. And let's go ahead and create a user. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new user. Let's go ahead and sign out, sign in. Let's go ahead and say stripe@gmail.com. And I'm going to say ABC, sign up now. Okay. So it's signed up as this user. Okay. If I go ahead and go back to the Netflix clone right now and hit refresh, the cloud function should have fired off at this point. There we go. You see, it created a customer, and it actually went ahead and added them into the database. So you see how it did that, right? Which is incredible, right? It went ahead and just did that automatically, right? So at this point, we should be seeing some customers come in, some products also at this point. So what I'm actually gonna do, just to double check that we've done this correctly, is I'm gonna just see our functions, right? So over in the functions field, what we can do is here you can see all the different functions that have been created. Let's check the logs out. Right, so we can see a bunch of stuff happened here. Okay, so at this point it says create a new customer. So that is where the customer was created. Okay, nice. So this is looking pretty good at this point so far. Go back to Cloud Firestore. What we may need to do is re-add the products, right? Because I mean, I think it has a synchronization period, but I kind of want to force the synchronization. So what we should see at this point, if I go into my previous build, you should see the customers that we've added. And then if we go into the products, you'll get the 3 products, for example, Netflix Standard, Netflix Basic, and Netflix Premium. And you see it will have the description, it will have active, and then it will also have the appropriate prices alongside it inside of another section over here. Okay, so we'll have all of those things inside of it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the actual build. So I'm going to go over to the actual Stripe now. Where is our Stripe? Where did we put Stripe? Let me find it. Yep, there we go. Let's go over to Stripe, and then let's go ahead and check out the products. Okay, so let's open our products right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a test product right now. Okay, so I'm going to say this is a test product, and then it's got a description of testing 1, 2, 3. And then here I'm going to go ahead and say this is a 123 product, recurring monthly. Go ahead and click save product. So at this point, I just added a product, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and check to see if it's synchronized. Okay, so you can see I added in that new product, right? Which means that I actually sort of should have waited until I added those products after. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to go ahead and recreate the products just to force a push in, because it will do it after some time, but I don't want to wait while we're live. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go back to my Stripe and I'm going to quickly recreate those plans. Okay, so what we do here is I can go ahead and right now, it's very simple to delete plans. Okay, so it's right now it says can't delete it because it's being used in a transaction. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm actually going to create 3 additional plans because these ones aren't synced up right now. Okay, yeah, so you see it's being used right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and firstly, I just want to see if this does sync up finally. If it does, it'll make life easier. If not, we can just create new plans. It's fine. Okay, so right now I'm going to go ahead and create new plans. So I'd recommend adding the products afterwards and then it would work. Okay, So what we're going to do here is click add product, and here I'll say premium. So right now it will actually show all of these plans, which is fine, I guess. It'll be fine. I'm going to click add product. So here I'll say premium, and then I'm going to go ahead and say 4K plus HDR. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and say the standard sort of, $13.99, and we're going to change it to GBP. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is type in save and add more. And then here I'll go ahead and say basic. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is type in 720p. Okay. And then here I'm going to do standard pricing, and I'll go ahead and do, I'll say 100 and give me one sec, guys. I'm going to go ahead and do not the 100. So the basic plan was the cheapest. It was $5.99 GBP. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and say save and add more. Okay. So I'm going to add the final one, which is the premium. No, we've done the premium. It's going to be the standard plan. Standard plan. And this one was going to be 1080p. Okay. And this one was actually going to be $8.99 GBP. Okay. Nice. And then we're going to go ahead and click save product. Right. So now let's go back to our products and have a check. So you see, I've got duplicates here. So ignore everything underneath here. We're focused on these ones, standard, basic, and premium. Okay. And what I would recommend is after you set it up, then go ahead and double check so it synchronizes. So now you can see on our Firebase, it's successfully synchronized the products. Okay. So I don't want this product, the one that has testing 1, 2, 3 in it. So I'm going to go ahead and remove that. Okay. So I don't want that one. But we've got the perfect 3 things in here. So I've got the premium, I have the basic, and I have the standard, should be the final one. And each one's got an appropriate description, and inside of it, it's got a prices collection, which has all of the pricing information. So firstly, guys, that is pretty cool, right? I don't know about you guys, but that's actually pretty cool. Right, so now we've got the customers over here, and then we've got the products over here. So you guys can see it's actually automatically doing all this stuff, right? So let's go ahead and actually, hook this up in our Firebase, right? So I'm going to go over to our code. This is back to the fun stuff now. And we're going to go back to our application. So this one right here. Okay, so this was the sort of, the stripe that we had this is the actual finished one. But I'm going to go ahead, and this is our end goal. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and do this. We've got our product set up. Again, it's not nice that we have these. Typically, you shouldn't have these. You should just have your main. But, you can delete these later. It's fine. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we've got our stuff stored in Firestore. So we can actually just go ahead and actually pull that information inside of our app using the typical approach. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead, go to our code right here. Perfect. And then I'm going to go ahead and remove this. So the first area I want to tackle is actually, I guess, the plans page, right? So we're going to go over to the plan screen, and inside the plan screen, I want to have so let's go over to the plans where, oh, my code's frozen. Okay. Plan screen. We don't actually have the plan screen right now. We have where am I at? We're at the profile screen. Okay. So I didn't add the plans yet. Okay. So here we have the profile screen, which is responsible for this part. I keep moving things around because I want it to be clear for you guys. Okay. So here we have the profile screen, which is responsible for this area right here. So at the profile screen, okay, what I'm going to do is here we have the plans, right? Now the sign out button lies here. So underneath plans, I'm going to actually go ahead and just sort of render a plans screen, right? And the reason being is, let's go ahead and say plans screen. Okay. Now the reason being is because it's going to be a lot of, right now, where is it? Let me go ahead and pop this. Where's my app? Okay. So this is the final finished app. Okay. This one right now, this entire section, I want it to be its own sort of clever component. Okay. I want it to be its own clever component. So here we've got the plan screen. So I'm going to go ahead and create that component right now. So I'm going to go and actually go ahead and say PlanScreen. So PlanScreen.js. There we go. And here I'll say RFCE. Boom. So here I'll say PlanScreen.css. Let's go ahead and check out PlanScreen.css. So at this point, I'm going to say import PlanScreen.css. There we go. And then here I'll say class name equals PlanScreen. Nice. And what are we going to have inside the plan screen right now? Okay. Inside the plan screen, it's going to be a few different things really. So at the top, we're going to have an info section. Okay. So At the top, I'm going to have like an info section, which will be the product. So each one of these things, I'm going to basically, let's think about this. How are we going to do this, right? So we actually need to firstly get the products, okay? So firstly, we're going to pull the products from the database, okay? So here I'll say const products. And then here we'll say use state. So we're going to use a state hook, use state hook. There we go. All right, so we're going to make it an empty array by default. And then we're going to import use state. There we go, save. Right. And then what we're going to do is go ahead and do this. What we're going to do is we're actually going to have a use effect. Okay, so we're going to have a use effect and we want to fetch the plans from the database. Okay, so remember that extension actually went ahead and pushed the sort of products from Stripe into our database, right? So what we're going to do is go ahead, grab those products that went into the Stripe database and then load them up on the screen. So let's do it. So here what I do is I go ahead and say use effect like this, and I go, and this has an arrow function inside. I only want this to run once on the component mount. So here I'm going to go ahead and pull the DB. So I'm going to say DB, and then we're going to say DB dot, and I'll say collection. And then I'm going to say collection of products. Okay. Now, why am I doing a collection of products? Because if we remember inside of Firebase, collection of products. So I'm going to go ahead and fetch these 3 products. So here I'll say products. And then I'll go ahead and say where active is true. And the reason why I want to filter it is because you see here, it says you can have different products which are either active or false, right? So here I only want to get the active products. Okay. So here I'll say where active is equal to, oops, and you have to put a comma there. Where active is comma true, okay? So save. And then what I'll do is I'll say .get. So we usually use on snapshot, but I don't really care for the real-time listener because it's not likely the plan is going to change. So why do I need to then real-time listen to it? So instead I'm going to use something called get. Right? And what get will do is it will give us something called a query snapshot because we queried by active. Okay, so here I'll say this is the query snapshot. Okay, and what do I do with this query snapshot? Well, firstly, I'm going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and create an empty products object. Okay, so I'm going to create an empty products object. Okay. Then I'm going to save it. So now we've got the products here, right? So we're going to go ahead and say query snapshot, and this will return a bunch of docs because it's an array. So I'll say for each of the docs, I want to go ahead and say, and this bit's actually very important, all right? So I'm going to say async, right? Because I'm going to have some async await stuff here. This will give me the product doc. Okay, so every time I go through, it'll give me the product doc. Okay, so here what we do is we'll say products. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and populate my object with the information. So I'll say, okay, go inside this object and go to where we have the product doc.id. Okay, so product doc.id, and I'm going to go ahead and set that to the product doc.data. Now, what is product doc.data? Right, if I go ahead and do this, this is going to be the data inside. So this stuff right here. Okay, this is the one that goes ahead and sets up. So I'll go ahead and do colon. There we go. And then I'll semicolon, and I'll say const. And this is where I basically need to go ahead and basically remember, guys, each product inside of the collection has its own variables, and then it has its own inner collection of prices, even though it's one price, and this has the pricing information. So how do we get that, right? How do we go ahead and get that? Okay. So now we say const, and now here I'll say price snap. Okay. So price snap, and then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say await, because we're making like an async request. Okay, so I'm going to say product ref, and this is pretty cool, right? Because what we're going to do here is I'm going to say product doc, sorry. So I'm going to get the product doc, and I'll say dot ref. Okay, so say product dot ref, and I'll say collection. So product ref dot collection, and then here I'll say go into the prices of that document, and I'll say get. Okay, so this will go ahead and get me the price, right? So we'll go ahead and get me the prices docs. Then what you need to do, because there could be the possibility of having more than one price snap dot docs. So if this is kind of overwhelming, just break it down with me as you watch it, okay? And then I'll say price snap dot docs dot for each. And then I'm going to say for every single doc, so all of the prices essentially. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, and then I'll say, yep. And then here I'll say products. Product doc.id, because I'm going into that product doc.id that we're basically creating our own little kind of object here. And I'll say go and set the prices of our own little object and I'll say set that object inside of that to have two things. I'm going to say a price ID, and this is going to be the price doc.id. So here, what I can actually say is I'll rename this to price to make it a little bit easier. And I'll say rename it to the price ID, and then here I'll say price data. Yeah, and then this will be doc. Oh, so it'll be price. Sorry, dot data. Okay, and this again will go ahead and go inside the prices doc, and then get this information, which is the data inside of our price. Okay, so that's what we're essentially doing here, right? So it might have seemed a bit kind of hefty what we're doing there, right? So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go underneath here, and we're going to say set products. Okay, so set products. I'm going to set that to our product object outside. Okay, so set products. Now what I'm going to do here to test that this thing is actually working and it's operating as I want it to is outside the user effect. So on all the renders, I'm just going to render the product. I'm going to see if it's pulling in the information and passing it. Okay, and I recommend you do this as well, because there are many areas where you could have gone wrong there. Okay, so make sure you do this step to see if you're still doing right. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to make sure I'm rendering the plan screen correctly. So in profile screens, I'm going to go ahead and import the plan screen. So at the top here, import, refresh, and I'll pull out my inspector, and then let's go ahead and make this full screen for a sec. And it says the use effect is not defined. So let's go to our plan screen. We need to go ahead and import the use effect, save, and then let's go ahead and check it out. So refresh, and we can see this, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go ahead and pull this underneath. There we go. So you guys can see it a little bit easier. I'm going to click console, and then what I'm going to do, as you see here, right? So it's actually given me an object. Okay, so it started and it's giving me an object. Now here, what I'm seeing is 3 different products. Now, if you see what I've done here is I've created an object based on these products, right? And then what I've done is I've got the information, right? I've got this information, and I've basically gone ahead and then got the prices information and added this to that one product. Okay, so now in this one sort of product object, we have the product itself with the description, the name, and the price of that product, including the type, if it's recurring, if it's one-off, and all that sort of stuff. So at this point, it's pulling that information from sort of, remember, the extension communicates with Stripe, populates our Firestore database, and then this will go ahead and pull from our Firestore database. Okay, and all of the interactions between Firebase go ahead and are sort of mapped out. Now, okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and continue on. So I'm actually going to map that on the screen. So how do I map that on the screen? Because it's an object, you can't literally map through it like you would an array. Okay, so the way you map through an object is you basically go ahead and say object dot entries, right? So object dot entries, and what this will do is it will go ahead and give me basically a array back, and it'll give me like the key and value pairs as an array. Okay, so here what I do is I pass in products, and then this is a kind of an ES6 function here. I'll say map through. Okay, and what we do here is basically we put the parentheses. Okay, we put a parentheses, and then what we do is we go ahead and we destructure, right, the array that comes back, because what will be inside of it is the first thing will be the product ID, and the second thing will be the product data. And why is it like that? Because look, the first thing will be the key, so this is the product ID, and the second thing will be the product data inside of it. So the first part, product ID, and then the second part, product data. That's why we go ahead and open it like that. I'm going to go ahead and say an arrow, and then we're going to go ahead and have our code. Yeah, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually have a so here at this point I'm going to eventually add some code here. So I'm going to add some logic to check if the user subscription is active, right? So we'll add some stuff over here afterwards. Oops. So that's a to-do, right? So we call this to-dos when we're coding, right? You can go ahead and do something like this, and I've got an extension which highlights the to-dos. So that looks pretty good at this point, but what I'm going to do after is I'll say return, and then what I'm going to return is going to be the following, right? So this is going to be the rest of the sort of plan section. So our goal here is to build this out now from the data that came back from the DB. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and refresh and just see. Nice. So at this point it's crashing because there's nothing that's being returned. Okay, so we need to fix that. So, and also the return should not be an object, it should be parentheses. There we go. So here I'm going to have a div, okay, and this is going to have the plans screen plan, because this is going to represent each, because what we're doing is we're looping through the objects, and we're going to basically push out this, then we'll loop through and push out this, then we'll loop through and it'll push out this, right? So that's why it's happening. Okay, so at this point what I'm going to say is say PlanScreen, inside of it PlanScreen __ info. Okay, and inside of here this will represent the left hand side. Okay, so the left hand side over here, what we're going to have is we're going to have the product data dot name, and this will give us the product data, the plan that we're on, right? So inside of here this will actually be so I'm going to cut this for a second. I'm going to have that inside of a h5 tag, and then I'm going to have a h6 tag, and this one will be product data dot description. Okay, so product data dot description, and then underneath that I'll have a button. Okay, so underneath that I'll have a button, so you can ignore the sort of error for now. We'll fix that in a sec. But then what we're going to do is have a button which basically will say this, like a subscribe option. Okay, so it'll say some kind of subscribe inside of it. Okay, so let's go ahead and see why this isn't coming. Oh nice, look at that. Yeah, there we go. So now I'm going to close this out, and you guys can see, look at that, it pulled in that data and we've rendered it out on the screen. So this is coming from Firestore, the database, right? And remember, Firestore is getting populated based on Stripe's information because we have the extension. So look, think of it this way. We have Firestore over here, we have Stripe over here, and then we have the extension which basically bridges the two things together, right? And every time we add a product in Stripe, it goes ahead and updates Firebase, right? The Firestore database. And then we can basically interact with each, and it basically stays in sync because of that extension, right? So that's how it goes ahead and does it. So what we can do at this point is we can basically go ahead and say, so we've got the subscribe button over here. So I need to know, right? I need to basically know what plan the person is on. Right? I need to know what exact kind of plan they're on, right? So I need to go ahead and access I need to go into where the user is, and their customer ID is what we've logged in as. And then what I should have inside of here is I should have the, let me go ahead and double check something, one sec. Subscriptions. Oh yeah, so once they go ahead and subscribe to it, there will be another collection in here for the active subscriptions. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and basically have it so that the next step here is actually going to go ahead and implement. Firstly, when I click a subscribe button, it's going to go ahead and load the checkout, right? So that's the first step that we do. Okay, so on the click of that button, so on this button click, so I'm going to say on click. What I want to do is I'm going to make this a bit smaller because it's hard to see at the moment. So I'll go ahead and say load checkout. Okay, load checkout. And what I'm going to pass to this is the current, because remember we're rendering rows here, right? I'm going to pass to this the product data dot prices. Dot prices dot price ID. Okay, perfect. And guys, just focus on the positive stuff. Don't worry about all the negativity. That's fine. Honestly, we're stronger than that, right? So we're going to hit save, and there you go, right? Now I'm going to create the load checkout function. So I'm going to say const load checkout, and there we go, right? So we've got the load checkout function. Now the load checkout, we passed it a parameter. This is going to be an asynchronous function, okay? So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to say async, and it takes a price ID. We pass the price ID in here because think about it, right? What we're doing here is we're actually rendering the list out, right? That list, and then, oops, it says cannot read property price ID of undefined. That is because what we need to do is at some point it can be undefined. So we need to go ahead and protect ourselves. Let me go and check that out. Oh yeah, oops, sorry. What am I doing? That's wrong. Here we should do on click. This should be an arrow. My bad. There we go. Otherwise it's just going to invoke the function straight away. Okay, there we go. So on click, when we do it, it will go ahead and trigger off the load checkout function. Okay. So at this point, this is where we have, we go ahead and have the checkout functionality. So it should, when I click the subscribe button, redirect. But firstly, let's just style that because it's kind of throwing us off by looking at, right? It's kind of like being a bit confusing by looking at that. So I'm going to go ahead and open up my PlanScreen underneath. Okay, so I'm going to open up PlanScreen underneath, and then here we have the PlanScreen info and a bunch of stuff. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do here is open up my PlanScreen CSS so I can have a look. Right, so I'm going to go ahead, pull this a little bit higher, and here I'll say PlanScreen __ plan, and then here I'll say display flex, We don't want to flex on that, right? So save, and then it should go into a row. So by default, flex goes into a row. Perfect. And then what we're going to say is justify the content to be spaced between. So that way it should use up its available space. You see now the two children to this and the subscribe button are pushing apart from each other, right? So that looks very good right now. And then I'm going to say, give it a padding of 20 pixels because I don't want this to kind of be I want it to be kind of like that. That looks a bit cleaner. And then what I'll do is I'm firstly also going to make this a little bit nicer to see. There we go. So you guys can see it a bit easier. And then I'm going to have underneath that a opacity of 0.8. And there's a reason why, right? Because I want to have this nice hover effect when I hover over it. So to get the hover effect, I'm going to target the PlanScreen plan when I hover opacity of 1. And this is a nice little trick. So when you hover, you see how it goes ahead and changes the opacity when I hover over the appropriate div. Okay, so this looks really, really good. Okay, there we go. So at this point, I'm going to target the button inside of the PlanScreen info. I'm going to go inside the plan, right? I'm going to target the button. Okay. So over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say the button should have a padding of 10 pixels by 20 pixels. Save it, and you can start to see it gets a little bigger, right? I'm going to give it a font size of 1 rem, a color of white, and a background color of the Netflix color, right? So you can see it starts to look already a lot nicer. Right. So the next thing I'm going to do is font weight 600, border none, to give it that flat, clean look, and a cursor pointer, because obviously when I hover over this, I want it to have that clickable UI sort of. You see when I hover, it goes into a click element, right? That looks better. So we have the styling down. So this will make it a little bit easier for you guys to sort of visually see what's going to happen, right? So I'll sort of space it out like this. There we go. Right. So now what I'm going to do is go ahead and implement the load checkout functionality. Okay. So the load checkout functionality, the first thing I want to do is get the users. I'm going to make something called, so when we're using Stripe, right? When a user checks out, or when a user basically has like stuff in their basket, or like they want to kind of buy something, you start something called a Stripe checkout session. And then that allows Stripe to basically go ahead and say, okay, you want to buy something, I'm going to set everything up for you. And then you can use the link to go ahead and redirect the user to our payment form. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and set that up right now. So I'm going to go ahead and say const docref, right? So document reference, I'm going to say await, because this is going to be a async. And I'm going to say db dot, and then we'll say collection of customers. Nice. We broke 400. That's what I'm talking about, guys. I love that. 400 likes broken. Incredible, man. XXX says, bro, I'm 399. That's what I'm talking about, dude. All right. db.collection. And then I'll say customers. All right. And then what we'll say is .doc. Right. And then I'm going to go ahead and target the user's UID. Now, remember, we used Redux yesterday, where we basically, after the authentication step, push the user into the Redux sort of store, right? So in the user slice of the Redux store. So we created a selector to be able to pull that from Redux. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and pull the user from the Redux store. The way I do that is I say const user equals use selector. Select user, right? So that's the selector we created. All right, so use selector, there we go. And then we've got the user here. Okay. So now what you can do is I can go down to here and I can say doc is going to be, because what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to go into the customer, and this ID right here, this is going to be the user that's logged in. So here I'll say user.uid, right? And then what I'll say is dot collection. Now this is the new collection that I want to basically go ahead and create. Okay. So this collection has to be specially named. And this one I'm going to say it's simply going to be checkout sessions. Okay, so it's simply going to be checkout sessions. And then what I'm going to say add a checkout session. Remember, the extension has a lot of clever stuff behind this, right? We're going to add the checkout session. And here I'm going to say the price of the checkout session is going to be the price ID I passed in, right? As a sort of prop to the function. So this one, when I click it, sort of this one is going to have the ID of this row. This one's going to have the ID of this row. This one will have the price ID of this row. And then I'm also going to go ahead and pass in two things called the success URL and the cancel URL. Now, when we redirect the user to that payment page, we need two routes, right? We need the success URL, the cancel URL. If the user was to cancel at any time, where does Stripe send them back to, right? And then also, if the user is successful in their payment, do you want to send them to a confirmation screen? Do you want to send them back to the screen they came from? you can pass in those variables, okay? So what we're gonna do here is we're actually gonna use the current screen the user's on, right? So whether or not they succeed or fail, they'll come back to this screen. The way we do that very easily is we go ahead and pass, and we use something called window.location.origin, right? Which is self-explanatory. So I'm gonna say the success URL and the cancel URL is the window location origin. That means that we basically go ahead and have come back to the screen that we're on, which is basically whatever URL it was on, okay? So with that said, that's all looking pretty good at this point. And then what we're gonna say is this document reference, okay? We're gonna basically add something called an on snapshot, because what's gonna happen here is that Firebase Stripe extension will see that you added in a new checkout session, okay? It's gonna give us that checkout session, right? So it's gonna generate and do some funky stuff in the background, and then it will go ahead and we want it to basically redirect the user and throw them towards the checkout page, okay? So here what I'm gonna say is document reference. I'm gonna say on snapshot, okay? And this is gonna be an asynchronous function. And here I'm gonna say get the snap, right? So the snap, or whatever you wanna call it, snapshot is fine. And here I'm gonna say, okay, so from that snapshot, I'm gonna destructure. So it's something in ES6, right? Where we basically break apart the object to go ahead and do this, right? So we're gonna say break apart, and here it's gonna be error and session ID, right? So this is gonna destructure the snap.data object, and it's gonna get the error and session ID. Now here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say if error, right? So if error, so if there was any error at all, right? I want to basically alert the user, okay? So what we can do here is they've actually given us this sort of filler code, and this is pretty much what I would recommend as well, okay? So I would go ahead and pop this in. So show an error to your customer and inspect your Cloud Function logs in the Firebase console to see what went wrong, okay? So obviously you should handle things a bit nicer. So maybe you can go ahead and refactor the alert to be a nice kind of pop-up which says, whoa, 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 something went wrong on our end, right? And then you can go ahead and do that. So now what we're gonna do is, we're gonna have this, and then we're gonna say, okay, if there was an error, that's fine, right? So I'm gonna say if the session ID, right? If there was a session, whoa, nice. Michael Barrett says the Stripe checkout team is tuning in. Amazing work so far. Thanks for using checkout. Happy to answer questions and hear feedback. Dude, that's got me so excited, man. Yeah, I'm using I saw your conference on, you done the Stripe, like the global conference event, and I was watching that and I saw the integration you guys done with Firebase and Stripe. That was incredible. That's huge that you guys are watching this. That's so cool to know that you guys are seeing this right now, because I've been using Stripe in all of the sort of React builds. And also I've been using like Firebase, like anything. So the fact you guys are watching this, incredible stuff. So now we're gonna say if session ID, and then here we'll say, okay, so this is the actual sort of comments that come back, right? We have a session that's redirect the checkout. So what we need to do is initialize Stripe. So at this point, we need to load up Stripe. Okay, so we're gonna load Stripe into a variable. I'm gonna go ahead and load Stripe, right? So Stripe, typically we don't wanna load it in the beginning when we don't need to. So we only load it when we basically wanna go ahead and have the checkout sort of initialized. Now load Stripe is a function that we need to import, okay? So we need to import this from Stripe.js. So we need to actually set this up as well. So load Stripe from Stripe.js. So we need to go ahead and install that. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop open my terminal, open up this, and then wait a sec. And then here what I'll say is yarn add Stripe.js, okay? So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to load Stripe, okay? So here it takes a key, right? So this will go ahead and take a key. So I've imported it at the top, and then we need to pass a key. Now, obviously this is a secret key. You shouldn't be showing this, right? So obviously I'm doing it for the demo purposes, right? I'm gonna show you guys my key, but you shouldn't show this key to anyone. So what you wanna do is go over to your developer settings over here. And then when you go into your API keys, you should have two keys. You have the publishable key that you don't really care about. Everyone can see that. And then you have the secret key. Oh, I've already showed you the secret key, right? We already used that when we set things up. Right now, what we're going to use is something called the publishable key. And this one is something that's called like a public key. You don't mind if people see this because it takes both keys for that like sort of encryption to work, right? So it's fine to share your public key. But in this case, I'm sharing secret key. But I'm going to click this one. And then I'm going to go here and paste. Okay, so I pasted in my test key. There we go. And you guys can tell it's the test key because it says test. If you have live there, remember also, by the way, if you use your test key, you have to use the test secret key. If you use the live key, you have to use the live secret key. They have to be in tandem. You can't use like one test key, one live key. Has to be the same key. Okay, so let's carry on. So now we've loaded up Stripe. What we're going to do is we're going to say stripe.redirect to checkout. Okay, and then what we do is we pass in the session ID, because remember the session ID came back from the snapshot. Okay, so here I'll say redirect to session with the session ID, and then we go ahead and click save. Okay, and then remember, because we passed in the success URL, it will come back to this screen if everything went accordingly, right? If everything went to plan. So let's go ahead and see if all of this amazing magic worked, right? And I really do love this extension because of the power behind it. So we've got these plans, right? So if I want to go ahead and click the premium plan. So I'm going to open up and I will just see if it works, right? So I'm going to click subscribe. It's asynchronous. So right now I clicked it. It's loading up Stripe, and then it should redirect me in just a sec if everything was set up correctly, right? Boom. Nice. Look at that, guys. It just went ahead and created a checkout session, right? During that time, it created a checkout session. The Firebase extension with Stripe went ahead, saw that I added the checkout session, and then basically populated it with some more information like a session ID and all that sort of stuff. And then it came back to us, and then we used that information to redirect and throw the user to this page. Like how cool was that, right? That's really, really cool. What's really cool about this, guys, is it's completely mobile responsive. So, and if you've ever had to code any kind of payment stuff yourself, it's just easier to use what they're using, right? Now, I'm not going to click the card information because I think my cards might pop up. So in this case, what you want to do is where it says card information, the way I'll show you of how to do this is, let me go ahead and say, do this right now. So inside this one, what you want to type in is the following, okay? So on the card information bit, you want to type in 4242, and this is the test card that you want to use, okay? So it's literally going to be 4242, right? Oh no, wait one sec, let me do this and let me keep it on the screen. Oh no, damn it. Okay, so over here, what you want to do is for the card number, this is your card number that you use when you're testing, okay? And there are different ones, and the good thing about Stripe is you can basically pass in different card numbers to mimic different behaviors, right? So if you want to sort of do like a payment failed test, they give you a card number for that, and then everything else you just put 424242 in, right? So just get used to this 424242 whenever you're testing this stuff out. So what I'm going to do at this point is go ahead and populate this out, and I'm going to hide my screen because I'm sure, see my cards came up. So I'm going to do 4242424242. In the month and year, I'm going to say 4242, and then in CVC 4242. And then the name on card at this point could be anything. So I could just say ABC. And then for the billing address, I'm just going to say like ABC or something like that, right? And then ABC, it doesn't matter when you're testing, right? London, ABC, right? So what I'm going to do now is show you the screen. So you should see this right now, okay? So you see the card there is 4242, and then you've got everything on the screen, okay? So this is a live payment that's about to go through on Stripe. And I'll show you and I'll prove to you that it goes through and it processes. And it's even gonna, the crazy part is that so much stuff is gonna happen here, right? It's gonna actually go ahead, process a payment in Stripe. And remember, but Stripe is here, Firestore is here. We have the extension connecting the two things. So once it processes that payment in Stripe, the extension kicks in and says, whoa, remember the webhook fired off, and it will go ahead and populate and update the sort of Firestore database, which is incredible, right? We don't have to do anything else besides that. This extension will do all of that for us, which is amazing, okay? So let's go ahead and do subscribe, and let's see what happens. And if it's all successful, it will redirect me to the success URL, which was the profile page, okay? So it's processing, ticked, nice. And the music dropped the minute that happened. And look at that, it redirected us to the app, right? So that's so sick. And then we go back here. That's so cool, right? So now what we're gonna do is let's go actually and test. So you guys might be thinking, but maybe it didn't actually process a payment, right? Maybe he's lying, right? And go ahead and smash the thumbs up if you thought that was cool. Basically, if this works, hit the thumbs up, okay? That's all I'll ask you. All right, so I'm gonna go to Stripe. I'm gonna go payments. Boom, $13.99. Click it, subscription update. Stripe@gmail.com was me. That was me that I typed in. Remember I said ABC. This was the sort of details of the address. And then you guys can see a subscription, a premium subscription has been created. And then, look at that. And it also goes ahead and shows you sort of the exchange rate, the fee, because payment processors do typically charge a little fee, which I always get the question of why do they charge a fee? I would code that myself. Believe me, payment processors do a lot of stuff for you. I use Stripe, PayPal in all my sort of apps, and yeah, like it's fine. They take a fee because they handle a lot of stuff for you. They also manage fraud and a bunch of other things that you guys might not account into. So it gives you a bunch of information over here, which is awesome. Okay, so this looks really, really good right now, and it seems to have worked. Let's check if our Firestore went ahead and updated as well. So I'm going to go ahead and click refresh, and let's see what happened. So we've got the customer. This is me logged in. You've got the checkout session, which was created, right? So this one is the one that we created. Now remember, when we created it, all we did is passed it a cancel URL, a success URL, and a price. And then what that extension did is actually went ahead and gave a session ID and a created tag. So, right? And then we redirected to the session ID and we did all our magic. Then what happened is we basically paid for a product on that screen. So what it did is it went to the customer that was logged in, went to the subscription, and boom, we now have that customer's subscription data inside of Firestore. So this is literally, look, their status is active, the current period end and start, and we also have the exact sort of, we have the actual product itself. So look at that, it has everything that we need inside of it, right? This is incredible, it worked, everything looks really, really good at this point, right? So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check, I'm just checking something. We've got created app period, created app, quantity one, no, okay, Stripe link. Right, so what I actually do, what I was looking for here is, let me show you guys an example. If I go to the Netflix clone that I built before, and I go ahead and check let's go ahead and see one of these customers would have a subscription. There we go, subscriptions, and we click this one. You guys can see it has a row here, right? Row of premium. The reason why it has a row is because on the rules, what I actually did was I modified the rules slightly. I think it was, where did I do that? I basically, no, it wasn't rules. Where did I change the rule to add in the row? I wonder where I did that. Let me just go ahead and check. Let me go back to the other build. Netflix clone YouTube. And we have here the subscription. And let's click the subscription. And then where is row? So row, right now the row is null. I'm just wondering, oh yes, that's right. That's right. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys a little trick. See, right now you see the row is null, right? So right now we have the product ID, but what you might not want to do is then have to go and fetch the product ID and do all that sort of magic wizardry and all that stuff. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run another example by you. So let's go back to Stripe. And what you can do is you can give a piece of metadata to each of the products, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly check what I added to the last set of products. You basically add a piece of let me go ahead and say Netflix. So let me go ahead and where is it? Yeah, here we go. So you can add a piece of metadata to your product, right? So you see here, if you add metadata Firebase row, this will basically help you because it adds that into Firebase, and that's very powerful because now we don't have to do a second query to fetch what plan we're on or anything like that. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to add metadata with Firebase row to all of our ones. I'm going to go back to the shop that we were working on. Let's go ahead and edit the products, okay? So here I'm going to see, where is a Firebase Papa YouTube demo? Okay, then we're going to go into our products, and then you can see the metadata. Oh, okay, no products. Okay, why is it kicking me out? Let me go into product YouTube. There we go. Then I got the product. So the standard product, let's go here, and let's go ahead and click edit, okay? And then I want to go to additional options. And then, is it additional options? No, it's not additional options. It's here, metadata, edit metadata. And then key is Firebase row. Now you have to use Firebase row because that's how the extension works. And then here I'll say standard. Okay, so standard, I'll click save. Right, so standard. I wonder if that will update the Firebase record. Let's check if that does it. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and repeat the test. But here we go, basic. Let's go ahead and do here, metadata, key is Firebase row. And here I'll say basic, save. And then here I'll go into premium and I'll do the metadata Firebase row and I'll do premium. And basically this is actually very powerful, right? Because what you might want to do is you save yourself a request by doing this, because now when the subscription is created, it will add an additional section there. So let me go ahead and refresh and see if it did that. If it didn't, I'll just create another account and show you. So just to make this sort of demo quicker. So there we go. We've got the subscription, boom. And then you can see, okay, so the row isn't there, right? So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this test again to show you how it works. Okay, so let me go ahead and go here. and let's go ahead and sign out. And let's go ahead and say I made a new account called sunny@gmail.com, sorry, ABC, and I'll go ahead and sign up. Okay. Oh, I'm already creating an account. So let's just do Sunny S sign up. Okay. So we've got an account here. I've got all of these different plans. Okay. So see, I actually pulled in all of the plans now because it's synced, right? It's synchronized up. So remember before we added those other plans, so it does sync up. Okay. So here we're actually coming to, it won't be too long now until we're finished. Right. So we click on subscribe. So let's go ahead and say subscribe to premium, and then it will go ahead and load it. And then I'm going to go ahead and quickly fill out my card details. So 424242424242424242. Let me go ahead and do that. 4242. Name on card. Let's just say S ABC 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 London ABC. Right. And then here I'm going to click subscribe. Nice. There we go, subscribe. And now what it's going to do is it's going to push this into, it's going to basically create the subscription, and then we'll go ahead and update it. Nice. So we're going to go to this, and now we should see, okay, so ignore the extra plans here, the additional duplicates, because that just shows you that, okay, it does synchronize by itself. It's fine. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to the actual checkout session. So which customer was it? I think it might have been this one. So yeah, so you can see the row is now premium. Okay, so this is really handy. So you have to manipulate the metadata of the product in order for the row to come up here. Okay, so that's exactly how we do that. And I wonder now if we go to our product, if it will go ahead and delete it. All right, so let me go here. All right, so if I go here and I say delete product, let me go ahead and try and delete. Okay, so you can't delete those ones. That's fine for now. So we're just gonna have to ignore them for now as part of the demo, but row premium. Okay, so what's really handy about this? So now we go here, and then we're gonna have to do the following. So now what I want to do is I want to show which one is subscribed. Okay, so I need to go into this point inside that user who's logged in and get their subscription. Okay, I'm going to get their subscription. So now what I want to do is I basically want to say const subscription. Yep, so I want to go back to my code. Sorry, I started typing in the wrong thing. Here I'm going to say const subscription, and then I'll say set subscription, and then I'll say equals use state, because we want to make it local state. And then here I'll say, let's just say the subscription in the beginning is no. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create a use effect. Okay, all right, so we're going to create a use effect so that runs, right? So we're going to say use effect. There we go, use effect. And inside this use effect, we'll start with the empty dependency array. Okay, now inside of here, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and say db.collection of customers. Okay, so the collection of customers, and we got the user who's logged in, right? Because it's stored in the Redux database. So here I'll say user.uid, because that's the user. Now what we do is we found the user themselves. Okay, so we now have the customer and the user ID. The next thing we're going to do is go into the subscriptions. So we're going to say collection of subscriptions. Nice. And then what we're going to do is say get, and then I'm going to go ahead and say then, and then what inside we'll do here is we'll say the query snapshot. So query snapshot, boom, and then we'll go ahead and pop this up. And then what we'll do is we'll say query snapshot dot for each. Okay, now for each, it's going to be async. It's going to be the subscription. For every single subscription that's inside of there, we'll go ahead and do this, right? So inside of this bit, okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say async subscription. So I'm going to say console log subscription data. So you can go ahead and console log it out if you want to debug. At this point, I'm going to actually just go ahead and say set the subscription. So set the subscription. And then here I'll say set the subscription to an object. And I want to do row.subscription.data. No, sorry. Row is subscription.data. And then I'll go ahead and do this .row. Okay, because basically what we're doing at this point is we're going inside the subscription, we're looping through for each, and then what I'll do is I'll say .row, right? So here we've got the row. Remember that comes in because we modified the metadata. Okay, so what we do now is we get the row like that, and then we've got two other things that I'm curious about, right? The current period start and the current period end. Okay, now why is that kind of handy, right? Because I want to know when the period ends, when that person sort of signed up, when they end, because then that way you can show it on the UI, right? Because remember, the UI that we want is this one where it says renewal date. Okay, so over here I want to say subscription.data, and you can destructure at this point, at the higher point here, if you do want to do it, right? But then what I'll do is I'll say data dot, and then I'll say dot current period end. So dot current period end, there we go, dot seconds, right? So what this does is it gives us like a timestamp back. So here I would say dot seconds, okay? Dot seconds. Okay, perfect. And then I'll say comma, and then here I'll go ahead and do the same thing for the current period start, okay? So I'll go ahead and pop that in. There we go, save. So now what we're going to do is this use effect is dependent on a few things. So its user ID is dependent on that. And it's also, whenever we're using a dispatch, we should go ahead and pop it in there, right? So that way it's going to, oh no, we're not using dispatch here because I'm not pushing into Redux, sorry. So it's going to be the user ID. There we go, save. All right. So at this point, subscription should be valid, right? So we should be able to get the user subscription. So if I console log and I say, show me the subscription. So let's go ahead and do F12. And now if I go ahead and refresh, okay, so it says no, so ignore this at the moment. We should be rendering lists with keys, but I'll show you that afterwards. But PlanScreen 51, so now you can see, look, here we go. We've got the current period end, current period start, and the current plan, which is premium at this point, which is amazing, right? So it's working, it works really nice, and it works really well. So how do I update the UI to show if it's gonna basically be, if they've already got it, okay? All right, so now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna basically have a little helper function inside of before the return. So remember here I said the to do, right? All right, so now what we're gonna say is before we have the return, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna get rid of this to do, but we'll keep it there while I'm coding. I'm gonna say const, and I'm gonna say, is it the current package? All right, so I'm gonna create a variable is current package. And then what I'm gonna say is product data dot name. Okay, then I'm gonna say, okay, so if the product data dot name, which could be undefined, right? So I'm gonna say firstly put it to lowercase, right? So I'm gonna make it a lowercase, so that way it's easier to check. I'm gonna say if it includes, because I want to basically check if it matches the subscription row. Okay, so basically here what we'll do is every single list item in this list, I'm checking if the name of the product, so in this case premium, if it matches the row. So remember, the metadata actually has to match the name of the product. So here I can say if it includes the subscription dot row, and again I'm just protecting myself against optional this is called optional chaining. It basically says if this is undefined then it won't just die. So we can use this now. We can say, okay, if it's the current package, right? So this one should be true for premium. So it should be true for the premium one, this one. And the reason why I done to lowercase is that way, because it will actually match now, even if it's the. So here now, instead of subscribe, what I'll say is, okay, let's go ahead and say, if the current package is, if this is not your current package, then what I'll say is, if it is your current package, then I'll say, I don't want to complicate it. I can say, then show that this is the current package as the text. Otherwise, show us subscribe. Okay, show us subscribe. Right, perfect. And then what I'm going to say is only trigger the load checkout if it's not the current package, because obviously you don't want to keep subscribing, right? So let's go ahead and say if it's not the current package, then go ahead and load the checkout. Okay, so let's go ahead and save and wait for it, guys. Wait for it. Right, current package, right? And obviously it found remember we had the duplicates, right? So it actually found the premium plan, right? And the way it's done is it's found premium inside of here. So remember we have duplicates in this demo, right? Because of what we had, but this is basically what you should see when you do it, right? You should see this where it says current package. Now, obviously the styling on R1 isn't there yet, okay? So R1 right now, there's a duplicate, so we ignore that for now. But the styling, we wanna basically go ahead and fix that, okay? So how do we go ahead and do that? All right, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say for the class name so firstly over on the div, so remember that key that we should be using. So here I'm gonna say the key for the div that we're gonna render in the list is gonna be the product ID, because that's gonna be unique every time, so that's a good one to use. And for the class name, I'm gonna use some string interpolation. So I'm gonna go ahead and put some JSX here. I'm gonna change it to backticks, boom, boom. And then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and do the following. So here what I'll say is I'll say if it's the current package, or if it's current package, then I want to basically go ahead and show. So firstly, this should be outside of this. There we go. If it's the current package, I want to basically go ahead and add on a disabled class name. Okay, so I'm going to say plan disabled, right? So BEM, we're doing BEM naming convention. It should go ahead and then have the disabled class name. Okay, so that's how we do that. Okay, so at this point, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and change this style. So let me go ahead and pop in the PlanScreen.css. Perfect. Nice. Now what I'm going to do is say, I'm going to add the following style in over here, right? So plan disabled button. Okay, perfect. There we go. Right, nice. Now you can see that's the current package that we're on, right? So now obviously we've got to the same point as this, right? So this looks really good at this point, right? So you've got the current plan, premium, renewal date, and so forth. Now, what we can do at this point is I'm going to add in the renewal date. Okay, so let's go ahead and add in this renewal date section. So what we're going to do at this point is say, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say on the plan screen, let me go ahead and find it. So on the, so the renewal date, let's go ahead and do this. So on top of the plan screen right here. So before we start rendering out the items here, I'll pop in a renewal date. And what I'll do is let's go ahead and do something like a p tag. Oops, let's do something like a p tag. And let's go ahead and say renewal date. And then here what I'll say is, but I only want to render the renewal date if the subscription is, if we fetched it yet. Okay, so if it's not no, so I'll say subscription and then render out the renewal date. There we go. Right, so only render it out if the subscription's there. So now if we refresh, you should see a p tag at the top, renewal date, right? It only comes when the subscription is fetched. So now what we can do is we can actually go ahead and do some JSX here, and I can say, okay, new date, right? Open parentheses. And now what I'm going to say is subscription, current period end. Okay, and you times it by 100 because this is a timestamp. You times it by 1,000. Sorry, it's a timestamp in seconds. So we've got seconds here, so I'm going to times it by 1,000, and then we're going to convert it to a date, which is why we do that. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is after the parentheses, I'm going to go ahead and add a dot, and I'm going to say to locale date string. Okay, and then we save it. Now let's go ahead and check it. Okay, and if you guys can see it, look, renewal date, boom, there we go. Right, and just for very simplicity sort of styling here, what you can do is you can go ahead and like style it as you want. I'm just going to quickly add a break here just to test the style. Let's go and see. Look at that, guys, we've got the renewal date. Perfect. Nice. Oops, where we go, where we gone? There we go. Here, nice. Look at that. Awesome. Right, we just created a checkout, completely hooked up the payments, charges everything. So powerful, right? So if you found that was fun, just simply smash the thumbs up. It will go a long way to getting this video out to as many people as possible. But guys, like, look what we just built, right? We literally have, so we have the current subscriptions over here on our build. And obviously we had the duplicates from earlier's mistake, which is fine. It's completely fine. It happens, right? And you can go ahead and clean that up afterwards. But you guys now know that it will go ahead and add in. And the reason why I did is because I changed the plan. So I went ahead and resynced, okay? So I'm going to go ahead, pull up my terminal. And what do? We do npm run build to go ahead and compile our application. So this will bundle React into a productionized build. Let's go ahead and check this out. Nice. Let's go ahead and wait for this one to build. So there we go. It's built out. And then what we can do, let's go ahead and deploy this app, right? So I'm going to say Firebase. We've already done the build. I'm going to go ahead and say Firebase deploy. And yeah, guys, you know how we do it. You guys can feel free to play with this app in just a sec when it deploys and mess around with it. Use it as your, you know, as your sort of reference. I'm going to click the link, go ahead and click open. And I can see the app right here up and live right now. And there you go, guys. We've got the app. There you go. Loaded up the plans that we built today. And everything works.
Wow, we just finished out the Netflix 2.0 build. I hope you enjoyed that build. There's lots to learn in this video. There was payment processing. There's how we can integrate it with the Firebase database using Firebase extensions. On top of all of this, you're learning production grade tech such as Redux to handle the state management inside of your application. So I hope you've learned a ton inside of this, as well as building a beautiful UI UX experience to add to your portfolio. And as always, guys, drop a comment down below to let me know what your favorite part of the build was. If you want to see more content like this, then make sure you hit the bell notification icon and subscribe for more content. As always, guys, it's your boy Sunny Sanga, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.